Volume 3. Chapter 201, The Officers. Han Man, how strong are these officers? Asked Lin Feng. He wanted to understand the potential of the army. The best way to find out was to understand how strong the officers were. Ordinary soldiers are all at the Qi layer. Guards are at the peak of the Qi layer. Sergeants are required to have broken through to the Ling Qi layer. It's even stricter for the lieutenants, who are required to have broken through, at least, the 3rd Ling Qi layer. Non-commissioned officers must have broken through to the 6th Ling Qi layer, and as far as the 3 officers are concerned, one is at the 8th Ling Qi layer and the 2 others are at the 9th Ling Qi layer. One more step and they'll reach the Xian Qi layer. They are extremely strong. Han Man explained these things in details to Lin Feng. Strength was the most important thing in the cultivation world, especially within the army. Strength was required when speaking to soldiers. It was impossible to rely only on one's military exploits. Strength was necessary to make subordinates obey orders. Even on the battlefield, without strength, it was too easy to get killed. Being inspiring and intimidating was the biggest challenge. Lin Feng, big brother, we stand alone as the Qixie troops. Even though the number is not as numerous as for the other parts of the army, their average strength is much higher than the other soldiers. Besides, the officer of the Qixie troops is at the peak of the 9th Ling Qi layer. It is said that he is about to break through to the Xian Qi layer. How majestic! Added Han Man. Lin Feng understood why the situation was that way. The Qixie troops were elite troops created by Lu Tsonlan himself. It was impossible for them not to be the strongest unit within the army. The armor they were wearing was different from that of the other soldiers. They all had black and gold armor, which greatly increased their defense. Besides, the armor had a red luster to it which made the soldiers look incredibly majestic. That is why Han Man and Pajun wore the armor. It made them strike fear into people. One glance was enough to scare people away, as if the armor contained the swift and fierce Qi of the Qixie. Lin Feng, big brother, you can ask the general to give you a lieutenant position so that we can fight the enemy together. Han Man's voice was filled with enthusiasm. Lin Feng had come to fight the enemy. If they could fight together side by side as brothers, they would certainly be even more inspired and motivated. Lin Feng. At that moment, 5 people were moving towards them. The one taking the lead was Lu Tsonlan. When Han Man and Pajun saw these people, they stood perfectly straight, slightly bowed and performed a military salute. General, officer. Lu Tsonlan slightly nodded and said, Han Man, Pajun, you two can leave. Roger, General. Said Han Man and Pajun while looking at Lin Feng with a mysterious smile on their faces. Immediately after, they left. Lin Feng, come in, they're with me. Said Lu Tsonlan. Immediately after, he and the 4 people entered the tent. Lin Feng closely followed behind them. In the tent, Lu Tsonlan and the 4 others sat down in different places and stared at Lin Feng, who was standing. Lin Feng was also staring back at them. Lin Feng looked at the 2 people on Lu Tsonlan's sides. One was wearing a black and gold armor and the other one was wearing golden armor. The 2 others were wearing silver armor. Besides, these people's expressions all looked sharp and majestic. They were calmly sitting there, but Lin Feng had the impression that the Qixie troops' Qi was filling the atmosphere. Lin Feng, this is the officer of the Qixie troops, Zhou Qixie. This is the middle officer, Ren Chengquang. This is the left officer, Feng Yuhan, and this is the right officer, Lei Cheng Tian. Lu Tsonlan introduced these people to Lin Feng. Zhou Qixie, the officer of the Qixie troops, was wearing the Qixie armor. Ren Chengquang was wearing the golden armor. The left and the right officers, Feng Yuhan and Lei Cheng Tian, were wearing silver armor. Lu Tsonlan had appointed these people to lead huge portions of the army, 300,000 troops in total. Their power and influence reached the heavens. Lin Feng slightly bowed in front of these people, but he was full of questions. He didn't know why Uncle Lu had introduced him to all these people. Lu Tsonlan had left for a walk and had come back with these 4 people. It was clearly intentional and was no coincidence at all. This is Lin Feng, whom I was telling you about. The one who has conquered Fei Fei's heart, my future son-in-law. Said Lu Tsonlan to the 4 officers while smiling. Lin Feng was dumbstruck. Lu Tsonlan was surprisingly officially declaring that Lu Fei and Lin Feng had an intimate relation and that he was going to become his son-in-law. Even though Lin Feng knew that Lu Tsonlan was trying to match Lu Fei and Lin Feng, however, they were just friends. There was nothing intimate between them. Lu Tsonlan's words made Lin Feng feel very surprised, but since he spoke that way, Lin Feng couldn't contradict him. He had no choice but to nod and confirm. I am curious to see what kind of man Lu Fei likes. The right officer Lei Ching-tian stood up and took a few steps towards Lin Feng, and suddenly, an incredible amount of qi moved straight towards Lin Feng. That qi smelt like blood and death. Lin Feng, at that moment, had the impression that the person in front of him wasn't a human being but a demonic killing machine. His hands were covered with an endless amount of blood belonging to his victims. How terrifying. Lin Feng remained motionless. That insane qi was able to affect people's determination. The terrifying qi was extremely oppressing. Lin Feng didn't dare imagine how many lives he had taken to become an officer. Such a qi was monstrous. Ha! Lei Chang-tian looked interested when he saw that Lin Feng was remaining calm. Immediately after, he took another step towards Lin Feng. He was now about 1 meter away from Lin Feng and his bloodthirsty eyes were staring at Lin Feng. He looked like a demon. Lin Feng's facial expression was still the same. He was calmly looking into these two eyes. With his determination, it was difficult for external things to affect or scare Lin Feng. Out of Lin Feng's body suddenly emerged a dense and thick battle energy. It wasn't as terrifying as the officer's qi, but it was piercingly cold and smelt like death. Even if it wasn't as strong as the powerful qi he was facing, it was still a brave move from Lin Feng. Boom! Lin Feng took a step forward. He surprisingly didn't move backward, but forward. After that step, only 2 steps were separating Lin Feng and Lei Chang-tian. They both looked fierce and determined. The qi and the burning battle energy collided in the air. Lin Feng's long hair was fluttering from the wind created by the shockwaves. That entire scene was only about 10 seconds in length. Lei Chang-tian's qi then slowly vanished. He had a smile on the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Not only didn't you move away from me, but you came closer. I like that, said Lei Ching-tian while smiling wholeheartedly. He tapped Lin Feng's shoulders, which made his body shake. He was extremely strong. No wonder Fei likes him. For someone of his age, having a strength which exceeds the 5th Ling Qi layer is really good, said the left officer Feng Yuhan while nodding and smiling. The atmosphere in the tent wasn't serious and solemn at all anymore. If I'm not mistaken, he has already broken through to the 6th Ling Qi layer, right? Said the middle officer Ren Qingquang while smiling. Lin Feng slightly nodded and said, Officer Ren, you are right. You are not even 18 yet. Having reached such a cultivation level is quite impressive. Those who help us here are much weaker. You have unlimited possibilities with your talent. Too bad that you are not going to stay for very long amongst the army. Ren Qingquang's voice was filled with regret. Talented young cultivators didn't stay within the army. All they were seeking was enlightenment on the path of cultivation. Even when they fought on the side of the army, it was just to gain practical experience and become stronger. Situations where life and death were at stake helped them to become stronger. That kind of cultivator would leave the army after having completed their training. People like Lu Songlan were rare. Because of his function as general, he had many burdens and obligations. He had amazing talent and was constantly getting stronger even with these burdens. Being a general wasn't ordinary cultivation training, he had to motivate the hearts of the officers and the troops. Lin Feng's natural talent was much more frightening than Lu Songlan's talent. He was obviously not going to stay within the army. From the 4 officers, only Jiu Qixia hadn't said a word. He looked solemn and respectful. His facial expression looked like it had been frozen for 1,000 years. All right, you can go back to your positions. Qixia, you can stay here, said Lu Tsong indifferently. The 3 officers nodded and left the tent. Lin Feng, shouted Jiu Qixia, who had been silent all this time. Ha! Lin Feng raised his head and looked Jiu Qixia, guessing that the man had something to tell him. Lin Feng, in the Qixia troops, apart from me as an officer, there are 3 non-commissioned officers, 30 lieutenants, 300 sergeants and 3,000 guards. In total, there are 28,521 Qixia armored horses. All our troops are elite fighters. Our strategy is to fight 1 against 10. Even though we have less troops than the other factions, if we attack, we win, said Jiu Qixia in a calm and solemn tone. His words were poignant. Besides, he surprisingly perfectly remembered the exact number of Qixia horses they had. It was incredible that he knew the exact number. During battles, they could die at any moment, so it was difficult to establish accurate statistics. People would normally just have a general idea. Lin Feng, will you remember this? Said Jiu Qixia, which surprised Lin Feng. Why did Jiu Qixia want Lin Feng to remember it? But Lin Feng still nodded and said, I will. Then it's good. Lin Feng, every single member of the Qixia troops is an elite soldier. After each battle, remember how many we have lost. I will then know how many of our brothers have passed away. It will sadden me more with each death. So that next time, I will do my best and spare no efforts to greatly reduce the number of my brothers that have to die. Zhou Qixia was speaking from his heart. Lin Feng deeply respected him. Zhou Qixia was indubitably an outstanding officer who was like a brother to his troops, which is why he remembered all of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202, The Black Guards. Early in the morning, in the white fog, a bugle call filled the air and everybody on the military site could hear it. In one tent, there was Lin Feng and he was wearing red armor which was the color of fresh blood. He raised his head and looked in the horizon. He said to himself, "They have finally arrived." In the middle of the night, he had received the information that the troops of the MOU country were already 50 kilometers away, but they weren't attacking. They were just setting up a campsite. The troops of the Shuiyu country couldn't afford to neglect safety and they had sentinels making rounds and watching every single action performed by the troops from the MOU country. That bugle call, followed by the sounds of the war drums, probably meant the beginning of the war. The sound was unceasing but there wasn't the least bit of chaos inside the camp. Instead, everyone was extremely organized. The battle could start at any moment. It was impossible for the troops to panic because of that. A few silhouettes appeared and were all wearing red armor in Lin Feng's tent. Their faces were covered by their helmets but their expressions were sharp when looking towards Lin Feng. "Follow me," said Lin Feng indifferently. Immediately after, he left the tent and jumped on his dragon colt horse. The others also calmly jumped on their Qixia armored horses and followed him. The other Qixia troops looked at Lin Feng and the people following him. There were about 40 people. Their armor was an even bloodier red than the other soldiers to the extent that it was dazzling to the eye. It looked like the morning sun shining on a puddle of blood. 40 people wasn't enough to make a complete squad within the army either. In the army, sergeants controlled 100 people. Lin Feng and the others galloped past them at full speed. A short time after, they arrived in a place where the two military factions were facing each other. In front of Lin Feng, there was a vast black ocean of troops who were releasing a deadly qi. They were the soldiers of the MOU country. Before, Lin Feng had never seen a battlefield except on television in his previous life. When he saw it, intense feelings invaded his heart. In the middle of all these troops, one person was like a grain of sand. These hundreds of thousands of people, if they all used a bow, they could kill a single opponent in a flash, even if they had broken through to the Xin Qi layer. On the battlefield, extremely strong cultivators were rare, so relying on personal strength was too difficult. That's why Lu Sanlan, back in the days, beheaded the leader of the enemy troops who was giving orders. Amongst the troops of the Shuiyu country, the left, right and middle troops were in perfect formation but the Qixia troops were dispersed across the army. Concerning the imperial city troops which followed Duan Tianlang, they were in formation shoulder to shoulder with the middle troops. Lu Sanlan, Zhou Qixia and Ren Chengquan were at the very front of the troops. "Brother Lu, the enemy is arriving and they look terrifyingly strong. It seems like they have over 500,000 troops. How are we supposed to cope with them?" asked Duan Tianlang indifferently while galloping towards Lu Sanlan. "Duan Tianlang, do you think that the Prince of MOU will directly attack us?" said Lu Sanlan while turning his head around and looking at Duan Tianlang. He sounded cold and indifferent. While two armies were facing each other, even if one was in numeral superiority, it was impossible for them to launch a direct attack. A war was about exchanging lives. Even if they won, the result would be tragic. Considering the reputation of MOU, it was impossible for them to launch such an attack. "Brother Lu, you always understand the enemy properly before the beginning of the war. I admire that," said Duan Tianlang while smiling indifferently. "It's just that there is a huge number of possibilities. What about the princess? She is amongst the troops right now. If something happens to her, who will bear the responsibility? I think that you should find a solution to win as soon as possible. The princess came with you, so it's your duty to ensure her security," said Lu Sanlan while smiling coldly. The troops were going to engage in a close combat from morning to evening and Dan Tianlang was asking Lu Sanlan to fight a solution to win as quickly as possible. Not only did he make him bear the responsibility for the battle but was also making him responsible for the security of the princess. That was ridiculous. "Brother, how can you talk that way? This territory is yours, I am a guest. Since it's that way, the princess' safety is in your hands. Obviously, if you don't care about that, you should remember that you took away the princess' personal guard," said Duan Tianlang coldly while looking at Lin Feng. Duan Tianlang, you are facing the enemy army and surprisingly you are still in the mood for boring conversations and refuse to assume your own responsibilities," said Lin Feng while urging on his horse. Under his armor, his facial expression was extremely sharp. He then said, "If anything happens to the princess, I will die, but could it be that you are forgetting about your own responsibilities?" When he finished talking, Lin Feng didn't wait for Duan Tianlang to reply and immediately urged on his horse galloping towards Duan Xinyi. At that moment, Duan Xinyi was also wearing armor but her beautiful eyes were not hidden by her helmet. In order to see, there was a slit for the eyes. Behind Lin Feng was a group of people wearing bright red armor. Their faces were entirely covered except for their eyes which looked extremely sharp and cruel. "What are you doing here?" asked Yu Tianchen who was protecting Duan Xinyi on her other side. When he saw Lin Feng, he looked vigilant and cold. "That's none of your business," replied Lin Feng coldly. He then handed over a helmet to Duan Xinyi and said, "Princess, that helmet will protect your face. It's better for you to wear it." "Alright, thank you," said Duan Xinyi while putting it on her head. In case of sudden attack, that helmet would be much safer for her. "Lin Feng, you are my personal guard, stay here and protect me," said Duan Xinyi with a beautiful smile on her face. In case of danger, her face would be protected. At that moment, she was wearing the helmet so only her beautiful eyes were visible. On the back of her horse, she looked majestic and heroic. Lin Feng was surprised and immediately nodded, "All right." Yu Tianchen stared at Lin Feng in an ice-cold way but Lin Feng ignored him and gazed at the boundless distance. Suddenly, the army of the enemy appeared. Many people were mounted within the enemy army. A cloud of dust filled the air. They were about a kilometer away from the Shuiyu army when they stopped. "We are the blackguards of the MOU country. 36 people, who dares to fight us?" said a loud and deep voice. The blackguards of the MOU country were like the Qixia troops in Shuiyu. They were the elite soldiers. Zhou Qixia looked calm when he saw them and said sounding indifferent he said, "Don't fight." The Qixia troops looked expressionless. They had no particular feeling. Orders were like mountains. They only obeyed orders and were never swayed away by their personal feelings. "Don't fight?" said Duan Tianlang while smiling coldly. He raised his head and said arrogantly, "The Qixia troops are the elite forces of the Shuiyu country and today we are at war. Surprisingly you said we're not fighting. Why are you ruining the troops' mood? What is your purpose?" "Duan Tianlang, if you want to fight, then send your own troops," replied Zhou Qixia coldly while glancing at Duan Tianlang. The black guards were all outstanding. Not a single person was weak. Powerful qi was emerging from their bodies. No wonder that they were elite troops. So that's how the Qixia troops are. What a band of scoundrels. "Even though I am not talented, I will also not move back," shouted Duan Tianlang in an extremely loud voice so that everyone could hear him. In a flash, Duan Tianlang moved all of his troops forward. Every day, he found the Qixia troops more and more disappointing. First, they hadn't opened the city gate for him and at that moment they didn't dare fight. Luzon Lan didn't deserve his nickname, the Divine Arrow. Amongst the people of the Celestial Academy, who is willing to fight? "I can send out 35 elite troops and let you lead the battle," said Duan Tianlang while galloping towards the students of the Celestial Academy. "Of course, if none of you wants to fight, I will send someone from the holy courtyard of Shuiyu." "I want to fight," said someone at that moment amongst the people of the Celestial Academy. A young man came out and energy was emerging from his body. "All right. Students of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu and of the Celestial Academy are all outstanding disciples in the Shuiyu country. 35 elite disciples, come out and go fight along with that young man. Show them how majestic and prestigious our country is," said Duan Tianlang heroically. "How strong are these blackguards?" asked Lin Feng with a subtle question. 36 people, the weakest ones are at the 3rd Ling Qi layer, 10 of them are of the 4th Ling Qi layer, 6 of them at the 5th Ling Qi layer, 2 at the 6th one and 1 at the 7th. Said Ba Dao in a low voice. Lin Feng was astonished. These blackguards were strong. The weakest were at the 3rd Ling Qi layer. They were very strong. Surprisingly, there was even one at the 7th Ling Qi layer who alone could defeat 100 Qixia troops. Zhou Qixia had chosen not to fight, he obviously had a good reason. The MOU country had directly sent such an elite formation of soldiers, this was a tactic of war. At that moment, the 36 people were already leaving. Lin Feng saw the qi that students of the Celestial Academy were releasing and said, "You cannot join the fight, you will all die." "Ha?" said a young man while frowning and looking at Lin Feng. He then immediately replied, Lin Feng, you and me are both military students, I thought that you were hot-blooded like me. I wouldn't have thought that you would be a coward. When he finished talking, that young man immediately galloped towards the black guards. When these black guards saw the Shueyu people arrive, they firmly held their spears. When the Shueyu cultivators arrived in front of them, they released a powerful qi and they all threw their spears which flew through the air at incredible speeds. At that moment, there were horses chaotically running around and neighing. The spears had all reached their destination, the hearts of the 36 Shueyu cultivators. 36 strong and famous Shueyu cultivators had just met a violent death. One spear had been enough. Lin Feng looked expressionless. He had warned them, but they hadn't listened to him. What else could he do? The 36 black guards took back their spears, went back in formation and shouted, the black guards invite the Shueyu Qixie troops come and fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 203, The Celestial Sword Unit. The Shueyu army was silently looking at that row of black guards. They were astonished. These 36 black guards were incredibly strong. These black guards and their spears were proud and despised the Shueyu army. They could kill people with a simple toss of their weapons. When they heard the invitation of the black guards, the Shueyu army remained silent. Glorious deaths, they deserve respect. Not all the students of the Celestial Academy are cowards who don't dare fight, said Duan Tianlang in a low voice. Then, sounding inspiring, he said, amongst the geniuses of the Celestial Academy, who is willing to go and avenge your fellow students? Cowards who don't dare fight? Lin Feng obviously understood whom Duan Tianlang was talking about. Everybody did. As you said, we are bound by a common hatred for the enemy. The holy courtyard of Shueyu and the Celestial Academy are fighting as brothers. I heard that your son, Duan Han, is an outstanding genius. He has also come to the battlefield to acquire practical experience. I would like to invite Duan Han to regain our country's prestige, as our country has just been humiliated, said Lin Feng. Let Duan Han go and accomplish the heroic deed, said a person behind Lin Feng extremely loudly. Let Duan Han go and become a hero, shouted a person in the middle of Qixie troops. These voices were deafening to Duan Han's ears. Duan Han and his father were staring at Lin Feng. How cruel and sly. They had almost forgotten their original evil and malicious intentions. You just said, a moment ago, that dying on the battlefield was a glorious death, worthy of respect. Duan Han is not a coward, he is extremely powerful. He would not be scared and turn down a fight. No matter what the result of the battle is, it doesn't matter, it is glorious and worthy of respect. Therefore, I want to invite Duan Han to fight for his country, said Lin Feng firmly. Let Duan Han go and fight, said another voice extremely loudly. Duan Tianlang was fixedly and coldly staring at Lin Feng. That bastard was putting him in a situation which he could not get himself out of. If I want to fight, I can decide myself, what is the point in putting so much pressure on others? Shouted Duan Han to Lin Feng loudly enough so that everybody could hear him clearly. Shut up. When Duan Han finished talking, Lin Feng shouted even louder, you and your father are really shameless. I put pressure on you to go and fight? You don't even dare fight. Since the beginning, you have only sent students of the Celestial Academy to fight because you want them all to die. Lin Feng was surprisingly verbally attacking Duan Tianlang and his son in the presence of all the troops. Everybody was stupefied, but the students of the Celestial Academy, who were initially not reacting, narrowed their eyes. They became aware of how malicious and sly Duan Tianlang was being. Lin Feng, do you know to whom you are talking? Said Duan Tianlang, sounding extremely evil. He was the chief commander of all the army and Lin Feng surprisingly dared humiliate him. I am not under the authority of the chief commander, said Lin Feng coldly. Duan Tianlang wanted to speak, but suddenly a cold voice spread. Duan Tianlang, I let you enter the city for you to help us fight against the enemy, not for you to cause trouble here and act childishly. It was obviously Lu Songlan. Immediately after, he looked at Lin Feng and said, you contradicted Chief Commander Duan Tianlang and that is an offense. You go fight and atone for your crime with military accomplishments. Roger, General, nodded Lin Feng solemnly and respectfully. Immediately after, he looked in front of him and started galloping at full speed on the back of his dragon colt horse. He was closely followed by more than 30 fighters wearing blood-red armor. A cloud of dust rose around them. When the black guards saw Lin Feng and the others approach, they threw their spears at terrifying speeds which emitted whistling sounds as they pierced through the air. Powerful qi was emerging from their spears. The sounds of the spears piercing through the air spread across the battlefield. "Break!" said Lin Feng at that moment. Immediately after, all the fighters surrounding him took out weapons which diffused a resplendent glow and cut the spears down. PSSHHH, PSHHH. The crowd only saw that these spears which were moving towards Lin Feng and all the others at full speed had just been broken and some had been split midair. What's going on? Everybody was shocked. How was that possible? Even though Lin Feng and his fighters were stronger than the opponents, it wasn't possible for them to be able to break those spears so easily. What sharp weapons! The crowd was looking at the weapons Lin Feng and the fighters were holding in their hands. They were extremely sharp. Go! After Lin Feng said that word, they galloped towards the opponents at full speed, and in the blink of an eye, blood splashed high into the air and the sound of cutting flesh followed by horses neighing filled the air. Ba Dao's blade moved through the air and released tyrannical blade energy. His strength of the 6th Ling Qi layer meant death for all the Black Guards. Lin Feng's long sword was dazzling as he attacked the leader of the Black Guards, who was at the 7th Qi layer. His sword twinkled and immediately pierced through the atmosphere, releasing an insane amount of deadly energy. In the blink of an eye, half of the Black Guards were dead and many of them were injured. Block! The leader of the Black Guards blocked Lin Feng's sword while his face turned deathly pale. Since when were there such strong cultivators recruited into the Qi Xie troops? Invincible! In the middle of the fight, the Black Guards suddenly started turning around and insanely urging their horses to retreat. The whole Shuiyu army was dumbstruck. Kill! Said Lin Feng. Everybody understood clearly. They all readied their weapons as they caught up with the Black Guards and gave them a bloody, violent death. Lin Feng on his dragon colt horse and the others on their Qi Xie armored horses continued chasing the remaining Black Guards who were still trying to escape. At that moment, a strong and robust silhouette jumped from his Qi Xie armored horse, roared loudly and stamped onto the ground. A huge crater appeared in the earth under the Black Guards, making them all collapse into the crater, unable to escape. Break! The leader of the Black Guards grabbed his second spear and thrust it into the wall of the crater. A loud rumble filled the air, the ground was shaking. A hole had appeared in the wall where the spear landed. The chief of the Black Guards wanted to escape through that hole. Stay there! Immediately, vines appeared and wrapped around the Black Guards, constricting their bodies and making them unable to move. Tyrannical blade. In the air appeared an illusionary blade which immediately cut downwards. Many of the Black Guards were struck. In the blink of an eye, only one of the Black Guard remained, their leader at the 7th Ling Qi layer. Since the beginning of the fight, only the time of one deep breath had elapsed. Arg! Shouted the leader of the Black Guards. His spear seemed incredibly powerful. He jumped off his horse and his body flew into the air. Lin Feng looked calm and solemn. He actually gave his own helmet to Duan Xin Yi, so he hadn't been wearing one himself. His handsome face was visible and his long hair was fluttered with the wind. His body slightly urged his horse on. Immediately after, he jumped into the air. At that moment, an incredible amount of battle energy was burning all around his body. In the sky, an illusionary black sword appeared, a deadly yet divine sword. You attacked my comrades, which is a crime. I must kill you, said Lin Feng in a solemn and calm tone. His body was still in the air. He took a deep breath and his deadly black sword fell from the sky. PSSHHH. The black sword illusion fell down from the sky and cut the body of the Black Guard leader down the middle, and his body split into two pieces. He didn't even have the time to let out a horrible shriek, he was just silently cut into two. Boom 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 boom. That attack had been so incredible that everybody's heart was pounding loudly in their chests. An illusionary sword in the air had cut the Black Guard's leader into two. How powerful! Besides, the one who had launched that attack was still a young man. At that moment, that handsome young man jumped back onto his horse and calmly returned to the army. The entire army was looking at him and were frantically trying to get a better look. They wanted to see that young man more clearly. Whoa! The sky was shaking. The Qi Xie troops' hearts were filled with burning enthusiasm. It had been a long time since they had had that feeling. They hadn't thought that such a young man could awake such feelings in their hearts. Zhou Qi Xie smiled indifferently. He calmly looked at Lu Xanlan and said, "General, I see your image in him." Lu Xanlan turned his head and smiled back at Zhou Qi Xie. "I haven't seen you smile in a long time," said Lu Xanlan and then turned around. The Mou army was surprisingly turning around and retreating. They had come for power and prestige but had to move back because of Lin Feng. "I am not as gifted as him," said Lu Xanlan discreetly to Zhou Qi Xie, which made him shiver. Immediately after, he smiled again. Lin Feng's spirit was stronger and he had a higher natural talent as well. Lin Feng calmly returned to Duan Xinye's side as she took off her helmet. Her long and delicate fingers moved her hair aside and looked at Lin Feng with a huge smile on her face. Lin Feng was bewitched, her smile was truly enchanting. Only Duan Tianlang and his son had hideous expressions on their faces, especially Duan Han. Back in the days, he used to think that he was better than Lin Feng. At that moment though, he was weaker than Lin Feng and far from being able to catch up with his level of strength. Lin Feng, said Lu Xanlan in a loud voice. General, replied Lin Feng. You are now a lieutenant. You are now in charge of your own Qixia unit called the Celestial Sword and you are directly under Zhou Qixia. With the military merits of slaughtering the Black Guards and forcing the enemy army to retreat, Lu Xanlan obviously had enough to grant Lin Feng a lieutenant position. Lin Feng had just displayed how great his power was. Nobody was going to have any objections. Lin Feng gratefully accepts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 204, Assassin. Lin Feng galloped towards Zhou Qixia and said with a respectful tone, Officer. Lin Feng, your tent is still in the same place. Now you are a lieutenant, so feel at ease within the Qixia troops. You can do as you wish with the soldiers. If there is any danger, you can handle it as you wish, but I want these two back when you are done. If they leave, I'm losing 2 lieutenants, said Zhou Qixia while pointing at Han Man and Pajun who were behind Lin Feng. Officer, does this mean we can join the Celestial Sword unit? Said Han Man while looking excited. If he could work with Lin Feng, he wouldn't care about his lieutenant status and would follow Lin Feng's orders. No, return to your units now, said Zhou Qixia. Han Man and Pajun smiled wryly and said, Roger, officer. After saying that, they smiled wryly while looking at Lin Feng and immediately went back to their units. Lin Feng, these 2 guys, I still need them. Sooner or later, they will be under your command, said Zhou Qixia with a mysterious tone. Immediately after, he added, you can go now. All right, said Lin Feng while slightly nodding and moved aside. Lin Feng. At that moment, a clear and distinct voice emerged. Lin Feng turned around and saw Duan Xinye waving to him. You guys can wait for me here, said Lin Feng to Ba Dao and the others. Immediately after, he went towards the princess and asked, What's the problem? There must be a problem in order for me to speak with you? You are my personal guard, said Duan Xinye while giving a sweet smile towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't know how to reply. Lin Feng, come with me to my tent. Zhou Chao will make us some tea and we can talk for a while, said Duan Xinye. Lin Feng remained silent. You don't feel like it? Well, forget about it then. You can leave, said Duan Xinye when she saw that Lin Feng remained silent. She looked disappointed, yet tried to smile. Lin Feng turned his horse around. Duan Xinye nibbled on her lip and a bitter feeling invaded her heart. Usually, it was young men who would always chase her, but she always rejected them. She didn't even look at the handsome young men in the city. However, she was interested in Lin Feng, that frivolous and unrestrained young man. She started to have feelings for him. She had finally gathered the courage to invite him and he rejected her like she did with all the noble young men before. You guys can go back to the tent without me, said Lin Feng, which reached Duan Xinye's ears. She then saw him turn around. A sweet and soft smile appeared on her face. Her grief turned into happiness. Initially, Lin Feng didn't refuse her offer, he was just ordering his troops to go back. Princess, said Lin Feng while moving back to Duan Xinye. Let's go. Duan Xinye's hair was floating on the wind while the horse galloped. At that moment, many people were following her. Lin Feng also closely followed alongside her and hadn't noticed that some people were evilly looking at the couple. Hoof groaned to someone near Lu Xanlan. Lu Xanlan was stupefied. He then looked at the angered person and said, Fei, you have to handle things like this properly. Handle what properly? Said Lu Fei while gnashing her teeth. Immediately after, she left. She was secretly cursing at Lin Feng in her heart. What a pervert. General, it seems like Princess Duan Xinye is interested in Lin Feng. She'll become Fei's rival in the future, said Zhou Qixia in a low voice. These older men were slightly angry at the princess. They noticed that Duan Xinye didn't look at Lin Feng the same way she looked at other people. Duan Xinye always smiled at people in a friendly manner, but when she smiled to Lin Feng, it was more than that, it was soft, sweet and tender. The first awakening of love, tender feelings like water, girls couldn't hide such feelings. Everybody could see them in their facial expression, just like Lu Fei. Lu Lan smiled wryly and shook his head. He then quietly looked at the silhouette leaving. The silhouette was wearing armor, but he didn't forget that underneath they were still holy and pure. As before, he was amazed. Duan Xinye's tent was tastefully furnished. It wasn't luxurious, but it was clean and tidy, which made it easy to set one's mind at ease and feel relaxed. At that moment, Lin Feng and Duan Xinye were sitting on the floor by a hardwood table. "Princess, Master Lin, tea is ready." Xiao Chao arrived in front Duan Xinye and Lin Feng and served them some tea. Lin Feng hastily took his cup of tea while smiling and said, "Girl, there is no need to stick with such formalities." Lin Feng wasn't used to being served by someone else. "Master Lin, you are the princess guest, this is my duty," said the servant while smiling. She had 2 dimples appear on her cheeks when she smiled. She was extremely cute. She was very young, about 15 years old. Lin Feng was only smiling, but didn't say anything. Actually, Xiao Chao was also a slave. She was already very lucky to be able to work for the princess. Besides, Duan Xinye seemed to treat her well. Xiao Chao respected Duan Xinye but didn't fear her. Duan Xinye was the farthest thing from a cruel person. "Princess, the battlefield is such a dangerous place, why did you need to come here?" asked Lin Feng, who didn't understand why Duan Xinye was there. What was the point of having the princess on the battlefield? "I've spent too much time in the imperial palace. I was breathing the same stuffy air every single day, so thought that I had to see something else and decided to come and see the brave and courageous soldiers on the battlefield," said Duan Xinye in a soft voice while smiling. Many people were dreaming of living in the imperial palace, but those who really lived in it had the feeling that it was like a prison and needed to see the outside world. "Lin Feng, do you like the zither?" suddenly asked Duan Xinye. Lin Feng slightly nodded and said, "I do. I will play the zither for you." When Duan Xinye saw that Lin Feng nodded, she smiled and looked excited. At that moment, Xiao Chao went and picked up an ancient zither. She cleaned the table and put the zither on the spotless table. It was a very cozy feeling. Duan Xinye was smiling. She put both of her hands on the zither and started playing slowly. Lin Feng was looked at Duan Xinye. She was beautiful, graceful, and elegant. Once in a while, she would raise her head and smile. That smile was enchanting. Regardless of social status, her beauty and elegance sufficed to make any normal man go crazy. No wonder every single noble young man hoped to marry the princess. Such a beautiful woman, who on top of that had the status of princess and possessed a powerful blood spirit, she could tempt most men. Duan Xinye started playing a melody which made Lin Feng imagine a calm stream running through a bamboo forest. Zither connoisseurs could easily tell what kind of personality and temperament a person had when they listened to them playing the zither. She was as cool as a mountain stream, like an orchid in the middle of a peaceful mountain. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes and calmly listened to the wonderful music. He was feeling happy. Being with Duan Xinye, he didn't feel like he needed to be cautious, he could relax. He felt joyful in his heart. Duan Xinye, once in a while, was raising her head to look at Lin Feng. When she saw that Lin Feng was closing his eyes and seemed to be completely relaxed, the smile on her face was becoming sweeter and sweeter. Inside the tent, the atmosphere was calm and peaceful. Only the sound of the zither filled the air. But at that moment, Lin Feng, who was firmly closing his eyes while listening to the music, suddenly had a strange sensation. He suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were completely black and expressionless. The world around him had become slow and he was now within his world of darkness. Without the slightest hesitation, he grabbed a dagger and slashed through the air. Gotcha! His dagger ended up cutting an arrow down mid-air, which passed near Lin Feng's cheek. A strong wind was blowing against the tent and raised its heavy curtains. Immediately after, a silhouette flickered through the air like an illusion. Lin Feng could feel the danger incoming. Lin Feng raised his dagger again as he could feel a sword moving towards him. Lin Feng moved his dagger towards the illusionary figure, but it had no effect. PSSSHH. Lin Feng's dagger arrived at the enemy's chest, but what shocked him was the opponent used his right hand to block Lin Feng's and used his left hand to throw an extremely sharp arrow towards the princess behind Lin Feng. The entire situation happened at the speed of lightning. Even though the opponent didn't care about his own life, they were determined to kill the princess before they died. An assassin. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. The opponent's arrow which he had thrown was much too quick. It had almost reached its destination and Lin Feng was unable to stop it. And if he didn't block it, Princess Duan Xinyi would definitely die. That assassin was at the 5th Ling Qi layer. That sword was extremely brutal and the assassin was determined to exchange their life for the princess' life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 205, The Prologue of Battle. 8 Strikes of Desolation. Without hesitating, Lin Feng launched his 8 Strikes of Desolation, but it only caused the arrow to deviate slightly. As if Lin Feng had anticipated this, he raised his hand at the speed of lightning and launched his chi forward to block the arrow. PSH, Lin Feng's chi only barely struck against the arrow to slow it, but the arrow still pierced through it. Xinyi, dodge! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Lin Feng's sword was still in the opponent's chest. Lin Feng released an incredible amount of sword energy inside the assassin's body. The assassin met a terrifyingly brutal death. PSHHH. Lin Feng turned around and his face turned deathly pale. He only barely saw the arrow penetrate into flesh. But it wasn't the princess at all, it was Zhou Chao. A moment before, Zhou Chao had thrown herself in front of Duan Xinyi in order to protect her. Zhou Chao! Shouted Duan Xinyi with a sorrowful scream. After that, a hole appeared in the roof of the tent and vines descended from the sky, grabbed Duan Xinyi's body and lifted her into the air. She is staying here! Shouted Lin Feng. He jumped up in the air and slashed out with the chi from his long sword. At the same time, another silhouette fell from the sky. A long blade struck against the sword chi of Lin Feng and destroyed it. Duan Xinyi's silhouette, in the blink of eye, disappeared from the tent and was taken away by the vines. Lin Feng was astonished. His face was deathly pale. What a skillful attack! Besides, even the weakest person was at the 5th Ling Qi layer. Lin Feng alone couldn't block all of them. An endless chi suddenly emerged from Lin Feng's sword and it was followed by a horrible shriek. The energy from the opponent's sword was completely dispersed. Lin Feng was furious and launched a lethal, unavoidable attack at the opponent. Boom! The sword chi caused the tent to explode into small pieces. Lin Feng looked around at his surroundings. He looked furious. When Lin Feng saw the opponents attempting to escape, he immediately jumped up into the air in pursuit, but at that moment a fist struck his face, sending him backwards. Get out of my way! Shouted Lin Feng extremely loudly when he saw the armored person blocking his way. Lin Feng had been pushed back to the tent by that powerful strike to his face. How is Her Majesty, the princess? Asked the person while looking at the tent. When that person saw that Lin Feng wasn't replying, they continued, What have you done to the princess? Lin Feng had the sensation that the assassins were already close to escaping. He had no time for useless conversations. He moved forwards and brandished his sword. Humph, the armored person smiled coldly and shouted, Arrows ready! When they finished talking, a group of silhouettes suddenly came into vision and raised their bows. They were all aiming at Lin Feng. At that moment, a sharp force rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's facial expression changed, he knew that he was trapped. He quickly retreated and asked the armored person, Was it you? That person ignored Lin Feng's question and shouted in an extremely cold voice, What have you done to the princess? When he finished talking, he took a step towards the half-destroyed tent. He then saw that there was only a female's corpse, however it was not the princess, instead it was Cao Qiu. Obviously, the princess wasn't there anymore. Hand over the princess! Shouted the armored person. His facial expression was extremely sharp. He slightly raised his hand and at that moment, the myriad of silhouettes pulled back the string of their bows ready to fire towards Lin Feng at any moment. Lin Feng suddenly smiled and laughed insolently. His 2 dark and expressionless eyes were staring at that person and he said in an ice-cold tone, Not only do you plan to assassinate the princess but you also want to make up false charges against me, in order to kill me? I don't understand what you're saying. Said the person while staring at Lin Feng in a cold and indifferent way. He then said, How dare you mention the princess' life and your own life in the same sentence? You're thinking too highly of yourself. Even though your status of lieutenant was granted to you by Lu Songlan, today, you killed the princess' servant and helped kidnap the princess. If you don't provide explanations, you will die here. Lin Feng was smiling coldly. How could he explain things clearly? At the moment when the princess was being kidnapped, they were all waiting close to the tent. How could they have not seen the kidnappers escaping? Besides, at the moment when Lin Feng was chasing the kidnappers, they had intercepted Lin Feng and stopped his pursuit. Of course, they had prepared this because they wanted to take Lin Feng's life. The fact that Lin Feng had killed the princess' servant and kidnapped the princess spread very quickly amongst the troops. An incredible amount of people were heading towards the princess-wrecked tent. In the blink of an eye, the situation became chaotic. Duan Tianlang had also come once he heard the news. Lin Feng, the princess was kind to you, you are her personal guard and surprisingly you dare commit such a crime. Now, tell us where the princess is. Shouted Duan Tianlang while staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't provide an explanation. Even if Lin Feng provided an explanation, nobody was going to believe him. Duan Tianlang and the others had already declared him as an offender. As far as they were concerned, Lin Feng was the one who had killed Shou Chao and kidnapped the princess. At that moment, Lin Feng wasn't sure if Duan Tianlang was responsible or it was another person within the military. Duan Tianlang, are you not the person at the origin of this? Said Lin Feng coldly. If it was really Duan Tianlang, that was really too shameless. The first arrow was actually aimed at Princess Duan Xinyi. If Lin Feng hadn't done his best to intercept it, Duan Xinyi would have died. You will never stop until you're dead. Shouted Duan Tianlang in an ice-cold tone. He then immediately continued, I will give you some time to think, if you don't tell where the princess is, I will kill you as punishment. When he finished talking, he lit an oil lamp and then a deadly energy emerged from his body as he moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked cold and indifferent. A murderous light flashed in his eyes. If Duan Tianlang was really at the origin of this was a good opportunity. Why wasn't he killing him on the spot though and provided him with time to think about giving him an answer? This short time was enough for the news to spread to Lu Sanlan and for him to quickly rush to the location. Lin Feng didn't understand Duan Tianlang's intentions. Lin Feng, however, could not determine whether the princess was still alive or not. He wanted to go and look for Duan Xinyi instead of wasting time here. After all, she had been kidnapped and he was responsible for protecting her. However, considering the number of arrows aiming at him and the incredibly strong soldiers surrounding him, rushing to save her would have been idiotic. His life was currently in danger. He slowly turned around and saw that the oil lamp would soon burn out. The ground started to shake. An incredible number of horses rushed towards the campsite. The tent was completely surrounded by soldiers in an instant. Duan Tianlang, do you think that you can act as you please here? At that moment, a voice spread through the atmosphere. Lu Sanlan appeared in the air with his bow on his back. Behind him, the officer of the Qixia troops, Zhou Qixia, was closely following. He immediately moved next to Lin Feng and ignored everybody else. Lu Sanlan, Lin Feng plotted against the princess and did not protect her. She is nowhere to be found. Why do you choose to side with him? What evil intentions are you harboring? Said Duan Tianlang. I don't care who kidnapped the princess, but since such a short time has passed, looking for the princess within the campsite would be the best solution rather than wasting time here. She would not have been able to leave the camp. However, you have brought all of your soldiers here and created a chaotic environment and spread rumors. How does that affect the morale for our army? You wouldn't be doing this on purpose to cause harm to Lin Feng? Lu Sanlan's words surprised Lin Feng. As expected, Lu Sanlan was very experienced and proved he clearly understood the most important aspects of the situation. Duan Tianlang was an aristocrat and the chief commander. How could he not understand what was most important in this situation? In such a situation, the most important thing was to immediately search for the missing princess, and it was not use his army to trap Lin Feng in an attempt to punish him. The fact that he had given Lin Feng some time seemed to have something to do with Lu Sanlan. I obviously understand that, but I have given him the time it takes for an oil lamp to burn, yet Lin Feng still cannot tell us where the princess is. Lu Sanlan, you are a general, punishing Lin Feng is your duty, but instead, you are siding with a criminal. If you don't move out of the way, then do not blame me for not showing mercy. Said Duan Tianlang in a calm and respectful tone, as if he held friendly feelings towards Lu Sanlan and did not want to fight. A smile appeared on Lu Sanlan's face as he said, inviting you to come here to fight our common enemy was a huge mistake. Duan Tianlang, you are a traitor. Qixia armored cavalry, are you there? Shouted Lu Sanlan furiously. We are. The atmosphere suddenly filled with the shouts of Qixia armored cavalry. The Qixia horses neighed and the atmosphere was filled with a deadly qi. Duan Tianlang's troops were chaotic and their morale was unstable. Lu Sanlan collaborates with Lin Feng, a criminal who has kidnapped the princess. He is clearly a traitor. They both deserve the death sentence by law, kill them. Duan Tianlang then shouted coldly, release your arrows. When Duan Tianlang finished talking, an endless sea of arrows spread through the air towards Lu Sanlan and Lin Feng. Duan Tianlang had actually given his army the order to kill them. Kill them all. Shouted Zhou Qixia, who started galloping towards the army while shooting powerful arrows from his bow. Immediately, soldiers started giving horrible shrieks of pain. They all came from the soldiers who were surrounded by the Qixia armored cavalry. The Qixia armored cavalry were mercilessly slaughtering those soldiers. Duan Tianlang had attempted to kill General Lu Sonlan. The Qixia armored cavalry troops were furious. The Qixia troops had already killed a large number of Duan Tianlang's troops. Duan Tianlang was furious. In the blink of an eye, a civil war had begun. Everybody was filled with cold killing intent. What was going on? How could such a situation come about? It was because of Lin Feng. Nobody could control the situation any longer. Soldiers from the same army were fighting against each other and dying. It was as if everything had already been planned since the moment when Lin Feng entered the princess' tent, as if they were doomed from that moment. In the distance, a bugle call could be heard, but most of the Shuiyu troop could barely hear it. At that moment, Lu Sonlan and Lin Feng's faces turned deathly pale. The scariest thing about that bugle call was that it came from the Mou country army, which was moving towards them to launch an attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 206, The Calamity. Duan Tianlang, order your troops to stand down, shouted Lu Sonlan while stretching his hand and breaking an arrow in front of him. He was furious. If the Mou country army had launched an attack, they were not prepared to fight. It would even lead to a crushing defeat. At that moment, he could just hope that the troops would stop fighting against each other and the army could focus on Mou country. Stand down? Lu Sonlan, you are a traitor and attempted to collaborate with someone who assassinated the princess. Even if I am not strong enough, I will fight you to the death, said Duan Tianlang in an ice-cold tone. Lu Sonlan had a cold sweat dripping down his back. Duan Tianlang was completely shameless. He was ready to let tens of thousands die. Lu Sonlan jumped up in the air. He shouted furiously, all the troops of the Shuiyu country, stop fighting each other and fight against the real enemy, otherwise we will all be buried here. Whoosh! At that moment, a whistling sound spread through the air. An arrow was hurtling towards Lu Sonlan at full speed. Duan Tianlang, you traitor! Shouted Lu Sonlan furiously. He raised his hand and disintegrated the arrow into powder. His body was descending while taking Lin Feng with him at the same time, and he shouted, all the troops of Shuiyu, listen to my orders. Retreat to the Duanren border. Lu Sonlan was well aware of the situation. The troops were already in total disorder. They would never be able to resist an enemy attacking them. Qixia troops, listen to the orders. Retreat to the Duanren border. Shouted Jiao Qixia furiously. The horses started galloping in a mad retreat. They didn't continue fighting and immediately retreated to the Duanren border. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Horrifying whistling sounds filled the air. Lu Sonlan raised his head and looked at the sky. His face turned deathly pale as the blood drained from his face. In the sky, there was a cloud of arrows ready to rain destruction. There were so many arrows that the sky could no longer be seen. The area was completely covered with arrows. In a flash, Lu Sonlan noticed that the entire area had turned dark and the cloud of arrows was falling towards them. Loud mournful cries and horrible shrieks filled the atmosphere. That moment seemed like the doomsday for the Shuiyu country. Lin Feng grabbed his sword and raised it in the air. It was dazzling to the eyes and resplendent. When the arrows came into contact with the sword, they were pulverized into dust. The arrows continued falling from the sky for a full 10 breaths of time. The sky was visible again, but at that moment, the tents of the Shuiyu campsite were completely destroyed and countless corpses were lying down on the ground. Retreat! Retreat! The soldiers were going insane. Many people were shouting to retreat. If they retreated to Duanren border, there would still be some hope. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sky turned black again. Arrows filled the sky and started to descend upon them again. As before, horrible shrieks endlessly spread throughout the camp. At that moment, horses were galloping at full speed, which made the ground shake. It seemed like death was galloping towards the troops of Shuiyu. The armored horses of Mou, after 2 arrow volleys, were already galloping towards them to launch an attack. Lin Feng looked at the ground and saw the blood of his dragon-cold horse. Lin Feng grabbed his sword and didn't move backwards, instead he moved towards the armored horses of Mou. Die! When the soldiers on their armored horses saw that Lin Feng wasn't retreating, they rushed towards him with killing intent while raising their spears. Lin Feng's sword was quiet, dazzling and ice-cold. The cold and resplendent flow emitted by the sword seemed like it could cover the entire country. The cavalry which were charging towards him were suddenly cut into 2 pieces. The upper half was flying through the air and the lower half remained on horseback. Deadly sword. Lin Feng's expression was ice-cold. Then, his expressionless and dark eyes could be seen. Lin Feng continued to kill the enemies which rushed towards him. The cavalry was being massacred. Lin Feng continued moving forwards, attacking large groups of enemies with his sword. One sword swing and a dozen enemies would die. But at that moment, Lin Feng was already completely surrounded by the enemy troops. They weren't moving towards him at full speed anymore in small groups. They all raised their spears towards him. Immediately after, they all charged towards Lin Feng. If they all attacked him, Lin Feng would certainly die. The terrifying force emanating from Lin Feng's deadly sword was enveloping the enemies, causing them all to feel an immense fear. They all had a cold sweat running down their backs. Lonely sword. Lin Feng's body spun at full speed as he attacked enemies in every direction. Every person touched by his sword would meet an incredibly violent death. A single attack was enough to kill dozens of soldiers where they stood. While meeting his enemies face to face, a brave and courageous cultivator would always win. Lin Feng jumped into the air and landed on a horse. He released a cold, sharp energy into the atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, the horse quickly became docile. Lin Feng cut off its reins and galloped forward at full speed. His sword was emitting a radiant glow. A single strike would mean death. Lin Feng was a single-mounted soldier cutting his way through the enemy army like an invincible war god. Duanren border was only about 5 kilometers away from where the soldiers were stationed. Even though it was a very short distance, the landscape had turned into a bloody hell. There were countless corpses which now decorated the landscape. There were 3,000 archers situated above the Duanren border. They were all the most elite archers. Each time they saw the MOU troops approach, they filled the sky with their arrows. The passage leading to the Duanren border was narrow and could only accommodate a few people. Even if they tried to hide from the arrows, they would not have anywhere to hide. This is why the MOU troops didn't dare enter. They did not know how to avoid the arrows raining down on them. Another reason why the MOU troops would not enter the narrow passage is that there was a man blocking the passageway. If that man guards the pass, 10,000 soldiers cannot get through. That man was Lu Lan, the divine arrow. The Shuiyu troops could only stay behind him or climb on up the cliffs of the Duanren border, waiting for the enemy. If the MOU troops arrived, Lu Lan would inevitably kill them. Lu Lan's arrows never missed its target and his arrows were always deadly. While looking at the Shuiyu troops being massacred on the horizon, Lu Lan had the feeling that his heart was being stabbed. Lin Feng arrived in front of Lu Lan on his new horse. He immediately got down and stood to Lu Lan's side. He was calmly looking at the countless deaths on the horizon. These troops were all dying because of Duan Tianlang's grudge against Lin Feng. Duan Tianlang. Lin Feng felt an uncontrollable killing intent towards Duan Tianlang. A few 100,000 lives would be lost. What did that mean to Duan Tianlang? Nothing. Why did Duan Tianlang act in such a way? Because he had caused such a large distraction within the encampment and refused to stop the fight. He had given the MOU country an opportunity to attack. Besides, it seemed like MOU knew about chaos and came to seize that opportunity. Enemies were coming in larger amounts, but each time they were killed by Lu Lan at the entrance of Duanren border. From the top of the hills, it was easy to kill the approaching enemies while remaining safe. In the distance, it seemed like the MOU troops had already slaughtered the surplus of Shuiyu troops. Qi Xia horses were galloping towards the Duanren border. However, as the Qi Xia armored horses neared the Duanren border, they all stopped. The Duanren border was the last stop before the Shuiyu country. It was the last checkpoint where the Shuiyu country could protect themselves. The MOU country knew this perfectly well. While standing on the hills of Duanren border, they could easily kill the approaching enemies. From the top, not only could they easily kill people, but they would also be able to let the Qi Xia troops safely pass. When using a bow from a high vantage point, a single person could kill 10 people. Killing 100 enemies was even normal. The MOU troops were not going to foolishly rush towards the Duanren border. There were too many people that had climbed to the top of the cliffs. If they wanted to go through, the MOU troops would have to sacrifice troops by the 10,000s, which would be a great loss. Lu Lan looked at the huge MOU army while shaking in anger. They were suffering a crushing defeat. That battle was all about slaughtering the Shuiyu army. The Shuiyu army couldn't compete with the MOU army any longer. A moment before, when he had returned to Duanren border, there were only 100,000 soldiers left, and amongst them, many were injured. Almost all their troops had been killed during that battle. During the inner chaos, the MOU troops had moved rapidly, leaving them no chance to resist. All they could do was run away. How could they resist to an army composed of 500,000 attacking when they were unprepared? An incredible amount of people had already been killed. At that moment, in front of the troops that had stopped, a silhouette slowly appeared. It was a young man. His face looked pale, but his two eyes looked sharp and cruel, making people want to prostrate themselves before him. This person was the enemy prince. "General Divine Arrow," said the young man. His voice was low, but it pierced through Lu Lan and the others. "Moga," said Lu Lan in an ice-cold tone while looking at that young man. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 207, No Choice But Death. General Divine Arrow, you have been protecting the Duanren border for many years. That is a great military accomplishment, and you are a legendary figure. Nobody has ever been able to pass through the Duanren border. I, Moga, have always admired you for that. I am very happy to meet you today, said Moga while calmly sitting on his horse and looking towards Lu Lan, slightly bowing in respect. He respected the general of Shuiyu. The general of a massacred army has no need for military accomplishments. Lu Lan sounded saddened. They had already lost hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and it was his fault. His heart was still bleeding over his mistake. What happened is not your fault. If you decided to come over to my MOU country, I, Moga, would welcome you and even grant you with the status of a commander, said Moga in an extremely polite tone. Even though he had a high status, he was indeed a prince. There wasn't the slightest bit of arrogance in his voice. He even bowed in front of Lu Lan. Wasn't this a major event? A victory is a victory, a defeat is a defeat. What is the point in speaking about it? Said Lu Lan while shaking his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I refuse. I will show you somebody and you will understand, said Moga while waving his hand. Someone next to him moved and then a few silhouettes appeared. Amongst them was a beautiful young woman who was trapped by a vine. She was brought to the front of others. Princess. Feng and Lu Lan were completely astonished, especially Feng. A thought flashed through Feng's mind. Was she a hostage? How could this happen? How could the princess be in Moga's hands? Could it be that the assassin who captured the princess wasn't Duan Tianlang but people under Moga's control? But why had he been ambushed by soldiers of Duan Tianlang, who wanted to kill him? Feng had no idea what was happening. At that moment, Moga looked at Feng, smiled and said, "Your name is Feng, right?" Feng was stupefied when he heard Moga. Moga slowly started speaking. In a towering rage, I rest under the whistling sound of rain. Gazing into the distance, looking up to the heavens, I utter a long and loud cry. My chest feels painful. 30 soldiers now with the dust and earth, the moon and the clouds stretching as far as can see. The young man's hair turns white, he is filled with sorrow. The humiliation of Duanren. When the officials hate, they destroy. On the back of the armored horses, going to the mountains armed with flowers. With magnificent ideals in my mind yet starvation filling my stomach, I eat their flesh. To settle my thirst, I drink their blood. Clearing from the beginning until the end, the mountains and lakes, moving towards the heavens. Moga's voice was solemn and respectful. His voice was filled with ardor and lofty sentiments. Lu Lan and Feng were stupefied. Those who can sing with such spirit. Feng, if you are willing to come and join MOU, I will welcome you as well. If you wish, we could even become sworn brothers. Welcome him and become sworn brothers. The Prince of MOU, Moga, surprisingly attached great importance to Feng. If you accept my offer, I will, of course, not harm the princess. She will even become your wife. Continued Moga while smiling. From Feng's expression, Moga had understood that Feng cared about the princess's safety. Lu Lan looked at Feng. He remembered that was the song which Feng had sung. Surprisingly, Moga knew about it as well. Even though they both remained brave, they were doomed. The MOU troops were soon going to enter Duanren border and kill them all. Are you the one who sent the assassins to kidnap the princess? Asked Feng. You don't need to doubt anything. I will show you, and you will understand, said Moga while clapping his hands. Someone moved to his side on horseback, raised his head and took off his helmet. When the face appeared, Feng's expression turned ice cold. It's you, said Feng, whose eyes revealed clear killing intent. It was the high-ranking soldier who had blocked Feng's path. He was the one who plotted against the princess. You understand now. I knew everything about your army, and even knew about the tensions which existed between you and Duan Tianlang," said Mo Jie indifferently. He sounded very calm. Lin Feng looked at Mo Jie with a cold look and then slowly said, "You were able to create chaos amongst our army using such a tactic. It is indeed a very good method. You are clearly a fierce and ambitious person." Lin Feng wasn't using a polite tone. Even though there was tension within their army, managing to create such chaos, that was a flawless attack. The game of war was a deadly one. It was filled with people who would be stepped on like insects. Falling into someone's trap could be fatal. One careless move and the whole game is lost. They had been careless once and gave Mo Jie a great opportunity. That had led to the downfall of their army. "If you and the general come to my country, you will both be heroes," continued Mo Jie. He really wanted them to join him. Lin Feng and Lu Sanlan were however both shaking their heads. "I, Mo Jie, will welcome both of you at any time." Mo Jie then turned his head around and said indifferently, "Set up an encampment 2 kilometers from here." When he finished talking, his army began to move. For them, orders must be followed. Mo Jie was like their god. "Shuiyu army, listen to my words. I want you to withdraw from the Duanren border. In 3 days, if you haven't followed my instructions, I will behead the princess," said Mo Jie in a loud voice. The whole army was shaking after hearing this. Surprisingly, he wanted them to leave the Duanren border or he would kill the princess. "During these 3 days, I will not harm your precious princess. You have 3 days to think carefully," said Mo Jie. Immediately after, the ground shook and only a cloud of dust remained as they left. Only the Shuiyu army was left and they were all in speechless despair. There was no possibility of discussing terms with Mo Jie. Mo Jie had given his terms and there was no margin for error. He left as soon as he finished speaking. While looking at Duan Xinyi leaving, Lin Feng's heart was laden with grief. Suddenly, he started feeling extremely guilty for what happened. If he was stronger, the princess wouldn't have been kidnapped. Duan Tianlang would also have had no reason to accuse him and trigger a civil war amongst their 2 armies. The blood of hundreds of thousands of soldiers would not have been spilled. Of course, Lin Feng knew that he could not change the past. He was already endlessly furious. He couldn't change anything that happened. "Let's go back to Duanren City," said Lu Sanlan while turning around and leaving. While looking at Lu Sanlan's silhouette, Lin Feng was shaking in anger. He knew that Lu Sanlan was suffering more than anyone else. All the soldiers who died were like his brothers. At that moment, a few silhouettes rushed towards Lu Sanlan and stopped in front of him. "Lu Sanlan, you triggered a war amongst the Shuiyu armies which led to the deaths of so many soldiers. Even the princess was kidnapped. What should your punishment be?" shouted Duan Tianlang, who rushed towards Lu Sanlan. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. That guy was no better than a beast. His subordinate had been acting as an insider to capture the princess. It was Duan Tianlang who didn't want to give up the fight and wanted to harm Lin Feng no matter what. It was because of him that the situation became so chaotic and he refused to give up even as the MOU troops were launching an assault. At that moment, he was still blaming Lu Sanlan. What a despicable and shameless person. "Lu Sanlan, you killed hundreds of thousands of troops. That's a crime that can only be settled with your death," said Duan Tianlang. Lin Feng's face became ice cold. Lu Sanlan had been too lenient and was being treated unfairly. With their temperaments, life and death were really at stake. "Duan Tianlang, I really admire you for still having the audacity to talk in such a way here." Lin Feng couldn't help but speak. He then said coldly, "A real traitor to your country, using your power and authority allow the princess to get kidnapped while you avenge personal grudges. Your desire to kill me didn't only cause the princess to get captured, but you refused to stand down when the enemy bugles could be heard and continued to cause chaos within the army. When the MOU troops arrived, you were still thinking about your own selfish interests, which led to the loss of a huge number of troops. You came from the imperial city with your troops and your son, but when the enemy arrived, you were fastest people to escape with your tails between your legs. Amongst the soldiers who died, many of them were under your control, and surprisingly you still have the audacity to point your finger at Lu Sanlan. If I were you, I would have died of shame a long time ago. I really admire you, as the chief commander. Being able to do all of this without being ashamed is truly admirable." Lin Feng's words were extremely cold. The army soldiers were surprised and looked towards Duan Tianlang. He had a hideous expression on his face. "Lin Feng, don't forget that you're the princess' personal guard. The princess disappeared, you will not be able to escape your punishment." Duan Tianlang, don't forget that you are the chief commander and the princess was kidnapped within your encampment and by your subordinate. I will not be able to escape my punishment? What do you even mean by that? Lin Feng replied aggressively. We will see who will die and who will live, replied Duan Tianlang with an evil smile on his face. He then turned around and abruptly left. You should kill me as long as you have the opportunity, because if you let me live, that cowardly mutt that you call a son will die by my hands and then you will be next, said Lin Feng while looking at Duan Tianlang's silhouette leaving. Lin Feng's voice was like that of an evil demon. Lin Feng's words came from the hatred within the bottom of his heart. If, in the future, he was allowed to grow strong, he would definitely kill Duan Tianlang and his son, without hesitation. Duan Tianlang heard Lin Feng. He stopped for a second and then immediately continued walking. Lin Feng really planned to kill Duan Tianlang and his son. If they didn't die, he wouldn't be able to live in peace. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 208, Night Within the City. On the top of the tower above the city gate was Lu Sanlan, and behind him were 4 officers, Lin Feng and Lu Fei. Lu Sanlan had been standing there for a few hours already. He remained motionless while the others remained silent. They all understood the pain Lu Sanlan was feeling in his heart. Over 100,000 people, their lives, their families, their future had vanished in an instant. This was the truth of war. It was the sad truth. Nobody could predict what was going to happen. Such dramatic events hadn't taken place in over 10 years. Besides, Lu Sanlan had never lost any of his battles in the past, but at that moment, he had lost and his army was massacred. Pshhhhh, Lu Sanlan took a deep breath. He then slowly turned around. At that moment, everybody inside the city was already packing and ready to leave Duanren City. The Mou country was putting pressure on them by using the princess life. They wouldn't be able to defend the Duanren border. If they lost the Duanren border, Duanren City would become a very dangerous place. A 500,000 strong army would easily be able to conquer Duanren City. They were not a simple military force, a large number had broken through to the Lingqi layer. In one jump, they could scale the gate of Duanren City. From there they could rain down arrows and annihilate everything inside. Even though Duanren City is vast, it could only be considered a small town. It has a population of 550,000 civilians. The civilians must leave the city, even though for many of them it is their place of birth. As a general, I cannot get them involved, said Lu Sanlan while sighing. As in any war, the outcome is never certain, you can win or you can lose. The only thing in your control is how you deal with the situation, General, said Lin Feng while shaking his head. What do you expect me to do? I don't understand, asked Lu Sanlan, who didn't understand. Lin Feng turned around, looked at Lu San. He then said in a calm and solemn tone, I need wood. Wood? Lu Sanlan stared blankly at Lin Feng. He was dumbfounded. Lin Feng spoke again, Uncle Lu, I hope that you can satisfy my request this time. After remaining silent for a moment, Lu San nodded in a serious way and said, all right. Officers, I hope you can help me as well, said Lin Feng while looking at Zhou Qixie and the others. They all slightly nodded, even though they didn't know what Lin Feng actually really meant to do. At that moment, in the city, horses were neighing and many people were getting ready to leave. Amongst these people, many of them were from the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu and the Celestial Academy. They all looked deathly pale. They had hoped to gain military exploits, but it was impossible for them. That place was too dangerous. They had to go back to the Imperial City, where it was safe. This battle had nothing to do with them. Even the young men who had come with Duan Tianlang were leaving as well. Lu Sanlan, shouted Duan Tianlang extremely loudly. Lu Sanlan, you caused our own army fight against each other and the princess was captured because of it. You then caused hundreds of thousands of people to lose their homes. I will report all of this to His Majesty and he will decide himself on how to punish you for your crimes, shouted Duan Tianlang as he moved into the distance. He made it sound like Lu Sanlan was guilty for everything and never took any of the responsibility. Lin Feng's heart grew extremely cold. The princess had been kidnapped at Duan Tianlang's encampment, but he was making out that it had nothing to do with him. Besides, he was running back to the Imperial City. The princess' life suddenly meant nothing to him any longer. Lin Feng also understood that Duan Tianlang wanted to go to the Imperial City to remove all responsibility from himself and shift the blame onto Lu Sanlan. Lu Sanlan didn't pay attention to Duan Tianlang. He was worthless. What Lu Sanlan was regretting the most was that he let Duan Tianlang join them in the first place. He should have known better than to think Duan Tianlang would be of any actual use on the battlefield. With the smile of victory on his face, Duan Tianlang, the chief commander, was escaping from Duanren City with his army. Lu Sanlan would inevitably stay there and fight Mou, resulting in his death. This battle would be even worse for them. No one would be able to escape uninjured. When the right moment came, Duan Tianlang would report Lu Sanlan's crimes to His Majesty. The third day, the deadline was slowly arriving. Rumbling noises filled the atmosphere. Mou soldiers on their horses were arriving outside of Duanren border. Their army stretched across the landscape as far as the eye could see. But at that moment, on the hills of Duanren border, there was nobody at all. Mou Jia moved towards the front line on his horse. He looked at the empty mountains and looked like he was lost in thought. Could it be that the troops of Shuiyu had really withdrawn and were offering the Duanren border to the Mou country? "Bring the princess to the front," said Mou Jia indifferently. Duan Xin was on a horseback and was wearing armor. Besides, she wasn't chained or restrained in any way. Just like Mou Jia said, they hadn't harmed the princess at all. "First row of black guards, go secure the cliffs of the Duanren border and do a thorough inspection," said Mou Jia. In a flash, a row of black guards galloped towards the top of Duanren border. If Mou Jia gave them an order, they obeyed it even if it cost them their life. This group of black guards were extremely skillful. If there was nobody to guard Duanren border, it was easy for them to reach the top. At the top, they could check if there was an ambush lying in wait for them. 1 hour later, the entire row of black guards came back. Nobody was missing. "Your Highness, there is nobody to be seen from the top of the Duanren border." "There is nobody in Duanren City either, not even soldiers," said one of them. Mou Jia was surprised. Not only was there nobody in the Duanren border, but there was nobody in Duanren City either? "Clear the way first," said Mou Jia while sounding cold and detached. Maybe that Duanren City was already completely abandoned. If there wasn't the Duanren border, he would have already engaged in battle and definitely would have won. The soldiers were walking forwards and then disappeared beyond the Duanren border. Mou Jia and his troops were prudently moving forwards. If he fought against Lu Sanlan, he would definitely win, but it wouldn't be that easy. During a war, a strategy had to be flawless. If it wasn't, one could suffer a crushing defeat. As Mou Jia thought, Duanren City was absolutely empty. It was a calm, silent, and unpopulated city. Mou Jia was standing at the top of the protection tower within Duanren City and looked expressionless. He had been coming to Duanren border for many years and always wanted to pass through, but at that moment, he had passed through. He could see the sea of broken weapons. It was the symbol of victory, but that victory was... "Station the troops inside Duanren City and occupy it," said Mou Jia. Immediately after, the order was passed to the troops. They had already conquered the Duanren border. They were also capturing Duanren City. Over the vast landscape one could see the Mou troops sweeping across the flatlands. At midnight, except for a few night guards, everybody was getting a well-deserved rest. Outside of Duanren City, a few sorrowful-looking silhouettes appeared. In their eyes was pure killing intent. At the same time, a great number of armored horses were silently moving towards Duanren City, however they abruptly stopped. They didn't take one more step forwards. At that moment, Feng was also outside of Duanren City. His black eyes looked ice-cold. He could clearly see everything that was happening inside Duanren City. Feng jumped into Duanren City. He was well prepared. A single guard was there. Feng quickly covered their mouth to prevent them from shouting, and without mercy he slit their throat. Feng took the armor from the corpse and put it on. He then immediately threw the corpse from the city wall and the people below caught it, therefore there was still absolute silence. Feng could clearly perceive everything that was happening around him. He started to move with complete silence. A moment later, a few more corpses were thrown from the city wall. The Shuiyu troops who were catching the corpses then took the armor from the corpses and wore it. They then jumped onto the city wall to replace the guards. They were all extremely skillful and careful to make no noise. All of them had been selected as the best amongst Qixia troops. They were all the best of the best from the most elite units within the army. They were all at least sergeants, and the weakest of them had reached the 3rd Lingqi layer. They were not only doing this at one location on the city walls. Many of them were all attacking from a large number of places and taking over the city wall. The strongest of them were moving into Duanren City, killing the night guards and throwing the corpses over the wall to provide the others with armor. It was already late into the night, so everything was done under the cover of darkness and with complete silence. Nobody had been alarmed by these actions. At that moment, a group of black guards armed with spears appeared in Duanren City. They looked majestic and imposing. Amongst them was a young man whose face looked incredibly delicate. It was Lin Feng. These people didn't belong to MOU country at all. They were all from Shuiyu. Because the MOU troops had come in and immediately set up camp, they weren't very strict with fortifying their position. Therefore, Lin Feng could easily move to every corner of the city. A short moment after, Lin Feng and the others arrived at a room and immediately entered. "Stop!" someone suddenly cried. 2 guards were preventing Lin Feng and the others from going inside. They then said, "Some people are already staying inside." "I know," said Lin Feng while continuing to walk forwards. These 2 guards were astonished. Immediately after, a resplendent and bright glow appeared and a light green dagger cut the throats of the 2 guards. They then softly fell down onto the floor. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered and he immediately moved towards the room. The door of the room opened itself, emitting a squeaking sound. The light green dagger started to glow again and quickly slit the throat of the man who just opened the door. His mouth was covered as he slumped down as to stop him making any sounds. "There is another person inside," said Lin Feng. Immediately after, they entered the room. Inside the room, there was a great deal of wood. This was part of their plan. The Shuiyu troops were very familiar with it. They knew exactly where everything was placed. The same thing was happening at multiple locations within Duanren City. Finally a sound filled the atmosphere, breaking the silence and calling the troops to attention. When Lin Feng heard the sound, he obviously knew that they were out of time. He quickly entered into another room and as he left, flames appeared behind him. There were flames everywhere, fire was completely covering Duanren City. Lin Feng seemed pensive while looking at the flames. In his previous life, he used to use fire to cook delicacies. In this life, he was using fire to cook people alive. Of course, he knew that this amount of fire wouldn't be sufficient. He needed to turn it into a rampaging fire which engulfed the entire city. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 209, The Ambush. All around the outside of Duanren City, the Qixie troops were watching the flames as they engulfed the city. After the order was given, they all urged their horses on and galloped towards Duanren City at full speed. In the blink of an eye, the Qixie troops arrived in front of Duanren City with their bows in hand. The flames were already soaring higher and higher. Amongst the Qixie troops, all of them had prepared for this moment beforehand. The heads of their arrows were already alight with raging fire, and immediately after that, they released their arrows from their bows and a fiery rain of arrows fell upon the city. What seemed like an endless rain of burning arrows continued to rain down on the city. The scene was magnificent and tragic. Immediately after, the MOU troops looked at the rain of burning arrows filling the sky above them. They were astonished. It seemed like the heavens were punishing them. After the Qixie troops shot the first volley of arrows, they then started to circle the city, releasing volley after volley of fiery death. The scene was so bright that it seemed like the sun had risen early. Shortly after, the entire city of Duanren was a sea of flames. At that moment, chaos and disorder struck the MOU troops. That sudden attack had surprised them. They had fallen into a fire trap. At the same time, inside the city, Lin Feng and the elite soldiers were assassinating the higher-ranking commanders who could relay orders to stop the chaos. If they had been prepared and ready to fight, it would have been difficult. However, using these burning arrows, it was possible to injure or kill cultivators of the 3rd Ling Qi layer and even the elites of higher cultivation levels. Of course, it was very difficult to injure the stronger cultivators, but it was enough to injure and kill the troops around them. That had been enough to create chaos amongst the MOU troops. That blazing fire made the MOU troops unable to return to formation and organize their army. It was even more chaotic amongst their horses. At that moment, Mo Jia was inside his room getting dressed. A burning arrow shot past him. He was calm yet looked pensive. Burning the entire city with flaming arrows, Lu Lan really deserves his nickname, the Divine Arrow. Said Mo Jia while sounding indifferent. Immediately after, he said, I order all the troops to move back towards the northern gate. Don't extinguish the fire and don't chase those who have entered the city. Just move back to the northern gate and get prepared to welcome them. When Mo Jia finished talking, his order was relayed to all their troops throughout the burning city. At that moment, all the MOU troops had stopped trying to extinguish the fire and stopped fighting against the infiltrators. They were all moving towards the northern gate of the city. Inside the city, a soldier was killed in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Mo Jie's order had been relayed to all of the troops, so they no longer looked for Lin Feng or tried to stop him. Lin Feng could also now ignore them and started to move towards the north gate. The soldiers who had been chasing Lin Feng were not the only ones to obey the order and stop fighting. All the army without exception followed orders. Nobody dared to call the order into question. They hadn't felt the slightest bit of hesitation. Mo Jie has such a strong influence on his troops, thought Lin Feng when he saw that scene. The Mou country had the goal to make Mo Jie their national symbol, to make them worship him as a god amongst men. Mo Jie obviously enjoyed such a prestigious reputation in Mou. There was no one who doubted his strength and talent. Staying in such a chaotic situation and being unable to act rationally could have led to heavy losses for their army. Gathering the troops together in one place was the best reaction to counter the enemy's strategy. It would enable them to concentrate their strength and break free from the encirclement. Now, all we have to do is rely on Uncle Lu, thought Lin Feng. Immediately after, he sheathed his sword and ran like mad through the flames. He was running shoulder to shoulder with the other troops towards the northern gate. At that moment, even though the Mou troops were trying to gather all together, chaos was still present amongst them. Lin Feng was wearing a Mou armor, so there was no chance that anybody would find out who he was unless he attacked them. Besides, it was impossible for hundreds of thousands of troops to know every single face within the army. At the northern gate, there was an unceasing rain of arrows falling from the sky. The strong cultivators of the Mou country had gathered there. Some of them could control ice, snow, and water. Therefore, they could easily extinguish the fire. In the entire city of Duanren, the northern gate was the safest place, but it was also covered in darkness. But in a short time, about 100,000 troops had already gathered there, and the number of people seemed to be increasing over time. The crowd was extremely silent. They could distinctly hear the chaos in the distance as well as the people's steps near them. At that moment, Mo Jie was standing in front of the crowd looking towards the city gate and said while sounding indifferent, "Open the gate." "Open the gate," shouted a high-ranking soldier. While the gate was being opened, a rumbling noises spread through the air. 5,000 elite cavalry, open the way and secure the path 2 kilometers ahead, said Mo Jie. Some armored cavalry gathered, they urged on their horses and moved towards the exit of the city. In the middle of the night, they couldn't see a great deal, so they also couldn't see if they were running into an ambush. However, even in the case of an ambush, it was impossible for the entire army to get killed. In the middle of the crowd, Lin Feng looked at the soldiers who were remaining calm. Mo Jie was truly terrifying. Even at that moment, nobody was calling his orders in question. He was a true leader. Even at a moment when the sky seemed to be raining death down onto them, they remained calm and fearless. If the leader didn't remain calm, could his army remain calm? With such a huge number of people, it was hard to restore calmness to the army. The northern city gate was far from the Duanren border. Mo Jie was trying to think as if he was Lu Sanlan, and if he had been Lu Sanlan, he would have set an ambush between Duanren city and the Duanren border, but that was the western city gate. That's why Mo Jie had chosen the northern gate and not the western gate. He did not want to fall into a trap and get killed. The 5,000 cavalry were progressing through the dark. Everything was perfectly calm and tranquil. The only sound was that of their horse hoofs hitting the ground. At that moment, a few horses neighed loudly. Suddenly there was the feeling that the ground was unsteady beneath their feet. The cavalry and their horses fell down in a deep pit. When the cavalry behind them heard this, they rushed over thinking it was an enemy attack and fell into the pit. The situation was chaotic. Those who had just fallen into the pit wanted to move, but then they were stopped by the falling soldiers and horses which fell onto them. The situation was chaotic. Arrows started to fill the air, emitting whistling sounds as they pierced through the darkness. Horrible shrieks unceasingly came from the direction, and the elite cavalry unit had entered the darkness to clear the way. The faces of the troops still inside the city turned deathly pale when they heard the horrible shrieks. Their comrades had probably died in an ambush. "Let's move, let's go to the western gate," said Mo Jie while remaining calm. Immediately after, all his troops moved towards the western gate. Even though those who had an ice spirit were opening the way, they were still suffering losses as people died as they were burnt to death or struck by the rain of fiery arrows falling from the sky. However, the number of troops gathered at the western gate hadn't decreased. On the contrary, there were even more than at the northern gate, because there were still parts of the army joining the main force which had not yet arrived. At that moment, there were more than 200,000 soldiers that gathered at the western city gate. But Mo Jie felt cold in his heart. Setting the city on fire was an extremely cruel method. Mo Jie couldn't help but appreciate the strategy. That tactic was unprecedented in history of the continent, and it proved to be extremely efficient. It seemed like his 500,000-strong army were prisoners inside the city they had just captured. "Open the gate, 3,000 elite cavalry, go and clear a path to the Duanren border," said Mo Jia while still remaining indifferent. This time, he didn't send 5,000 but 3,000 troops. As before, these troops opened the gate and left without hesitation. However, they ran straight into an ambush and Lu Sanlan could be seen with his troops on the horizon. The MOU troops understood that Mo Jia had seen that there was a high possibility of it being a trap. Going to the western city gate was actually falling deeper into their trap. A moment before, outside of the northern gate there might not have been enough traps to stop the entire army, there may have only been a single trap. However, they had fallen right into the enemy's hands. "General Lu Sanlan, you are extremely smart. I am now thoroughly convinced," said Mo Jia while looking at Lu Sanlan in a cold and detached way. At that moment, the Shuiyu troops were still firing arrows. There was an endless rain of fire flying through the sky. Because the tower blocked their sight, the MOU troops couldn't see how many people were waiting outside. They could only see an endless stream of fire on the horizon. "I am not the one who organized this strategy," said Lu Sanlan coldly while slowly raising his hand. "General, if it was not you, who was it?" asked Mo Jia stupefied. "Lin Feng." Lu Sanlan then waved his hand down. At that moment, a huge volley of arrows turned into a storm that ravaged the 200,000 of MOU troops. Under that storm of burning arrows, a huge number of troops were killed without the chance to fight back. At the same time, the arrows set the corpses in the ground on fire, which created a sea of fire which spread and burned even more people alive. When Mo Jia saw that the Shuiyu troops were about to shoot another volley of arrows, he already knew that it was impossible for him to escape. "Die!" shouted Mo Jia. The MOU army turned into a fearless war machine and moved towards the city gate to fight the arrows head-on. At that moment, everybody was cursing a single name, Lin Feng. After that battle, Lin Feng would be famous within Shuiyu as well as in MOU. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 210, Annihilate the Army. Chaos. The troops from both countries were engaged in a fearsome battle. The battlefield was covered with the corpses of soldiers. The MOU troops had rushed from the city to fight against the Shuiyu troops. The MOU troops constituted a powerful army and their spears glowed through the dark night with fearsome killing. The broken weapons on the ground emitted quiet metallic clangs from their movements. On both sides of the city, the Qixia troops gathered into one location on the battlefield. They then fired another volley of arrows towards the MOU army. The fire was still raging and the heat from the fire was growing more intense with every passing moment. The MOU troops didn't know how to react. At the same time, amongst the MOU troops, a sword glowed with a radiant light and released a terrifying deadly chi. The sword slashed in a circle at full speed, which created a terrifying pressure which killed hundreds of soldiers. It was Lin Feng. After that sword attack, the other Qixia elites who had infiltrated the enemy's army also started to mercilessly slaughter the unguarded troops around them. It created chaos throughout the enemy army. However, they continued to follow orders and did not attach a great importance to their own lives. Fighting at that moment was an army of 250,000 MOU troops while the Shuiyu troops were composed of less than 100,000 troops. MOU, while suffering heavy losses within the city, still held the advantage in numbers. However, sooner or later, the other Shuiyu troops would have a direct confrontation with the enemy army. They just had to wait until the MOU troops moved closer. In the time it would take for the MOU army to reach them, how many arrows could they fire? But they had already killed half of the MOU army and had caused chaos within the army. Considering the fact that they still had the Qixia troops ready to fight and Lin Feng's group of elites inside the enemy army causing chaos, it was safe to say that they had complete control over the situation. When fighting the enemies in a head-on battle, who would have the bravest soldiers? Which side would win? Lin Feng was moving through the army. Anyone who tried to block Lin Feng turned into another corpse on the ground. Lin Feng wasn't alone though, he was surrounded by the group of elites accompanying him. The battle between MOU and Shuiyu was a battle of victory or death. Retreating wasn't an option. Lin Feng had no choice. He needed to go and save Princess Duan Xinyi. Duan Xinyi had been kidnapped while he was protecting her. If something happened to her, Lin Feng would not only suffer a death sentence but it was also mean punishment for Lu Canlan. Lin Feng had to rescue Duan Xinyi. To Lin Feng's left, a sword was also unceasingly glowing and every time it moved someone was killed, making its owner look like a reaper of death. His sword was moving much faster than that of Lin Feng's sword. Each of its blows were not only faster but also much more powerful. The deadly chi it was releasing was several times heavier than that released by Lin Feng. It was clear that the owner of this sword had been through countless bloodbaths. Lin Feng turned around and saw the young man cutting down his enemies and was shocked. Currently, the young man's face was not like that of a beautiful girl. At that moment, he looked ice-cold and emotionless. He was wearing pure white robes, but he looked like a death god. It was obviously Wen Ao Shui. No wonder he was so respected and revered at the Celestial Academy. Wen Ao Shui's beautiful eyes were as sharp as the god of death's sword. On the horizon, a beautiful light started to fill the sky. Day was starting to break. Outside of Duanren City, the sea of broken weapons had also turned into a sea of blood and corpses. These corpses were still fresh and blood continued to pour from the bodies to create a sea of blood. Lin Feng rushed forwards and with a single deadly sword he killed a dozen soldiers in his path. However, Lin Feng wasn't excited at all. He looked at all the countless corpses covering the battlefield. His heart felt saddened. This was war and their lives didn't matter much on the battlefield, but to someone they mattered. A rumble spread through the atmosphere and was coming from a distant place on the horizon. It was a crash of lightning as if the heavens were descending with their wrath. The entire crowd couldn't help but shiver from head to toe. Everybody slowly raised their head and looked to the horizon. On the horizon where the sun had started to rise there was now a sea of black clouds. It seemed like a human shape had appeared within them, but it quickly disappeared. Darkness filled the battlefield once again as the sky was covered by these clouds. It looked like a completely black creature who looked down on humans with disdain from the sky. How terrifying, thought Lin Feng. When he saw the sea of black clouds appear in the sky, his heart started pounding. A group of barbarians dare to fight against my MOU. A silhouette appeared in the middle of the sea of black clouds. Immediately after, the palm of his hand thrust out and a black seal appeared on the ground. The seal was the shape of a castle. There was a thick black deadly chi within which pounded into the ground and crushed anything in its way. The ground was violently shaking. The hearts of the Shuiyu army were all trembling with fear. That attack had just killed 1,000 Shuiyu soldiers. One attack was enough to claim 1,000 lives. These Shuiyu soldiers could barely see it coming before they had been crushed, without even the time to give a horrible shriek. A gigantic black crater appeared in the ground from the attack. All the corpses of the Shuiyu troops had disappeared into that blackness. Besides, those who were near the attack, men and horses were sent hurtling away. The faces of Shuiyu army turned deathly pale. What kind of cultivator was that? Facing such a strong cultivator, they had lost all their courage to fight. Everybody had stopped moving. The Shuiyu army had come to a halt, the MOU army had stopped too. They had all raised their heads and were blankly staring at that black silhouette in the sky. A short moment after, the MOU troops gave a furious shout which made the ground shake. That was an extremely strong cultivator from MOU. Alone, he could annihilate an entire army. When Lin Feng heard that shout, his sword slightly trembled. There was no room for strategy, he couldn't bring about a radical change in this situation. In front of such a strong cultivator, who could influence the entire course of the war, there was nothing he could do. He raised his left hand. Lin Feng hated his own weakness, he was not strong enough to protect himself and was not strong enough to influence the continent. That black palm must have been genuine pure energy and the cultivator must be at the Xianqi layer. That pure energy was extremely brutal. A cultivator of the Xianqi layer could rely on pure qi and pure energy. Such a person could control the sky and eliminate his enemies with powerful attacks. He was clearly at the Xianqi layer and Xu Zhanpang would be like an ant to be crushed under this cultivator's shoes. Someone who could control the sky and attack from the heavens was at least at the peak of the Xianqi layer. Rumors said that the strongest cultivators could fly in the sky and kill millions of people as they wished. Those rumors were all true. That was the world of cultivation. Strong cultivators could act as they pleased. Soldiers, emperors, rulers, as long as they were strong, they could destroy or save life as they saw fit. Lin Feng also wanted to reach that point with his cultivation. He also hoped that he would be able to fly amongst the clouds someday. He was making great efforts to make that dream come true and he was unceasingly battling to gain enlightenment. His heart was filled with incredible ambitions and aspirations, he would grow to be as powerful as an unmovable mountain. But to reach such a cultivation level, how much determination, experience, and training was required? Nobody knew. For example, the strong cultivator who was looking down on them from the clouds could easily destroy the army of Shuiyu. Could it be that the Shuiyu army was going to die? Lu Lan, you've been resisting my army for a while now, I respect you. You are an outstanding person, therefore I will let you die with dignity, I will allow you to take your own life. The black silhouette in the sky was looking at Lu Lan and sounded like a majestic deity. In front of him, even the highest-ranking generals meant nothing. Lu Lan raised his head while looking calm and indifferent. He looked at that silhouette in the sky. He then looked at the Shuiyu army. It looked like he was lamenting. During a war between two countries, the strongest cultivators are not allowed to get involved. That is one of the rules that all countries respect, but today you come and pressure my army. Have I tacitly consented? Lu Lan's voice was filled with sorrow. You would respect the rule unless it really wanted to conquer Shuiyu. At that moment, no matter if it was Mou or Shuiyu, and neither of them had the power to conquer the other. Therefore, that rule couldn't be broken. Of course, there was one exception: if one side accepted the behavior of the other side. I accept. When the Shuiyu troops heard Lu Lan, they were all filled with great sadness. Lin Feng was extremely saddened. The princess had been kidnapped, and Duan Tianlang had caused chaos within the army. Lu Lan, at that moment, had agreed to take his own life. This war had caused chaos, nobody knew what would happen from that point. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 211, Yan Yu Ping Shang. Note, Yan Yu means misty rain, *Psi star. Everybody was looking towards the sky at the black silhouette. They only saw that a cold smile had appeared on that black silhouette. He then said coldly, "Anyway, I will give you the time of 10 breaths. If you don't end your own life, then I will personally kill you." How could a real man accept death? I would rather die in a battle. Too bad that I've gotten my troops involved, said Lu Lan while raising his head and looking at that black silhouette in the sky. Dense battle energy started burning around his body. His body then flew into the air. He was determined to fight until the end. How could he humiliate himself with suicide? The entire Shuiyu army looked extremely saddened. This battle was unfair. Since you want to die, I will help you achieve your goal, said the black silhouette coldly. He gathered the pure energy around his body once again. It contained immense power. In a towering rage, I rest under the whistling sound of rain. Gazing into the distance, looking up to the heavens, I utter a long and loud cry. My chest feels painful. 30 soldiers now with the dust and earth, the moon and the clouds stretching as far as can see. Suddenly a song filled the entire battlefield with a harmonious melody. If Lu Lan dies today, Prince Mojia will be buried here as well. That voice was so light and powerful that there was no doubt to the truth contained within those words. The black silhouette had a respectful expression on his face, and he then looked into the distance and said, "Who dares to say such insane things?" Han Mo, did you think that the cultivators of Shuiyu were gone? Asked a voice which was growing nearer and nearer to that location. That person was quickly approaching from a great distance away. A short instant later, another silhouette appeared in the sky. There was a floating cloud of pure chi underneath that man. He was sitting cross-legged on the cloud of pure chi. He was just calmly playing the zither in front of him. Yan Yu Ping Shang, if I had known I would have brought a raincoat. When Han Mo saw the person, he was astonished. Why had he shown up on the battlefield? With magnificent ideals in my mind yet starvation filling my stomach, I eat their flesh. To settle my thirst, I drink their blood. The middle-aged man was singing and playing the zither. His fingers drifted above the strings and a white pure chi emerged. In a flash, an ear-piercing sound spread through the air, and suddenly, 1,000 soldiers from Mou died miserably under the power of his sound-based attack. While laughing and talking, he reduced the enemy to nothing, killing without spilling blood. Han Mo, if you kill my soldiers, I will kill your soldiers. In the same way, if you kill Lu Lan, I kill Mojia, said the middle-aged man coldly while looking at Han Mo. Even though he was killing people, he looked graceful while playing the zither and smiling. The crowd was astonished. He was another extremely strong cultivator. They couldn't stop him. One melody from his zither and he could instantly kill 1,000 people. When the Shuiyu troops saw this person, they looked enthusiastic. Their hearts were once again filled with hope. They had never heard Yan Yu Ping Shang's name, but they knew that if he could speak that way, it meant that he must be no weaker than the black silhouette. This was one of the elite cultivators of Shuiyu. At that moment, Lin Feng's heart was pounding as well. Yan Yu Ping Shang, that was his real name. Lin Feng knew that middle-aged man in the sky, but he wasn't the only one. At the Celestial Academy, there were indubitably many people who knew him as well. That person was Lin Feng's zither teacher who taught him to cleanse his heart. It was his teacher from the peach tree orchard. Lin Feng hadn't thought that he would see him on the battlefield. It made Lin Feng finally start to feel relieved. The man that helped him break through to a higher Ling Chi layer was also one of the experts of the country. He was a wise man and he moved at the speed of lightning. He strangely looked like one Ao Shui somehow. He also had a womanly beauty to him, and on the battlefield, he had the presence of a death god. His attacks cut down the enemy army in thousands. Yan Yu Ping Shang, whispered Lin Feng. He wouldn't forget his name. Maybe Yan Yu Ping Shang was even stronger than Lon Ding, the vice principal. Han Mo was fixedly staring at Yan Yu Ping Shang. He remained silent for a moment and then said, "Yan Yu Ping Shang, long time no see. Would you like to fight against me? If you want to fight, let's fight." Yan Yu Ping Shang sounded calm. He was so calm as if the rest of the world couldn't affect his feelings. Pure chi was condensing around Han Mo's body. He spun his right hand in the air and suddenly black pure energy appeared. Annihilation. Han Mo threw a punch through the air which created an incredible noise as it broke through the atmosphere. That pitch-black energy seemed like it wanted to cover the heavens and the earth with its seals. The attack was rushing straight towards Yan Yu Ping Shang. Yan Yu Ping Shang was calmly sitting on his white cloud of pure chi. His fingers moved over the strings of his zither and then an incredible bright light emerged and moved towards his opponent. Pshhh, pshhh, pshhh. Loud clashing sounds invaded the atmosphere. Immediately after, the resplendent and bright light pierced through that black energy. That incredible white light contained an amazing quantity of pure energy and it was moving straight towards Han Mo. However, the black energy was also continuing its way towards Yan Yu Ping Shang even though the attack had been greatly reduced in power. "Let's move to another place," shouted Han Mo while moving down through the air. "That's exactly what I had in mind," replied Yan Yu Ping Shang. His cloud of pure chi then vanished. Then the two silhouettes shot into the distance and moved far away from the armies. Finally, they disappeared from vision completely. Han Mo and Yan Yu Ping Shang were extremely strong. If they had stayed there, their attacks would have killed the spectators, which is not what Han Mo and Yan Yu Ping Shang wished. When all the troops saw the two silhouettes disappear in the horizon, they remained calm for a long time gazing into the distance. At such a level of strength, one person could affect the fate of an entire battle, they could destroy an entire army. They were extremely powerful. No wonder that the 9 countries decided to set a rule stipulating that such strong cultivators couldn't get involved in wars. They could slaughter an entire army with little effort. "Die!" shouted Lu San in the air. He took his bow from his back and a golden spirit appeared behind him. His bow drew the attention of everyone. Lu San then pulled back the string of his bow when golden arrow illusions appeared and immediately aimed at the MOU troops. He then released the bowstring and 7 golden lights rushed through the air. Dozens of people died from this single attack. "Die!" shouted the Shuiyu army. The ground started to shake again. A moment before, Han Mo had killed 1,000 people with a single palm strike. He had also tried to force Lu San to commit suicide, which had profoundly affected the morale of the troops, but at that moment, Yan Yu Ping Shang had appeared and was fighting against Han Mo. He had come to save them. They still had hope to be able to escape from death. He had lit the fire within their hearts once again. Blood was heavily flowing on the ground once again. Lin Feng was firmly holding his sword and unceasingly cutting down anyone in his path. A group of people was fighting alongside him. Wherever they went, blood flowed. The battlefield had no set area and the battle quickly grew to cover a larger area over time. There was absolutely no organization to this battle, it was only kill or getting killed. At that moment, Lin Feng finally noticed a silhouette. It was a beautiful girl riding on a horse, Duan Xin. However, she was unable to move. Her body had been tied. Besides, she was surrounded by 8 of the elite cavalry soldiers. These 8 people were wearing majestic black armor, they were members of the Black Guards. Duan Xin saw Lin Feng. Her beautiful eyes looked like a warm autumn day. The expression in her eyes revealed that she couldn't wait to be saved by Lin Feng. Of course, these Black Guards had also noticed Lin Feng killing his way toward them, leaving nothing but blood and corpses behind him. Their facial expressions grew cold and evil. At that moment, Lin Feng jumped forward in the same time, a Black Guard also jumped towards him. Pshhh. The light emitted by Lin Feng's sword was dazzling. The Black Guard's hand moved. Immediately after, Lin Feng felt that a rapid river was rushing towards him. His sword was swaying in the midst of a raging storm of attacks. There was a noise like a wave crashing down on the atmosphere. When the energy they were releasing collided, Lin Feng was immediately blown backwards. He only saw that Black Guard had immediately landed back on his horse. He then looked at Lin Feng with a cold glare and then the 8 Black Guards urged their horses forward and left with the princess. How strong! These blackguards are extremely strong. Lin Feng's pupils shrank. Even though there were only 8 of the blackguards, they were much stronger than all the people that Lin Feng had killed previously. Lin Feng rushed forward while brandishing his sword, and immediately after, a soldier fell down from his horse. Lin Feng immediately jumped on the horse and galloped towards these 8 blackguards at full speed. Duan Xin had to be saved even if it cost him his life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 212, Long Chase. The wind was piercing through Lin Feng's eardrums. He was urging like mad on his horse, galloping at full speed. 2 silhouettes brandished their spears. They wanted to block Lin Feng, but they only saw his sword glow for an instant. In a flash, these 2 silhouettes fell dead onto the ground. That move hadn't affected Lin Feng's speed at all. Lin Feng was still chasing the princess while being completely surrounded by a fierce battlefield with people dying all around him. Lin Feng was galloping at full speed. He was almost out of the Duan border. These 9 silhouettes, without the slightest bit of hesitation, entered the passageway that led out of the Duan border. Lin Feng followed them without hesitation. Even though the Duan border was already under the control of Mou, Lin Feng was also wearing the armor of a Mou soldier, which made him look like he was one of them. Therefore, nobody was going to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng, as well as the group following him, also passed through the passageway of the Duan border smoothly. Passing through the passage didn't slow them down at all. Once they exited the passage, they could see corpses as far as their eyes could possibly see. These dead bodies lying on the ground were all of the Shuyu troops. What fast horses! Even though Lin Feng's horse was galloping at full speed, he couldn't catch up with the blackguards at all. Even though they were guided by the horse which Duan Xin was riding, these 9 brown horses were much faster than the ordinary horses Mou soldiers used. However, Lin Feng didn't intend to give up, and he was just as determined as before. They continued to chase them for a few hours. Lin Feng didn't know how much distance he had already covered. Once in a while, he could see smoke in the distance. At that moment, Lin Feng had already crossed the border that Shuyu and Mou shared. At that moment, he was in the Mou country. At that moment, there was foam around the mouth of the horse which Lin Feng was riding, and it was covered with sweat. It looked exhausted. That horse had incredible strength and agility, but at that moment, it was already unable to continue. A horse that quick and agile was already exhausted. Lin Feng could already sense that he was near his enemies. The silhouettes he had been chasing were finally slowing down, and then they slowly stopped. Lin Feng then abruptly pulled on the reins to make his horse come to a halt. The horse neighed, and suddenly, the legs of Lin Feng's horse suddenly bent and it fell down. At the moment when Lin Feng was pulling on the reins, the horse was already too exhausted to continue. It no longer had the energy to continue. Lin Feng jumped down from the horse. He raised his head and saw that the people he was following were also slowly turning around. While remaining on their horses, they coldly looked towards Lin Feng. Behind these people, Duan Xin was staring at Lin Feng. Even though her hair was messy, her beautiful face wasn't covered, and her soft and delicate face revealed that she was touched by Lin Feng's actions. Her expression was bewitching. Let the princess go. Lin Feng grabbed the long sword from his back. He then slowly started walking forwards. He looked cold and expressionless. The tip of his sword was dragging across the ground, which was sliced open by the sword, leaving a trail behind it. The prince has given us the order to capture him alive, said one of the blackguards indifferently. Lin Feng was stupefied, as the prince wanted him alive? The prince was obviously Mo Jia. Could it be that he had planned everything from the beginning and had sent these soldiers to escort the princess and run far away with her so that Lin Feng would follow them? It was too bad that we had to spare his life last time. All we could do was take the princess alive. The prince is too merciful, said one of the men. His face was visible though. Even though he wasn't very old, his face was already covered with a long beard. Besides, what surprised Lin Feng is that even though the 8 people accompanying Duan Xin were all blackguards, their helmets were different than normal. Amongst them, 4 of them had a helmet which entirely covered their face except for their eyes. The 4 others were wearing helmets which didn't entirely cover their faces. The one who had just talked was one of those wearing a helmet which didn't cover his entire face. Hu Qiong, even though we cannot kill him, we can teach him a good lesson. We can still be incredibly cruel, said another person. Hu Qiong was surprised. An evil smile appeared on his face. His horse then started walking towards Lin Feng. Do you know what status the 4 of us have? Asked Hu Qiong coldly. The 4 idiots. replied Lin Feng with an indifferent tone. How could he know who Hu Qiong and the others were? Idiots? Hu Qiong smiled coldly. You will realize how foolish you have been to attack us. We are all Black Guard lieutenants. We were leading troops on the battlefield, but because of you and that trap you organized, the prince ordered us to leave and capture you alive. You should be proud of yourself. Lieutenants, Lin Feng was surprised. Because of him, they used the princess as bait and sent 4 lieutenants. Against all expectations, they were really interested in him. But who were the 4 with their faces covered? Even though the chi they released was not as strong as that of the lieutenants, it was also extremely strong. Your strategy to set the city on fire has led to the death of many of our fellow soldiers, and even though I cannot kill you, I want to beat you within an inch of your life. All I feel is hatred towards you, said Hu Qiong. He then grabbed his weapon, which was a gigantic axe. He looked ferocious and terrifying. His axe probably weighed at least a few hundred kilos. Arf! Hu Qiong shouted furiously. His horse suddenly charged towards Lin Feng at full speed. His axe let out a loud thunderous roar as it tore through the air. Lin Feng unsheathed his sword with incredible speed and sliced off the front legs from the horse which Hu Qiong was riding. Hu Qiong continued and jumped from his horse towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng then raised his sword to block the axe as it crashed down from above. When the axe and Lin Feng's long sword met, Lin Feng was pushed down. The shock alone was enough to make Lin Feng groan, as he had been injured. How powerful! Thought Lin Feng. He was astonished. He was blankly staring at the enemy. That guy was the same strength as the leader of the Black Guards he killed before, 7th Ling Chi layer. He was a level stronger than Lin Feng. Besides, the pressure of Hu Qiong's battle axe striking Lin Feng felt like a mountain crashing down on him, and it even split the ground beneath him. You cannot even withstand a single attack, laughed Hu Qiong while looking down on Lin Feng. However, when he raised his axe again, he was astonished. Lin Feng suddenly transformed into a shadow and disappeared from sight. Lin Feng had acted so quickly that Hu Qiong didn't even have time to react. He was still clumsily raising his huge axe. Be careful! Shouted one of the Black Guards, but it was too late. Lin Feng's sword was already at Hu Qiong's throat. Hu Qiong was still trying to raise his axe, but Lin Feng had already withdrawn his sword. Vanishing shadow was the art of taking people's lives by sudden surprise attacks before they could react. One strike was enough. That was the power of a D-level skill. Even when Lin Feng was still at the 4th Ling Chi layer, he had used the same attack to kill a cultivator at the 7th Ling Chi layer. Lin Feng already possessed the strength of the 6th Ling Chi layer. Not only was his basic strength improved by a great deal, but he had also trained with using his martial skills. Practicing his martial skills allowed him to utilize maximum strength when attacking. He could use his vanishing shadow to slaughter people in an instant. Of course, Lin Feng had managed to kill Hu Qiong, who was at the 7th Ling Chi layer, because he underestimated Lin Feng. He had thought that he was a true expert, and Lin Feng exploited that opportunity. I don't want to die. Hu Qiong's throat let out a small cry, his voice husky. And suddenly, blood poured from his throat, and even if he didn't want to die, he was already dead. Life and death, a momentary slip and it could all be over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 213, Fearless. Hu Qiong! Shouted the 3 other lieutenants at the same time. The 3 other lieutenants were looking at Hu Qiong's collapsing silhouette, their faces were red with anger. They then raised their heads and looked at Lin Feng with boiling killing intent. You dared to kill Hu Qiong? Said one of the lieutenants, sounding ice cold while fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Did you not see it? Asked Lin Feng fearlessly. Lin Feng had an opportunity to kill his opponents, he wasn't going to miss it. Hu Qiong possessed the strength of the 7th Ling Chi layer. Hu Qiong's axe was incredibly powerful to the extent that Lin Feng had been injured by the shock from his attack. If he hadn't killed Hu Qiong, it was the same as committing suicide. During a war, while 2 sides were fighting, all battles were a matter of life and death. Gore, the lieutenant, gnashed his teeth. He hated Lin Feng and wanted to kill him, but Prince Mo Jie had given the order to capture Lin Feng alive. Nobody dared disobey Mo Jie's orders. You 4, go and capture him, said the lieutenant while turning around to look at the 4 who had their faces covered. He sounded cold and commanding. No, we can't do that, said one of them. That lieutenant was surprised. His facial expression became even colder. Lin Feng was also surprised. It seemed like the relationship between them was not that good. But what kind of relationship did they have? We are willing to send out 3, but 2 of you have to help them to capture him. How does that sound? Continued the man whose face was covered. He sounded like he was the leader of those 4. All right, said the lieutenant after being unable to make up his mind for a brief period. He then nodded and said, if you don't fight with all your strength, don't blame me for being impolite. These 5 people moved towards Lin Feng, 2 lieutenants and 3 of the black guards with their faces covered. When these people released chi and force, Lin Feng felt that he was suffocating. How strong! These people had all broken through to the 7th Ling Chi layer. Looking solemn, Lin Feng's eyes slowly turned dark. His eyes became cold and expressionless. He gave the impression that he could control everything around him. He could perceive everything clearly, even each individual leaf rustling in the wind. While facing 5 strong cultivators of the 7th Ling Chi layer, Lin Feng was completely focused. What seemed like an endless quantity of battle energy was surrounding his body. The ground beneath Lin Feng was shaking and his armor was emitting metallic clangs. Lin Feng was firmly holding his sword. Even when facing 5 cultivators at the 7th Ling Chi layer, Lin Feng didn't flinch. On the path of cultivation, one of the best traits was a strong willpower and unwavering determination. Even if Lin Feng was facing 5 cultivators at the 7th Ling Chi layer, he wouldn't flinch. The only way out was a battle and everything else was destiny. That was the only path to reaching the clouds. Fearlessness led to supreme achievements. They could feel the powerful battle energy that Lin Feng was releasing, so the 5 cultivators remained vigilant. He had killed Hu Qiong, who had broken through to the 7th Ling Chi layer, with a single strike. They couldn't let their guards down and give Lin Feng an exploitable opportunity. First, injure him severely. You don't need to be merciful. Just don't kill him, said one of the lieutenants coldly. Their horses neighed as they all rushed towards Lin Feng. They were all attacking Lin Feng at the same time. Lin Feng's body flickered and just like a shadow moved backwards and avoided the attacks. These 5 people continued to move forwards and suddenly, Lin Feng's silhouette suddenly disappeared without trace. Impossible! These 5 cultivators were astonished. There was only a blurry, dark light which looked like a specter in his place. At the same time, a sensation of danger rose within their hearts. He has a shadow spirit. Unable to change the situation, the 5 people continued rushing towards the specter with regret in their hearts. Dark shadow, die! A subtle sound spread through the atmosphere and blood splashed into the air. The shadow passed by 2 of the black guards and immediately after, Lin Feng became visible again. These 5 people had not grouped together effectively. Lin Feng had his back towards 2 of the black guards who were charging towards him at full speed. However, as they got closer to Lin Feng, their bodies trembled and they fell down from their horses. They were already dead. That was the second part of the D-level skill Cross Shadow, Dark Shadow. The cultivator could transform into an almost invisible and inaudible shadow. This was also the part which Protector Kong had never managed to master. However, Lin Feng, when releasing his celestial spirit, could use it with a small degree of mastery. Even though it wasn't perfect, he could still transform into a shadow which made him look like a transparent specter, barely visible. Besides, using that skill, he had easily killed 2 cultivators who had a higher cultivation than him. Of course, Lin Feng had to pay a huge price to do so. Lin Feng coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. He hadn't mastered Dark Shadow, so he wasn't able to turn into a perfect shadow, which is why Lin Feng had been damaged by the opponent's attacks. However, he managed to kill 2 of them, which could be considered a great achievement. However, Lin Feng felt that his internal organs were badly injured. Lin Feng. Duan Xinyi was looking at Lin Feng and her cheeks were rosy. Why was Lin Feng doing all of this to save her? He was fighting so many strong opponents to save her. Bastard! Furiously shouted the lieutenant who had not yet got involved. He immediately charged towards Lin Feng while throwing his most powerful punch. Lin Feng could perceive everything around him and could see that fist rushing towards him. Lin Feng quickly punched the ground with his right hand and propelled himself away from the attack. However, he was still affected by the power from that punch. Another mouthful of blood was coughed up as he landed. Lin Feng supported himself on the ground with one hand, but his face was incredibly pale. 8th Ling Chi layer. That lieutenant was also the strongest. He surprisingly had the strength of the 8th Ling Chi layer. You killed my brothers, you must die. As before, that lieutenant wasn't going to give up. He slammed his powerful foot into the ground and jumped through the air. He was launching another punch towards the injured Lin Feng. Boom! Lin Feng's body was propelled backwards. His injuries this time were much more severe. A moment before, he had already been severely injured, but now he had just received 2 punches from a cultivator of the 8th Ling Chi layer. Lin Feng, today you will die. Piercingly cold, deadly energy emerged from the lieutenant's body. He was slowly walking towards Lin Feng. The prince wants him alive. If you kill him, you are disobeying the prince's orders, said one of the men with the helmet covering his face. The lieutenant was surprised. He then immediately said in a cold way, he killed 2 of my brothers, if I cannot kill him, I will cut off his arms. Cut off my arms? Said Lin Feng while raising his head. His dark and expressionless eyes looked even more determined. He stood up and an incredible quantity of battle energy emerged from his body. This battle energy was insanely fluctuating around Lin Feng's body. Suddenly a gigantic ice spirit appeared behind Lin Feng and it seemed to reach the sky. It seemed like the entire area was instantly frozen. The temperature immediately dropped. Sword chi was whistling through the atmosphere. It was sharp and deadly. When the others saw that, they were stupefied. Lin Feng was still able to release such incredible battle energy, his willpower and determination was incredible. He took a step forward looking calm and detached, but after that step, the battle energy around Lin Feng's body turned into a violent tempest which started to rage in the center of the ice. The lieutenant was astonished. He narrowed his eyes. Lin Feng was incredibly dangerous. It seemed like his 2 types of energy had fused together with the energy from heaven and earth. It seemed like Lin Feng could take on anyone, including the lieutenant. He was showing the traits of a true hero. He had incredible willpower and zeal. His heart was fearless, filled with determination, and he felt like he could annihilate everything in his path. Die, said Lin Feng with a calm voice. However, he didn't use his sword. He used his finger and formed it into a sword. It seemed like his finger had become a real sword. More and more force fused together with the other energy, he was using an energy attack. When Lin Feng raised his finger, it sounded like the air was being pierced by a sword. Boom! The lieutenant quickly released his fierce beast spirit, which released an incredible power. It was an extremely strong spirit, a huge fierce beast that looked like a small mountain. He had the impression that Lin Feng was extremely dangerous. Even though he had broken through to the 8th Ling Chi layer, he was sure that he needed to use all his strength against Lin Feng. He used his most powerful attack, Oblivion Fist, and launched himself toward Lin Feng. Boom! The ground was shaking. An insanely strong wind rose between them, clouds of dust were fiercely blown in all directions. Come back! Lin Feng was violently pushed back but ignored the blood coming from his mouth. Besides, as if his energy was inexhaustible, more piercingly cold chi, more sword chi and more battle energy emerged from body in what seemed to be an endless supply. Boom! The ground immediately caved in and a huge crater appeared where Lin Feng stood. Lin Feng was blown backwards once again and he unceasingly continued to cough up mouthfuls of blood. Duan Xin Yi couldn't stand watching this scene any longer. However, it seemed like the quantity of qi emerging from Lin Feng's body didn't stop increasing. All the energy he released was fusing together. That fearless battle energy was becoming as powerful and majestic in the earth and the heavens. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 214, Broken Bones. The lieutenant was looking at Lin Feng's expressionless eyes and at his ever-increasing qi. His facial expression became even more serious and his fierce beast spirit started to move while roaring loudly. Die! Shouted the lieutenant. The palm of his hand rushed towards Lin Feng. It was filled with extreme strength and it suddenly transformed into a huge bestial hand. The palm had become large enough to cover Lin Feng's entire body. This was clearly the strength of his spirit. Boom! That incredible force was crashing through the air towards Lin Feng. It felt like even the ground beneath him was shaking under the pressure. He felt like he was suffocating. However, his battle energy wasn't disappearing. Lin Feng was fearless. Instead of using a single finger, he used his entire fist and started to concentrate all of his energy into it. His entire fist became sharper than a sword. Anything that fist touched would be pierced straight through. The lieutenant's palm and Lin Feng's fist collided with a brutal explosion. Boom! Another extremely loud sound filled the air. The ground under Lin Feng's feet had cracked. The lieutenant was like a massive ferocious beast and he struck like a mountain crashing down onto Lin Feng. The noises had suddenly stopped and then the extreme power of the lieutenant's hand started oppressing Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng felt like his bones and internal organs were going to explode. He was badly injured but was still standing upright and he wasn't moving back at all, which caused everyone to blankly stare at him. After a moment the atmosphere became silent. Dripping blood was following the lieutenant's hand as it moved. What nobody knew is that a moment before, Lin Feng's fist had pierced the palm of his hand. There was a huge hole in its center. However, he didn't stop because he knew that Lin Feng's injuries were more severe than his own. At that moment, Lin Feng's fist was still against the lieutenant's palm. They were standing there motionless. Lin Feng's eyes were expressionless and he could clearly feel everything within his surroundings. That was Lin Feng's own world of darkness. His bones had been broken and his internal organs had been severely damaged. He could collapse at any moment and breathe his last breath, but, as before, he was standing tall. In his own world, ice was blue, sword energy was white and battle energy was golden. Everything, in his world, could be seen within his mind. He could borrow force from the world and use it to help him to carry out even more powerful attacks. Energy attacks were the highest achievement he had for using this method. He could make different types of energy fuse together and become even more powerful. Shockingly, each attack could be much stronger when fused than when using a massive amount of a single force. However, no matter if it was force or energy attacks, they were all absorbed from the outside world. They didn't belong to Lin Feng and did not count as his own strength. They were just tools that he could use to harness his strength. They required comprehension and represented a limited power. In the middle of his own world, Lin Feng had to use his own strength. In Lin Feng's world, the three colors were spinning and fusing together. At the same time, around Lin Feng's body, there was no ice, no sword energy and no burning battle energy. At that moment, he looked like an ordinary person who didn't even practice cultivation. There was absolutely nothing exceptional about him. However, while looking extremely common, there was still something mysterious, something which seemed like a heavenly mystery. Lin Feng's body was absorbing the pure qi from heaven and earth, and that pure qi was being absorbed into every cell of his body. Lin Feng's bones, flesh, and muscles were constantly strengthening. His entire skeleton was emitting cracking sounds as if it was trying to reassemble itself from the broken state. The path of cultivation that a person walked could change their entire destiny. That sort of change wasn't brought about by a person's strength. Cultivation could modify cultivator's bones, flesh and muscles to make the body more suitable and stronger in accordance with a person's will. The bones could enhance and become a host for a stronger body. Flesh and muscles could be strengthened and blood vessels could be enhanced. A person's temperament was the only thing that could strengthen the power of the mind and spirit. A person's temperament would be affected by the cultivator's training method and actions. It was also the subject of constant change. Bones constantly needed to change and become stronger in order to be in perfect harmony with the strengthened body. That sort of change required damage. The bones had to be broken before they could become stronger. The weak flesh needed to be destroyed before it could become more resilient. When the body was broken, it could continue to become stronger, however, this was only meant for within cultivation practice, not battle. It was as if Lin Feng had changed the rules. He had only broken through to the 6th Ling Qi layer and his bones had been broken by external damage. This wasn't done in the process of cultivation, but during battle. However, Lin Feng was using the external forces to gain a better understanding of cultivation and to strengthen his body. He had broken bones, yet he was still standing. The people who were present were astonished. Their hearts were racing. They could feel that Lin Feng had changed, but they couldn't say what had changed about him. He still seemed to be the same person as before. His temperament had completely changed. At that moment, it seemed like Lin Feng, the heavens and the earth were all in perfect harmony. It seemed like his true nature was finally revealed. Lin Feng seemed incredibly dangerous at that moment. The lieutenant who was fighting against him had a clear advantage, but he couldn't help but feel a terrible premonition as if he was in great danger. That feeling of insecurity made him quick to act again. He stamped his foot into the ground like a huge ferocious beast. The ground shook and a cloud of dust rose in the air. The lieutenant raised his head and rushed like a madman toward Lin Feng. The palm of a gigantic hand appeared again and rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng moved his hand slightly and immediately swiped his hand in the direction of the illusionary palm. A bright light filled the air from the collision. When the light disappeared, the scent of blood filled the air. A hand had been cut off and was sent flying through the air. Immediately after, an extremely loud and painful shriek could be heard. My hand, dot. A short moment after, the lieutenant realized that his hand was missing. He looked at his left forearm, but there was no hand attached and only a fountain of blood pouring from his arm. A hideous expression covered his face. How was this possible? Even most cultivators of the 7th Ling Qi layer who were using weapons would not even scratch his skin. His fierce beast spirit was extremely strong. When using his beast spirit, his offensive and defensive abilities were terrifyingly high. However, at that moment, his hand had easily been sliced off. He didn't even know where that bright and resplendent light came from. There were absolutely no weapons in Lin Feng's hands. The other people were also staring at Lin Feng. They were astonished. That bright and resplendent light a moment before was Lin Feng's hand. At that moment, Lin Feng didn't look ordinary any longer. He was standing there and his entire body looked like it had transformed into a sword, an extremely terrifying sword. His body was a sword and his sword was his body. That bright and resplendent light had come from his hand because his entire body was a sword. Sword fusion. The crowd was astonished. Indeed, that was one of the sword force layers, sword and body fusion. Lin Feng had broken through to another layer of mastery regarding forces. Lin Feng only had the strength of the 6th Ling Qi layer but could surprisingly understand some of the mysteries of the Xian Qi layer, which even some cultivators of the Xian Qi layer couldn't understand. His natural talent and intelligence was monstrous. "Cut," said Lin Feng in a low voice. Lin Feng raised his hand again. The lieutenant was covering the stump on his forearm with his other hand and suddenly started shaking in fear. He wanted to move back but it was already too late. The mysterious bright light rose again and sliced into the lieutenant's throat like a flash. His face suddenly looked rigid and he immediately collapsed. A cultivator of the 8th Ling Qi layer was dead. Lin Feng, with his strength, had already killed 3 cultivators of the 7th Ling Qi layer as well as one of the 8 Ling Qi layer. From those 8 blackguards, 1 lieutenant was left as well as 3 people whose faces were covered. Lin Feng turned around and looked at one of the people, whose face was covered. He was next to the princess. That person immediately moved aside and opened the way for Lin Feng. He then said, "The princess is yours." Lin Feng was stupefied. He moved towards the princess and looked at the man whose face was covered, and he saw him move towards the 3 remaining survivors. "You're not going to kill him?" coldly asked the last remaining lieutenant while looking at the man, whose face was covered. "There are only 4 of us. Even if we all attack together, we only have a small chance of winning," said the man whose face was covered while moving towards the lieutenant. He then suddenly transformed into a shadow, jumped off his horse and rushed towards the last remaining lieutenant. An extremely strong wind emanated from his hand and crashed into the lieutenant's chest. The lieutenant's heart twitched. His internal organs had been damaged beyond repair by that attack. The lieutenant wanted to speak but he then saw the masked man carrying out a final attack against him. The lieutenant then fell off his horse, dead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 215, Painful Love. Lin Feng looked surprised. The 2 others with their helmets covering their faces also looked at Lin Feng. They peculiar look in their eyes. "Lin Feng, the 3 of us will not fight against you. You can leave," said one of them sounding cold. They had all moved out of Lin Feng's path together. "You guys are all right with my decision, right?" The 2 others remained silent and immediately nodded. "Let's go," said the leader of the men. Immediately after, they turned around and left. They saw that Lin Feng didn't intend to stop them. Their horses neighed and they then started galloping away at full speed, fearing that Lin Feng might change his mind. But when they had both caught up to the leader of the group, a brutal energy crashed into their bodies. The sound of thunder spread through the atmosphere and blood poured from the 2 blackguards' mouths. Immediately after, another strike of that powerful energy hit them from behind. They could only feel their body go rigid. They tried to release their own energy and move away, but it was already too late. At the moment when they tried to move themselves away, a lethal hand strike pierced both of their chests, killing them in an instant. Lin Feng and Duan Xin Yi were astonished. They slowly turned around and looked at the final remaining blackguard. They only saw that he was moving towards them. When he arrived in front of Lin Feng and Duan Xin Yi, he said, "Lin Feng, even though you have become stronger at the critical moment, you are now very weak and cannot fight for much longer. I advise that you to avoid future trouble and to find a place to rest." "Ha?" Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He knew that he was very weak at that moment. Indeed, even though Lin Feng's broken bones had started to reassemble themselves and he could fuse with his sword, his bones still hadn't completely recovered. Besides, his internal organs had been severely damaged. Lin Feng perfectly understood that he was in no state to continue fighting. When he saw that the man wanted to leave without killing him, he felt like he was truly too weak. Besides, Lin Feng couldn't understand why that person was willing to help him. Who is that person really? Why was he with the blackguards? "Who are you?" asked Lin Feng. "You don't need to know who I am, Lin Feng. You have a strong determination and willpower, you are fearless, these qualities are engraved deep in your heart and they make you the cultivator that you are today. Not everybody can be like that, many people chose to be scared of dying and suffer in silence. Said the man without answering Lin Feng's question. Lin Feng, this war between our two countries is not as simple to understand as you imagine. Behind the curtains, we are just pawns, nobodies. They will sacrifice us at any time to achieve what they desire, like savage animal. This time, you took a risk but it wasn't worth it because nothing was going to happen to the princess. Said the man with the helmet still covering his face. His eyes, which were visible, were looking at Lin Feng and looked sincere. Don't forget to not return using the same road you used to come. Not all the MOU army will die during the war, or at least, MOJia will not die. Wait until they come back to MOU and then you can go back to Shuiyu. Finally, it is my wish that you will make the Yunhai sect rise once again. When that man finished talking, he turned around and galloped away at full speed. His silhouette gradually disappeared on the horizon. Lin Feng was looking at that silhouette from behind and lights were flashing in his eyes. 1,000 thoughts were flashing through his mind. Make the Yunhai sect rise once again? Repeated Lin Feng in a low voice. That man had said that Lin Feng was determined and fearless, that these values were deeply engraved in his heart, and said that many people suffered in silence, scared for their lives. Maybe this person was speaking of himself, suffering in silence to save his own life. That person must have been a former member of the Yunhai sect. Indeed, that person was indeed a former member of the Yunhai sect. Besides, he had chosen to take refuge in the holy courtyard of Shuiyu to save his own life, which is why he said those words. That person had skills as limpid as water, he was extremely strong and had broken through to the 8th Ling Qi layer. In Lin Feng's mind, he can only think of one person. There had been an incredibly strong disciple in the Yunhai sect. Ling Hu. He Shan. That person used to be the first disciple of the Yunhai sect core disciples, Ling Hui Shan. Lin Feng, this war between our two countries is not as simple to understand as you imagine. Behind the curtains, we are just pawns, nobodies. They will sacrifice us at any time to achieve what they desire, like savage animal. This time, you took a risk but it wasn't worth it because nothing was going to happen to the princess. Lin Feng recalled Ling Hui Shan's words once again. His heart was pounding. Indeed, Ling Hui Shan had been at the princess' side, which meant that the 4 men with helmets covering their faces were all students of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Students of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu as well as black guards had been working together to secure the princess. People who were meant to be absolute enemies had been collaborating. The leader of the MOU armies was Mo Jie and the leader of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu was Duan Tianlang. When Lin Feng thought about that, cold killing intent invaded his entire body and penetrated into his heart and even his bones. This war was like a chess game. Its outcome was planned from the beginning. The fact that the princess had been kidnapped, the chaos amongst the troops, the lives of a few 100,000 soldiers, everything had been planned from the beginning and was part of their plan. Everything had been planned so that the people behind the curtains could achieve their goals. These people wanted Lin Feng dead, which is why they captured the princess in Lin Feng's presence and had then blamed Lu Songlan. That tragedy had led to the death of hundreds of thousands of people. However, Lin Feng had given his best to ruin their plans. He had been unwilling to give up and had made great efforts to find the princess. Was that really worth it though? Fortunately, Lin Feng hadn't died. He had gained enlightenment through battle and had learned how to master sword fusion. He was much stronger now than before. Lin Feng stood there while remaining silent. Finally, he moved and took a deep breath, all his thoughts vanished like smoke. Lin Feng had a clear conscience and had stuck to his beliefs. That was enough. That plot in the conspiracy to take his life had actually helped him to become stronger. His path of cultivation would allow him to reach the clouds and to destroy any plots or conspiracies that came his way. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Duan Xinyi with a cold and indifferent glare. He was absolutely expressionless as if he was looking at a stranger. Lin Feng, said Duan Xinyi when she saw Lin Feng's expression. Lin Feng's cold expression made her heart start to race. She just saw Lin Feng raise his hand, and in a flash, the vines constricting her body were cut down. When he finished, Lin Feng turned around and left, while surprisingly ignoring Duan Xinyi. Initially, she was a good person and was safe inside the capital. But because she decided to come to the battlefield, hundreds of thousands of people had to die. Lin Feng himself had almost died trying to save her. Lin Feng, I didn't know, said Duan Xinyi in a low voice. Her eyes were moist. She had heard Ling Hui Shan and obviously understood everything he said. She also knew what Lin Feng was thinking at that moment. As a princess, she had played the key role in the conspiracy. How could all these things be unclear to her? She was royalty who could pass the heavy curtains to enter the imperial palace. Besides, Lin Feng had already asked her why she wanted to come to the battlefield even though it wasn't necessary for her to be there and was even dangerous. That conspiracy was obviously the reason why she had come. She could perfectly understand Lin Feng's feelings. Lin Feng continued forward. He didn't look like he intended to stop. He looked steady and firm. Lin Feng, I really didn't know, said Duan Xin. Tears were flowing from her eyes. She felt a heavy pain gripping her heart. Only a woman in love could feel such a pain within her heart, but maybe she had actually fallen in love. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 216, Lack of Pure Qi. A horse-driven carriage was moving down an ancient road. 3 horses were pulling the carriage. Behind that carriage, there were many people riding horses and acting as guards. Ni Yi I. The person driving the carriage pulled back on the reins and came to a stop. Then, guards on the right and left of the carriage continued moving forwards. A person was lying on the ground. That person was wearing the armor of a soldier. Fu Bo, his heartbeat is normal, there is no irregularity at all. He's alive but unconscious, said one man to the driver of the carriage while checking the person's body. Move him to the side of the road. We have to hurry, said the driver of the carriage indifferently. The man was about to execute the order, but at that moment, a pair of lily-white hands opened the curtains of the carriage. A delicate face appeared from behind the curtains. It was a beautiful young girl, she was very young. Lights were flashing in her eyes. Fu Bo, how could a soldier end up here lying on the road? Asked the young woman whose voice was clear and limpid. Fu Bo shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but in our country, ordinary soldiers are not that strong. Except for soldiers whose rank is lieutenant or above, the others are not considered strong on the battlefield. That person must be extremely weak, which would explain why he was abandoned on the road. Oh, said the young girl while slightly nodding. A light flashed in her eyes and she said, take him with us in the carriage. Miss, this is not appropriate, said Fu Bo, who was surprised. It doesn't matter, Fu Bo, said the young girl while ignoring him and smiling. She then talked to the man who was standing at the soldier's side and said, carry him over here and put him inside the carriage. That guards glanced at Fu Bo. However, Fu Bo had no choice but to nod. The guards had no other choice but to carry the unconscious soldier into the carriage. The carriage then slowly continued moving forwards. In the carriage, there was delicate young woman and young girl who was about 10 years old. She was also very pretty. Ziling, why did you bring a stranger into the carriage? Asked the young woman. She was curiously looking at the young soldier lying down in the carriage. She could help but frown. Ze, big sister, look, he looks so young, can you guess his age? Said the young beautiful little girl as if she hadn't heard the original question. She looked very curious as well. Ziling glanced at Ze and slightly shook her head. She then looked at the lying young man and frowned. Suddenly, she looked perplexed. What a delicate and handsome young man, thought Ze while sighing. Even though that young man was unconscious, his face was delicate, he had dashing eyebrows and his cheeks looked extremely delicate. His entire body was covered with dust from the road. That young man didn't look like a soldier, why was he wearing armor? Ze, sister, that young man and you seem to be the same age. He's very handsome. You would be a perfect couple, said Ziling. Don't talk nonsense, said Ze. Ze, sister, I'm just joking, I know that your husband would have to be stronger than you. You have already broken through to the 3rd Ling Qi layer, you're a genius. He's very young and he's a soldier, how could he be stronger than you? Said Ziling while smiling. Ze was just shaking her head. Ziling, instead of talking about me, you should be talking about your cultivation, especially your sword skills. He. Laughed Ziling. Ziling then said, Ze, sister, why does Ziqiong suddenly want to get married? I didn't think that he had a girl he liked. When Ze heard Ziling, she frowned and immediately said, the day of the offerings for the gods and ancestors is approaching. Ziqiong needs to be married to gain access to the forbidden area. Therefore, his wedding is a very normal thing. Concerning the girl, I heard that they've only known each other for a few days. Otherwise, I don't much more than you. A light flashed in Ziling's eyes and then she shook her head as a sign that she didn't understand such complicated things. But at that moment, the young man lying in the carriage moved his finger. Ziling was surprised and said, he's awake. Then, the young man's hand started to move. Immediately after, he opened his eyes. The young man's eyes were big and beautiful, but at that moment, his eyes revealed uncertainty. That young man was Lin Feng. On that day, after the conversation with Duan Xin Yi, he left her and walked for a great distance. He didn't get the impression that something was wrong with his body, but suddenly, he fainted and did not know what happened after that. He had no idea what happened. He didn't even know how many days had passed since that moment. Ziling and Zi were surprised when they saw Lin Feng. What a handsome young man! At that moment, his eyes were open as he laid on the floor of the carriage. "Where am I?" asked Lin Feng while looking at the two girls. He looked perplexed. "You're awake. My name is Ziling. You were lying on the road and we accidentally came across you, so we took you into our carriage," said Ziling while blinking unceasingly. She then said, "Oh, by the way, how did you faint on that road? And are you a soldier? What is your military ranking? How strong are you?" Ziling was unceasingly asking questions which caused Lin Feng's mind to spin. He said in a weak voice, "Is it okay if I get up first?" "Oh, okay," said Ziling, a bit embarrassed. Immediately after, Lin Feng, who was lying on the floor, stood up and sat down opposite the girl. "My name is Lin Feng. I fainted because I was injured. I am just an ordinary soldier. My strength is..." While talking, Lin Feng tried to gather some of his pure qi, but then, he suddenly looked astonished. He just had the feeling that he was empty inside and there wasn't even a trace of pure qi. What's wrong? Lin Feng's heart was pounding. His eyes were turbulent. He remembered that he had become stronger. He should have become much stronger, but at that moment, he surprisingly couldn't manage to condense any pure qi. There wasn't any pure qi inside of his body any longer. "What's wrong?" asked Ziling when she saw that Lin Feng's facial expression changed so drastically. She then asked, "You were just about to tell us how strong you were, but..." Lin Feng glanced at Ziling and immediately after, he closed his eyes. He could still clearly perceive everything around him. Even without releasing the first layer of his celestial spirit, he was still able to perceive every part of his body, the muscles, the flesh, and the blood vessels. He could perfectly sense everything that was happening within his body. If Lin Feng wanted, he could perceive everything that was happening around him to a circumference of 1,000 kilometers. The whole world would become an image within his mind. "Indeed, I have become stronger, and it even seems that my bones, flesh and muscles are much stronger than before." Lin Feng opened his eyes and used one hand to violently punch the palm of his other hand. He had gained impressive strength. Even though there was no pure qi, while considering his body's strength, he was much stronger than he was before. That meant that he now had a stronger constitution. However, Lin Feng persistently tried to control pure qi, but something was wrong. It seemed like there was absolutely no pure qi within his body. "What the hell has happened to me?" thought Lin Feng while frowning. He had become stronger but did not have any pure qi. What was that supposed to mean? Could it be that, after he became stronger and mastered his sword fusion, something strange happened to his body? Why would his pure qi have run dry? Lin Feng tried to absorb pure qi into his body again, but it would only circulate within his body. It wouldn't penetrate inside or be absorbed. It seemed like the external world and the inside of his body were completely separated. Whatever he tried, it seemed like the universe did not agree. Lin Feng had never heard of such a condition, let alone seen it. He didn't understand what was happening to him. Lin Feng was firmly frowning for a long time and then tried to relax. His cultivation was unlikely to have been crippled. Maybe it was something good, maybe he had entered an unknown path on the road to cultivation. While thinking that, Lin Feng felt a bit relieved. At that moment, there was no amazing energy inside of him, but it wasn't a bad thing. He still had the qi that an ordinary person who did not practice cultivation would have. He even looked even more handsome. "Why are you not talking?" asked Ziling while looking at Lin Feng after seeing that his facial expression didn't stop changing while he remained silent. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Ziling. He then said, "It seems like I have no strength at all." "No strength?" sighed Ziling, surprised. She had a strange expression on her face. "A piece of trash then?" said Zi straightforwardly. She frowned. A person who had no strength was obviously a piece of trash. In the continent, nobody could gain a high place within society if they weren't strong. They would systematically thrown aside even if they were handsome. At that moment, she looked at Lin Feng with disdain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 217, The Mysteries of Cultivation. When Lin Feng heard the expression "piece of trash," he raised his head and saw that both girls were looking at him with different looks than before. It made him feel exasperated. In the world of cultivation, those who were not strong would only be thrown away. However, some people, even though they thought that way, didn't show what they thought to other people, which was much better than how Ze was behaving. Ziling, let's kick him out of the carriage, said Ze in a cold and detached way. She sounded calm and unscrupulous. At that moment, she only thought about the fact that the person she was looking at was a piece of trash, even though he was handsome. Are you not a soldier? How come you don't practice cultivation? Haven't you at least broken through to the chi layer? Asked Ziling while looking at Lin Feng. She was looking at him with a strange look. I was injured and now it seems like I don't have the slightest bit of strength, said Lin Feng while shaking his head. He wasn't going to get angry because of Zi's words. Lin Feng had just gone through war. He had gone through a great deal of horrible things and seen oceans of blood flowing on the battlefield. His heart had matured and he realized that his previous actions were childish. His temperament had evolved, it would now be difficult for him to be affected by the words of others. Oh, said Ziling while nodding. She was looking at Lin Feng while looking pensive as if she was thinking about a solution for Lin Feng. Ziling, if the people of the mountain village know that we have a piece of trash inside the carriage, they will make fun of us and laugh. Let's kick him out, okay? Said Ze again. She really had no manners, talking about Lin Feng to his face. A piece of trash was nothing to them, so she didn't need to speak in a tactful way. Even if he felt humiliated, it did not matter. Ze, sister, meeting him was fate, there is no need to be so heartless and cruel, said Ziling while shaking her head, and then said, Lin Feng, I will allow you to act as my servant. You will be under my care and you can enter our mountain village. Servant? Lin Feng was astonished. Become her slave? In his heart, he was smiling wryly. He wouldn't have thought that he would be forced into servitude like that, but he was still within the borders of Mou while unable to absorb pure chi. He had no cultivation. If he ventured alone, he would probably encounter a dangerous situation, therefore, it was better for him to act as a servant. If he regained his strength, who would dare treat him like a servant? Lin Feng slightly nodded and didn't express his opinion. Very good, then it is settled, said Ziling while smiling. Ze remained silent while shaking her head. The Ziwei mountain village was surrounded by mountains. It was a quiet and beautiful place. It was situated in the north of Mou. It was a place of great influence and it belonged to the Z clan. It was said that the strongest cultivator of the Z clan was at the Xianxi layer. Besides, the Z clan was extremely old, even older than the Mou country. However, as time passed, its influence declined. Ziling was the eldest daughter of the Ziwei mountain village clan. Ze had been adopted and raised by Ziling's father. Therefore, in the Ziwei mountain village, Ziling had more authority than Ze, which is why even though Ze wanted to make Lin Feng leave the carriage, if Ziling didn't accept, Ze had no choice but to accept it. The Ziwei mountain village was extremely vast. The place where Ziling lived was picturesque, clear water and green gardens. It was surrounded by a huge garden and emerald bamboo trees. It looked particularly peaceful. At this moment, Lin Feng was holding a broom and was sweeping the courtyard of the garden. However, he wasn't paying attention to the ground at all, he was lost in his own thoughts. He was able to sense the pure chi of heaven and earth, his perception was even clearer and more distinct than before, but he was still unable to absorb it and make it penetrate his body. That strange condition was troubling him so much that his heart started to race as he thought about it. A single leaf was floating on the wind. Lin Feng looked at that leaf and could distinctly perceive where it was going and where it would land on the ground. Lin Feng grabbed the broom with his left hand and raised his right hand, like a sword, he moved it towards the leaf in an attempt to cut it. Even though there was no pure chi and no sword energy, his hand still moved like a sword with incredible strength. However, when Lin Feng's hand got close to the leaf, it just moved away and continued floating through the air. He couldn't touch it and couldn't catch it. It would move away from him every time. Lin Feng could only slice through the air, but not cut the leaf. I cannot cut it. Lin Feng was a bit surprised. The leaf fell onto the ground. A tree leaf was simple, but Lin Feng couldn't touch it. Even though the position of the leaf was perfectly clear in his mind, he was unable to predict its next movements. If he tried to touch the leaf, its trajectory would change. If Lin Feng could control pure chi, it would have been very easy for him to cut a leaf, but at that moment, even though his hand was still like a sword, he was unable to cut the leaf. Even though I am fused with my sword, it seems that it's not enough, as if something is missing, whispered Lin Feng. Even though he was, indeed, stronger than before, Lin Feng had the impression he was in front of a locked door and was only a single step away from unlocking it. He was in a complex situation, and if he didn't take the next step, he wouldn't be able to absorb pure chi. I remember on the day when I became stronger, my bones had been broken, my internal organs were severely wounded, my determination had allowed me to make battle energy, sword energy, and ice energy fuse all together. Like that, I had transformed into a sharp sword. What I was thinking about at that moment was my sword more than the energy attack. I had managed to carry out sword fusion. My determination is what played the decisive role in me becoming stronger, whispered Lin Feng, trying to recall the moment when he gained his strength. I managed to carry out my sword fusion by relying on my spirit, on the first layer of my celestial spirit. It helped become physically stronger and become more aware of the world surrounding me. My spirit enabled me to understand my sword in a much greater detail and allowed me to fuse with my sword. It seems like amongst all the things I understood, there is something that I am missing, as if I do not yet have the requirements to use my current strength, thought Lin Feng while his heart was pounding as if he had just received a glimpse of enlightenment. His spirit was extremely strong and had enabled him to become stronger and reach this unique situation. However, it seemed like that without using the power of his spirit, he wasn't strong enough to use the power. Therefore, because of his special condition, he was unable to absorb pure chi. I use battle energy, ice energy, sword energy, and fuse them together as a sword. It's not battle energy and it's not ice energy. Even though it is a leaf, it follows the force of the wind without being cut. Could I make the energy of heaven and earth fuse with the leaf? Lin Feng was holding the broom and was lost in thought. He was standing in the huge garden facing the bamboo forest while remaining completely motionless. A middle-aged man and Ze stopped walking when they saw Lin Feng in the garden. Father, this is the piece of trash that we came across last time. Ziling insisted on him coming to the village mountain, to let him take care of the garden and let him live here, explained Ze to the middle-aged man while looking at Lin Feng. At that moment, the middle-aged man was fixedly staring at Lin Feng looking pensive. Father, don't you want to kick him out? Said Ze when she saw that the middle-aged man remained silent. Stop talking, said the middle-aged man while staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was standing there remaining motionless, but dust was flowing around him as if there was a vortex created around Lin Feng. It was very subtle, it was impossible to notice it without paying extreme attention. Ze glanced at Lin Feng and didn't know what her father was looking at. Her eyes were filled with disdain and then she didn't look at Lin Feng again. A piece of trash wasn't worth her attention. Father, I'm going to call Ziling, said Ze to the middle-aged man. Her father ignored her. She shook her head and moved towards the house in the middle of the garden. After she left, something strange happened. The vortex surrounding Lin Feng was becoming faster and more violent. Besides, Lin Feng had a marvelous expression on his face. At that moment, Lin Feng seemed to be fusing with heaven and earth. The middle-aged man was amazed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 218, Earth Fusion. How strange, whispered the middle-aged man. At that moment, Lin Feng was giving him an extraordinary impression. When looking at Lin Feng's back, he had the feeling he was looking at a celestial being. Lin Feng made his heartbeat race. Was Lin Feng really the person Ze was talking about? Has he come to the Ziwei mountain village to become a servant, or is it because he doesn't care about what we think of him and seeks to advance his cultivation? Thought the middle-aged man. On the continent, it wasn't uncommon for disciples belonging to powerful clans to practice cultivation on a journey. Some of them went to war and gained experience on the battlefield, while others degraded themselves to become slaves to test their determination, to change their state of mind. The middle-aged man thought that Lin Feng probably belonged to the second category. Otherwise, that young man would unlikely be standing there while controlling the chi of heaven and earth. How could he become a servant and clean the garden in a small mountain village? The middle-aged man took a step and then started walking slowly towards Lin Feng. However, he was walking very carefully, trying not to make any sound. He was afraid that he would interrupt Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng's state of mind was as limpid as water. He was absolutely lost in his thoughts, not paying attention to his surroundings. On that day, when I reached my current state, around my body was battle energy, ice energy, and sword energy, before I made all the energy fuse together. Why did it become sword energy? Why didn't it become ice energy or battle energy? Lin Feng kept asking himself thousands of questions. A sword can have sword force, a blade can have blade force, a sword can be used to carry out an energy attack just like a blade. When a cultivator masters the sword, they can fuse with their sword. When they master the blade, they can fuse together with their blade. Well, what about the other types of energy? For example, a moment ago, the leaf was floating on the wind. However, a leaf has leaf force, when the wind controlling the leaf has wind force. Force is present in all things and can be used for energy attacks and fused. Swords and blades are not the only things which produce force. It should be possible to fuse with all of the 10,000 things of creation. Lin Feng felt like he had realized something. He suddenly gained enlightenment. Lin Feng raised his hand in the air and slashed it through the air, like a shadow. His movement was invisible. Suddenly, a leaf was cut into hundreds of pieces which floated through the air. Even though Lin Feng was closing his eyes, he had a feeling of absolute control, as if he could control everything around him. He had the same feeling as when he was using his spirit, but it was different to some extent. When he used his spirit, his entire world became darkness, but at that moment, it seemed like he had fused together with the earth. He could clearly perceive everything that was happening around him. In the manuals of cultivation, it was said that cultivation depended on your awareness level and your advancement. As far as awareness is concerned, if you wanted to open the door which lead to the truth of the universe, first, you had to become one with the earth. Become one with the earth, thought Lin Feng. He opened his eyes and a faint smile appeared on his face. He wasn't overjoyed and didn't look arrogant either. At that moment, Lin Feng looked ordinary yet magnificent. He had reached another dimension of cultivation, which was in perfect harmony with his path of cultivation. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the middle-aged man who wasn't standing very far from him. Lin Feng smiled at him. That smile made the middle-aged man feel unworthy. "Young cultivator," said the middle-aged man. His voice was filled with respect. Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged man and nodded as a sign of politeness. "Young cultivator, my daughters are extremely rash and immature. I, Zinan, have come here to apologize. I hope that you can forgive my daughters," said the middle-aged man while slightly bowing. How could his daughters call this young man a nobody? Even though his adopted daughter had talent, her behavior was unacceptable in front of such a talented young man. "My name is Lin Feng. I do not blame them, but the world we live in. Coming to this village was my own decision," replied Lin Feng indifferently. For having been able to penetrate into the dimension Earth Fusion, Lin Feng should be thankful to Ziling and Zi for having brought him to the Ziwei Mountain village. He was a servant there for a few days. While sweeping the garden, his heart felt peaceful and serene. He could calmly occupy himself with his current cultivation problems, which enabled him to break through the final barrier. If Ziling hadn't picked him up on the roadside, Lin Feng didn't know what might have happened. Penetrating into the Earth Fusion dimension was an extremely rare thing. If Lin Feng had really penetrated into it, it was by relying on luck. When Zinan heard Lin Feng, he was sure that he had guessed correctly. Lin Feng was certainly the disciple of a powerful clan who had left home to practice cultivation. There was absolutely no doubt about it. "Is there a cultivation room in the village? If you have one, please let me use it," said Lin Feng. "Of course," immediately replied Zinan and then added, "Young cultivator, please follow me." While talking, the middle-aged man started walking and leading the way. He and Lin Feng was walking towards the bamboo forest. It was a very mysterious place. The pure chi of heaven and earth was in a dense fog floating above the ground. The chi was very thick and powerful here. Zinan said, "Young cultivator, this is the best cultivation location of the Ziwei Mountain, which is why we built the village here. Young cultivator, you can immediately go inside. Besides, there are many purity stones inside, you can use however many you need." Zinan was very generous. Having the opportunity to get acquainted with such a rare young genius was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Feng slightly nodded and went into the room. The pure chi of heaven and earth condensed into a white fog. Lin Feng wouldn't have thought that a place like Ziwei would have such a great place for cultivation. When Lin Feng arrived inside, he saw a myriad of purity stones on the ground. He sat cross-legged and entered into a tranquil state of mind. Suddenly, Lin Feng fused with the earth and a colossal amount of pure chi started penetrating into his body at a shocking speed. With eagerness, Lin Feng absorbed as much of the pure chi that was rushing into him as possible. Lin Feng didn't spend too much time in the cultivation room. 1 hour later, he left the room. When he came out, Zinan was sitting on the ground waiting for Lin Feng. "Young cultivator," said Zinan while standing up. He had a smile on his face. At that moment, there was nothing strange about Lin Feng, as if he was the exact same person that entered the room. However, Lin Feng was shrouded in mystery. "Let's go," said Lin Feng. The two of them left and went back towards the garden. Zi and Ziling were looking for their father everywhere. At that moment, by coincidence, they turned around and saw their father. When they saw that he was with Lin Feng, they couldn't help but be surprised. Zi shouted, "Father! Ziling and I have been looking for you everywhere." "Dad, we are getting ready to leave," said Ziling while smiling. She then looking at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, you can tidy this place and then make preparations for our departure." "How dare you?" shouted Zinan. Ziling was slightly surprised. She then saw that Zinan was staring at her and was about to add something, but Lin Feng spoke first. Miss, where are you going? Our clan also controls the government of the Ziwei. In a few days, the young master Zi Qion will get married, and because we are related, we obviously have to go and congratulate him. This is why I asked Zi Ling and Zi Yi to prepare to leave for the Zi government, replied Zi Nan before either of the girls could respond. Lin Feng nodded to indicate that he understood. Lin Feng understood that the young master of their clan was going to get married and they had to go pay respects. Daddy, we've heard that Zi Qion's wife is very beautiful, much more beautiful than all the women in the clan. Besides, she's from Shuiyu. I also heard that she did not want to marry him. Is this really true? Said Zi Ling while shaking her head. Her eyes were filled with curiosity while looking towards Zinan. Don't talk nonsense, said Zinan while frowning. Immediately after, he said in a low voice, there are some rumors which say that the beautiful woman is the princess of Shuiyu, but it is not confirmed. We cannot talk about this on the outside. Oh, I see, said Zi Ling while blinking. As far as Lin Feng was concerned, he was shaking. The princess of Shuiyu? Lin Feng knew that there was only one princess in Shuiyu, and that was Duan Xin. Could it be her? Lin Feng frowned. On that day, Lin Feng had stormed away from Duan Xin and didn't know what had happened to her. Besides, from what Zinan was saying, that woman was the princess of Shuiyu. She was beautiful, and besides, it seemed like she was being forced into the marriage. The chances of her being Duan Xin were high. Master, I will come with you, said Lin Feng to Zinan. Zinan was surprised. He looked at Lin Feng with a serious look. He was obviously not going to refuse. Could it be that you want to go because you heard that the woman was very beautiful? Is it why you are so impatient to leave? Said Zi with a smile on her face while looking at Lin Feng before adding, but the future husband is Zi Qiong, you are only a servant. Your social status is way too low. Don't even have such thoughts or you might die. The best thing you can do is continue your life as a lowly servant. Shut up, shouted Zinan and immediately looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, young cultivator, if you want to go then you can take my place. I hope that you will look after my two girls until they arrive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 219, Foot of the Golden Z Mountain. Zinan's logic was simple. He was hoping that, by spending some time alone with his girls, Lin Feng would get along with them. Ziling was a few years younger than Lin Feng. Zi and Lin Feng were about the same age. Even though they couldn't be considered as very beautiful, they were cute. Besides, they were quite strong. If Lin Feng could get along with them, that would be a nice thing. Of course, even if he didn't manage to get along with them, he could still ensure their protection. What could he have against them traveling together? However, at that moment, Zi and Ziling were surprised. They were looking at their father, Zinan, in a strange way. Their father was calling Lin Feng young cultivator? Dad, what did you call him? Asked Ziling, who was very surprised. Usually, her father almost never scolded her, and at that moment, he had already scolded her twice because of Lin Feng. Ziling, Zi, your behavior is inadmissible. Lin Feng's cultivation level is much more advanced than yours. The fact that he is patient and accommodating with you is just due to his kind and magnanimous personality. You just don't know how to distinguish good from bad. Daring to treat him as a servant, you are really shameless. Zinan scolded his two daughters again. His words were profound and meaningful. He then said, this time, I will let Lin Feng go with you. You two should ask Lin Feng for advice and listen to what he tells you. You should make sure to stay friendly with him. His cultivation level is much more advanced than ours? Said Ziling while staring at Lin Feng. She was extremely curious. She then said, Father, are really not mistaken? Father, you shouldn't trust him. He is a nobody. Said Zi, who didn't believe her father's words. She was a genius and had already broken through to the third Lingqi layer. Besides, she was about the same age as Lin Feng, so it was impossible for him to be stronger than her. Shut up! How dare you doubt my words? Shouted Zinan, who had no alternative but to shout. He then continued, hurry up and go pack your things, get ready to leave. Humph. Zi poked out her tongue and immediately dragged Ziling to leave. While looking at the two girls leave, Zinan shook his head and he then looked at Lin Feng with a wry smile on his face. Young cultivator, my daughters are naughty and mischievous. I hope that you will not take offense. Lin Feng slightly smiled and shook his head, indicating that he wasn't offended. Zinan didn't seem to feel at ease. Could it be that Lin Feng's cultivation level is so high that he does not care about status and doesn't care about the words of normal people? Ziling and Zi just packed a few clothes and the necessities of travel. Outside of the Ziwei mountain village, Ziling, Zi and Lin Feng were riding on 3 Qianli Shui horses. As Zinan had said, only the 3 of them were going to the Zi government. Initially, he thought he had to go to pay his respects, but then he thought that the people of Zi government would understand if they saw a talented young cultivator with his 2 daughters. Lin Feng, young cultivator, I must inconvenience you to look after my 2 girls, said Zinan in a low voice. Lin Feng slightly nodded and said, I will ensure their safety until we arrive at the Zi government. Lin Feng didn't mention anything about a return journey and Zinan noticed, but he said nothing. He just nodded. If Lin Feng got along with his daughters on the journey, he would come back with them. If he didn't get along with them, he wouldn't. Daddy, Zi and I are together, could anything bad happen? We're going now, said Ziling while turning her head around. Immediately after, the horses started galloping. Zi and Lin Feng were in the front, Ziling was behind them. Lin Feng, what did you tell my father for him to trust you so much? Asked Zi while galloping right next to Lin Feng. I didn't say anything, said Lin Feng indifferently. He didn't even glance at her, which made Zi groan coldly. Sister, I can see that Daddy thinks highly of him, he's trying to make you guys into a couple, said Ziling from behind while smiling. I will not get married to a piece of trash, said Zi while whipping her horse to move ahead of Lin Feng. Lin Feng, as before, looked calm and indifferent. At that moment, he was still wondering if the woman who was going to marry Zi Qiong was really Duan Xinyi. The Ziwei village mountain was a 2-day journey from the Zi government, and Zi Qiong's wedding ceremony was taking place in 3 days. Boom! 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 Lightning illuminated the entire atmosphere as it started raining heavily. The road of the Golden Zi Mountain was becoming wet and muddy. The Zi government was situated on the Golden Zi Mountain, which was part of a chain of mountains. At that moment, at the foot of the Golden Zi Mountain, there was a thatched hut. The 3 people on their Qianli Shui horses rushed over to the hut, jumped off their horses and rushed into the thatched hut, which turned out to be very spacious. That damned weather! We arrive at the foot of the mountain and it starts raining heavily. Initially, we should have been able to arrive at the Zi government and would have been able to sleep in comfortable beds before the wedding. Cursed Zi, who was wet from head to foot. Her clothes were sticking close to her skin, which revealed her already developed figure. One could clearly see her alluring figure. At that moment, Zi suddenly had the impression that she was being observed. She frowned and looked inside the thatched hut. 3 people were sitting on the ground. These people, when they saw her enter, started staring at her in an evil way. At that moment, Ziling and Lin Feng entered the room as well. They were, just like Zi, completely soaked. Besides, Lin Feng was wearing a silver mask to cover his face. Ziling was feeling cold and remained silent. When she saw the evil expression on the face of the 3 people, she felt a bit scared. Zi also noticed that these 3 people were staring at them. She coldly looked at them and even released some cold qi. These people were certainly not good people. But she remained vigilant. After all, they were not in the Ziwei village mountain anymore and had to be careful. She dragged Ziling to the other side of the hut and sat down. Lin Feng picked up some wood in the thatched hut and piled it up in front of Zi and Ziling. He immediately lit a fire. That would be a good way to get dry and warm. He was unceasingly putting wood in the fire to maintain it. These 3 people looked at Lin Feng, who was lowering his head taking care of the fire. He seemed like he hadn't even seen these 3 people. So useless, I really don't understand what Daddy was thinking when he decided not to come and to let that piece of trash come with us, said Zi, thinking that Lin Feng could do nothing but simple chores. Instead of thanking him for tending the fire, she was just making fun of him while her eyes were filled with disdain. She had an unfavorable opinion of Lin Feng and it wasn't going to change, no matter what he did. Ultimately, she despised Lin Feng because she thought that Lin Feng was weak, but if she had known that Lin Feng was stronger than her own father, how would have she reacted? Zi didn't know that all the things she said didn't affect Lin Feng because Lin Feng did not put her in his eyes and did not care about her at all. He was, of course, not going to pay attention to her words. Of course, he also didn't have a favorable opinion of Zi. Big brother, what do you think about these 2 girls? Said one of the 3 people while looking at Zi and Ziling. His evil smile resonated in the area. I like the one who's acting coldly. Nice chest, nice bottom. She looks mature enough. It would be a real pleasure to sleep with her. I just don't know if she'll keep acting so cold while in bed. The man looked fascinating. He was staring at Zi, whose clothes were completely wet. Her clothes were so wet and sticking to her skin that her nipples were erect. That was, indeed, an alluring sight for this man. When Ze heard what the men were saying, her face turned even colder. She was staring at them and released a cold energy. Big brother, that one doesn't seem to be any fun. I still prefer the small one. Not only is she cute but her figure is also not bad, said the one who hadn't talked yet. Lust was flashing in his eyes while staring at Ze. These three people were loudly chatting as if they had no restraint. They were staring at Ze and Ze like a starving man would look at food. As far as Lin Feng was concerned, nobody paid any attention to him. Ze and Ze got closer to each other. Even though they were quite aggressive, in such a situation, they were still feeling a bit scared. How shameless, try and speak that way again. Ze was releasing her chi. She stood up and looked at the three people. Nice figure, we can even see the shape of her breasts. The man who was being called Big Brother by the two others was staring at Ze's body as if he was looking at a naked woman. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 220, Golden Rain Fills the Sky. 3 evil alpacas, you really are extremely perverted, your reputation is well justified. At the moment when Ze was getting angry, a cold and detached voice interrupted them. Immediately, they saw a young man wearing golden clothes enter the thatched hut. Even though it was raining heavily outside, that young man's clothes were magnificent and completely dry. He looked clean and handsome. He was holding a fan in his hand, he looked elegant and had just come from a luxurious carriage. The 3 evil alpacas. When Ze and Ze heard that name, their facial expressions immediately changed. These 3 bastards surprisingly were the 3 evil alpacas. No wonder that they looked so evil. In the region surrounding the Golden Z Mountain, these 3 disgusting brothers were known for their extreme perversion. They were known for cruelly and violently molesting young girls. If Ze and Ze had been their target, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Who are you? Coldly asked the 3 evil alpacas while looking at that young man. While Ze Chun's big ceremony is close, you go out and hunt young girls, right? Said the young man while raising his head and smiling coldly. He then moved towards Lin Feng's side, bent down and shook his fan above the fire. Grow fierce. You are a man too, how come you are not helping these 2 girls when they are being humiliated? Coldly said the young man in golden clothes to Lin Feng while smiling. He sounded arrogant and conceited. Lin Feng raised his head and glanced at the young man. He was about as old as Lin Feng. He looked quite handsome. He seemed to come from a wealthy family. It was obvious at first glance that he was wealthy and considered everyone beneath his notice. The young man in golden clothes was smiling warmly but looked arrogant and had a mocking attitude. Lin Feng didn't reply to him, he continued feeding the fire. However, he didn't have a favorable opinion of that young man. If he wanted to be in the limelight, why did he need to go out of his way to humiliate Lin Feng? Why would you care about what the 3 of us are doing? If you don't want us to hurt you, it's best for you is to leave now. Said the 3 evil alpacas coldly while staring at the young man. The young man didn't even look at them. They still felt a bit wary when seeing the young man disregard them. The young man in golden clothes glanced at them and a mocking smile appeared on his face. The 3 evil alpacas are vile, they are 30 years old and don't practice their cultivation. They just spend their time with young girls all day. The elder brother has broken through to the 4th Ling Chi layer while the 2 others brothers have broken through to the 3rd Ling Chi layer. In their current life, all they can amount to is bandits. The 3 evil alpacas narrowed their eyes and evilly looked at that young man. By meddling in our business, your intention is to show these 2 pretty girls that you are hero, right? Who doesn't love beautiful women? I am no exception, but I also cannot ignore people in distress. Besides, if I have the opportunity to rescue some beautiful girls, of course, I will seize that opportunity. Said the young man while looking at Ze and Ze in a charming way. He had a warm and tender smile on his face. He slightly nodded towards them. Ze and Ze's hearts started beating faster. That young man was so handsome. They were wondering how strong he was. Since it was your decision, don't blame us for being cold-blooded. 2 of the 3 evil alpacas stood up and slowly walked towards the young man. Suddenly, a violent energy emerged from them and moved straight towards the young man. Ze and Ze were staring at the 2 brothers and then looked at the young man to see how he was going to react. At that moment, the 3rd brother suddenly threw himself at Ze looking like he had planned this surprise attack much earlier. He was very quickly approaching Ze. Be careful, said Ze when she saw the 3rd brother move towards Ze and grab her. Her facial expression drastically changed. Ziling had only broken through to the Ling Qi layer, she couldn't compete with the three brothers. Besides, at that moment, Lin Feng, who was calmly sitting on the ground, raised his head. There was an extremely sharp and cold expression in his eyes. At that moment, Lin Feng raised his hand. However, at the same time, a magnificent golden sword twinkled in the atmosphere. The light it diffused made it look like it was raining gold. It was dazzling and full of splendor. That sword light was gorgeous. That light then suddenly enveloped the third brother's body. Immediately after, a horrible shriek spread through the atmosphere. The third brother's body fell down onto the ground. He hadn't paid attention for a brief moment and ended up being struck by the attack. A myriad of injuries, caused by the golden light, appeared on his body. Ziling's eyes were wide open, she was still nervous. How dangerous. But that sword, how gorgeous. Zi was stupefied as well. She was blankly staring at the corpse lying on the floor. It wasn't only the third brother who had fallen down onto the floor. The second brother had also collapsed and a myriad of wounds had appeared on his body. The young man was way too quick. They hadn't even seen him attack, but two people were already dead. How strong. And that sword skill. Zi was looking at the young man and her eyes were filled with admiration. That young man was extraordinary and extremely strong. She adored him already. Golden Rain Sword, the golden rain that fills the sky, you are Lin Haojie. The big brother of the three evil alpacas was astonished. He also looked slightly scared. Lin Haojie, also known as Golden Rain Lin Haojie, surprisingly, it's him. Zi and Ziling were surprised when they heard that name. Lin Haojie was very famous in that region. Zi Qiong, of the Zi government, was his good friend. Even though he was young, he had already broken through to the fourth Ling Qi layer. Besides, because he was a sword master, he easily killed cultivators of the fourth Ling Qi layer. Outstanding young men like him were rare. You taught us a good lesson, I'm off. The big brother of the three evil alpacas was shaking and rushed towards the exit of the thatched hut. He was extremely quick. But Lin Haojie's sword was even faster. The sword rain fell down and the body of the big brother collapsed before it reached the exit. He was motionless on the floor. When Lin Haojie saw the body on the floor, a smile filled with satisfaction appeared on his face. He then put back his sword in its sheath with grace and elegance. Do you two beautiful girls plan to go to Golden Z Mountain as well? Asked Lin Haojie while looking at Zi and Ziling with a warm and soft smile on his face. He was looking at them in a very seductive way. Yes, said Zi while nodding in a delicate way. Her voice was soft as well. Coming across each other today was fate. I am lucky to have met such beautiful girls today. However, it is now late and getting dark, the rain has stopped as well. I will not disturb you, have a good rest, said Lin Haojie while smiling. Immediately after, he turned around and left as elegantly and gracefully as he entered. But when he arrived at the door, he started walking slower and said, considering that two beautiful girls like you are staying overnight in here, don't let useless cowards near you as they might try something. While talking, Lin Haojie continued walking towards the exit. Immediately after, they heard his horse neigh, he had already left. As far as the useless coward was concerned, Lin Haojie obviously meant Lin Feng. When they saw him leave, Zi and Ziling looked like they were disappointed. Zi, sister, we haven't thanked him yet. Ziling suddenly sighed and Zi slightly shook her head while saying, do you think that Lin Haojie is that kind of person who expects something like a thanks? You're right, said Ziling while slightly nodding. He's a really outstanding young man. It's nothing like him, surprisingly he wears a mask because he doesn't dare let people see his fear, said Zi mockingly while glancing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued feeding the fire with wood and said in a cold tone, he's not as good as you two think. What gives you the right to speak about other people? If he hadn't been here, some bad things could have happened to us. You think that you could have escaped unharmed? I really don't understand why our father made you come with us. When Zi heard Lin Feng criticize Lin Haojie, she couldn't help but be disgusted. She already had a crush on Lin Haojie. Absolutely, Lin Feng, you should be thankful to Lin Haojie, said Ziling's swords were also her specialty. I owe him nothing, he hasn't done anything for me. Besides, you owe him nothing either. He hasn't done anything which deserves gratitude, said Lin Feng as calm as always. As far as Lin Haojie is concerned, maybe what he had done looked great in the eyes of the two girls, but in Lin Feng's opinion, that young man was too arrogant. He attempted to humiliate Lin Feng and considered everyone else beneath his notice. Not only that, but he also thought he was better than everyone else. You're really hideous, Lin Haojie, and you have the same family name but you have nothing in common. Now, get out of the hut, said Ze while following what Lin Haojie said before he left the hut. If you want me to go, I don't care, but I would like to warn you that things are not always as they appear. I will prove that before I leave. Lin Feng stood up, looked at the big brother of the evil alpacas, who was lying on the floor, and said, "Hey you, how much longer are you going to play dead? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 221, The Z Government. Ze and Ziling were astonished when they heard Lin Feng. Lin Feng could talk to the dead? But a second later, the two girls were dumbstruck. They saw that the big brother, who was lying on the floor, suddenly moved and started crawling. He turned his head around and looked at Lin Feng in a cold and evil way. The evil alpaca's big brother hadn't died at all. He had just been injured, nothing more. A moment before, he hadn't released the slightest bit of chi and had been holding his breath, feigning death. That little boy is right. Lin Haojie is strong, but way too arrogant. He thinks that everything will go as he plans it. He didn't even notice that he hadn't killed me. His opinion of himself is way too high, said the big brother, sounding cold and detached. He agreed with Lin Feng. You are lucky that I was pretending to be dead, said the big brother, and then looked at Lin Feng while saying coldly, but Lin Haojie has left now. You three are now my toys. You, the little boy, I'm not interested in you, but these two girls will accompany to console me after my brother's deaths. Ze and Ziling's expression changed. The big brother had broken through to the fourth Ling Chi layer. Even if he was injured, they still couldn't compete with him. Die, boy, said the big brother while immediately attacking. He raised his fist and his fist bombarded the atmosphere, moving straight towards Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng slowly raised his hand, then rapidly pierced through the air like a meteor. When the glow from his strike disappeared, the big brother's forehead was covered with blood. He looked at Lin Feng, his eyes were filled with resentment before he died. Was Lin Feng really lucky that he was playing dead? You and Lin Haojie are equally as arrogant, said Lin Feng indifferently. While standing at the same place, he said slowly, if Lin Haojie hadn't stepped in, nothing would have happened to you girls anyway. Therefore, you don't owe him anything. Remember that, things are not always as they seem. It's exactly the same for him, he was pretending to be dead, but was actually waiting for his opportunity. When Lin Feng finished talking, he immediately started walking towards the exit of the thatched hut. In the blink of an eye, his silhouette disappeared like a ghost. When Ze and Ziling saw Lin Feng disappear, they were astonished. Lin Feng had just killed the big brother, he had proved that he could protect them. Even if Lin Haojie hadn't attacked, nothing would have happened to them. As far as what Lin Feng's last words, they were deep and profound. Things were not always as they seemed, just like Lin Haojie, who was showing a certain aspect of his personality, but in the end wasn't showing his true colors. The same was true for Lin Feng. The two girls despised him, thought that he was weak. But in the end, with a simple attack, he could kill a cultivator of the fourth Ling Chi layer. Ze's sister, Lin Feng, seems extremely strong, whispered Ziling after remaining silent for a moment while staring at the corpses on the floor. He's just extremely arrogant. If he was as strong as he said a moment ago, why did he wait for Lin Haojie to stop them? Why didn't he take the initiative? Besides, when Lin Haojie was here, Lin Feng didn't dare say a word against him. Lin Haojie is much stronger than him, and Lin Feng was clearly afraid of him. His heart is just filled with jealousy, said Ze in a bad mood. She remembered Lin Haojie's softness and tenderness, her heart was still beating faster when thinking about that. Lin Feng certainly had nothing to do with Lin Haojie. But he just attacked once with his hand and killed a cultivator of the fourth Ling Chi layer. Besides, that resplendent glow looked like it came from a sword, said Ziling with lights unceasingly flashing in her eyes. She was making great efforts to try and remember Lin Feng's attack. It's only because the big brother was too negligent. The big brother was pretending to be dead in front of Lin Haojie but didn't care when in front of Lin Feng. It is obvious at a glance who was strong and who was weak. Besides, do you think that glow looked more majestic and more powerful than Lin Haojie's golden rain sword? Said Ze as stubborn as before. However, all her reasoning seemed to be flawed. Outside of the hut, a strong wind was blowing and penetrated into the hut. The fire that Lin Feng lit went out because of the strong wind. In a flash, the thatched hut became dark and cold. Ze and Ziling's hearts started pounding. Immediately after, they firmly grabbed each other's hands. They realized that there was cold sweat on the palms of both of their hands. Ze, sister, actually, if Lin Feng was here, it would be much better, said Ziling in a small voice. She had just realized that she had underestimated Lin Feng. Ze had criticized Lin Feng for having lit a fire, and they both now realized that without it, it was very cold. Ziling, we can go up the mountain tonight, said Ze, surprising Ziling. Ze then continued, Lin Haojie is also going up now, isn't he? If we leave now, we may have a chance of catching up with him. What about Lin Feng? What, do you care about him? Said Ze coldly. Alright, let's go, said Ziling immediately after. The two girls left the hut and immediately jumped on their Chanli Shui horses. They immediately started galloping up the Golden Z mountain. A short time after they left the hut, Lin Feng appeared on a horse and followed them. On the top of the Golden Z mountain, there was a majestic palace, which was famous within that region. It was the location of the Z government. In the Z government, there was someone who had broken through to the Xianxi layer. In Mou and Shuiyu, people had the same opinion. A cultivator of the Xianxi layer could be defined as an extremely strong cultivator. Even members of the monarchy would consider them as cultivators worthy of respect. Cultivators of the Xianxi layer were rare. Outside of the Z government palace, there were two huge pillars which had a huge wooden board across with an inscription. The two words Z government was engraved in huge letters on this wooden board. At that moment, Ze and Ziling were approaching these two huge pillars. Lin Feng was calmly following them. The three of them were galloping at full speed on the mountain road, but it was pitch black outside. They had needed 2 hours to climb the mountain. We are from the Z-Way mountain, here are our invitation cards, said Ze while taking out invitation cards and handing them over to the guards. The guards opened the cards and saw that they were from Z-Way village. They then nodded and let them pass. The three of them entered the vast and immense palace. It was so huge that they didn't know where to go. Ze and Ziling, even though they were blood related to the people of the Z government, had never gone there before. It was their first time. Being blood related to the Z government was nothing special. The really strong and powerful family members were all disciples of the main clan. Besides, even though people were passing them, Ze and Ziling knew nobody. Besides, as it was still late at night, they didn't have a place to rest and had no choice but to aimlessly wander around the palace. Master Lin, please come this way. At that moment, in the distance, two silhouetted were speaking as they walked through the palace. Ze and Ziling raised their heads and looked in that direction. The person who had just been called Master Lin was Lin Haojie. Master Lin, shouted Ze while looking at him. Her voice was filled with joy and surprise. Lin Haojie looked in their direction and immediately saw Ze and Ziling. A tender and soft smile appeared on his handsome and delicate face. He walked over to them and said, It seems like I, Lin Haojie, am very lucky to meet you girls again. Master Lin, my name is Ze, said Ze while pretending to be shy. Master Lin, is that your friend? When the girl who was leading Lin Haojie saw that he knew Ze, she couldn't help but ask. Yes, she is, replied Lin Haojie while nodding. So that's how it is, Miss Ze, may I ask you where you are staying? Asked the girl, when she heard that she was Lin Haojie's friend. She remained polite as she was one of the maids of the palace. Lin Haojie was Zi Qiong's good friend and Zi Qiong was the heir to the Z government. Besides, Lin Haojie was also very strong and came from a wealthy family. Since he knew the people from the Z government, he was respected by the servants. Where? Ze felt awkward. She saw that Ziling was getting angry and said, We are related to the Z government, we are from the Z-Way mountain village. We have come to pay our respects to Zi Qiong. We don't know where exactly we're going to stay yet. Z-Way mountain village, whispered the maid. Immediately after, she smiled as if she understood. She said, Since you are friends of Lin Haojie, I will help you with your accommodation issue. If they had just come to pay respects to Zi Qiong, the maid wouldn't have helped them find accommodation. The three of them had arrived so late in the night. Whether they were blood related to the Z government or not didn't matter. Besides, she had also ignored the fact that they were from the Z-Way mountain village. That didn't give them a high status. Them being friends with Lin Haojie was much more important than them being from the Z-Way mountain village. It granted them a much higher status. She also had to give Lin Haojie face and help his friends. No need. Tomorrow is the big wedding ceremony, which we will both be attending. There is space in my room. I would have nothing against letting two beautiful girls sleep in my room tonight, said Lin Haojie with a big smile on his face. He, once again, ignored Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 222, The Day of the Wedding. It is not very convenient, said Ze in a soft voice. She didn't sound like she was refusing, it sounded more like she wanted to accept his offer. Lin Haojia was surprised. When he saw that she was acting shy, a smile appeared on his face. If Miss Ze doesn't like it or has doubts in regard to my personality, I can also give you the entire mansion and I will spend the night outside. That is absolutely no problem, said Mo Haojia, sounding righteous and awe-inspiring. No, of course not, what you proposed is perfect, hastily replied Ze. Ziling and Lin Feng were stupefied. But Lin Haojia immediately smiled and said, so I understand that you're accepting my offer. If it is too inconvenient for you, please tell me, said Ze while lowering her head in a shy fashion. What are you talking about? It is a great pleasure for me, said Lin Haojia while smiling. Ze, sister, how could accept to spend the night in a stranger's room? Said Ziling in a low voice while firmly shaking her sister's hand. Ziling, young men like Master Lin are rare. Do you think that he is not trustworthy? Let's go together, said Ze. Ignorant, said a cold and detached voice. It came from Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng was looking at Lin Haojia. He said in a cold and detached way, at the foot of the mountain, you said that they shouldn't let me stay in the thatched hut because I might try something and now you're inviting them to go to your place? Don't you think that you might try something? Isn't that what outstanding and handsome young men of high status do? Lin Haojia was stupefied. He coldly looked at Lin Feng. Immediately after, he smiled and said, could it be that you think that you could be compared with the likes of me? Ridiculous, said Lin Feng. As if having a high social status could give you the right to mislead young girls. Humph. Lin Haojia groaned coldly. He looked at Ze and said, Miss Ze, since that is the case, you can forget my offer, goodbye. When he finished talking, Lin Haojia started to leave. Master Lin, wait, shouted Ze while running after him. She said, I obviously don't agree with him, Ze turned her head around and coldly looked at Lin Feng. She then immediately said to Ziling, sister, let's go together. I'm not going, said Ziling while shaking her head. All right. Then be careful that he does not try anything, replied Ze while looking at Lin Feng and then ran after Lin Haojia. Lin Feng looked at Ze's disappearing silhouette. He was exasperated. He had warned her over and over again, but since Ze was stubborn, Lin Feng had no other solution. He was also done with the task which Ze Nan had given. He promised to make sure the girls would be safe until they reached the Z governmental palace. Why are you not going with her? Asked Lin Feng. Maybe you are right. Things are not always as they appear to be. Even though Lin Haojia is handsome, extraordinary and very strong, he might be very hypocritical, said Ziling in a low voice while pouting and gazing into the distance. Well then, are you not going to listen to your sister's words and be careful of me? Asked Lin Feng while slightly laughing. Lin Haojia was, indeed, very hypocritical. Ziling turned her head and looked at Lin Feng. She chuckled and said, but if you meant us harm, you had an opportunity down there in the thatched hut, why would you wait for us to arrive at the Z government palace? Lin Feng was surprised by her pure smile. The corner of her mouth had curved into a gentle smile. Things were not always as they appeared, especially when it came to her. She had a cold and standoffish personality which actually hid a soft and innocent heart. Her smile was quite marvelous to behold. Even though it was a simple invitation, Ze was really too innocent and naive, she didn't understand that it was a trap. But don't misunderstand me, even though you are not that weak, I, Ziling, will only marry with an extremely strong sword cultivator. I will never be interested in someone like you, said Ziling while laughing. Immediately after, she started walking away to find a place to rest. Sword cultivator? Thought Lin Feng. He smiled and shook his head. He then followed her. In another part of the palace, in a manor, someone was knocking at a door. Come in, said Ze from inside the room. Immediately after, the door of the room opened and Lin Haojia was in the doorway. Miss Ze, can I come in? Said Lin Haojia while waiting outside of the room. Of course you can. Please come in, Master Lin, replied Ze. Lin Haojia was firmly staring at Ze. He noticed that her clothes hadn't dried off. He could see her delicate young body through her clothes, which gave birth to flames of desire in his heart. Ze, you're really beautiful, said Lin Haojia softly. Ze slightly lowered her head, remaining silent for a second out of shyness. Then, her lips moved, I'm not. You are beautiful from head to toe, said Lin Haojia in a soft voice and then continued, Ze, since the first time when we met in the thatched hut, I feel my head gets light whenever I see you. I feel like we are perfect for each other. I wouldn't have thought that we would meet again so quickly. Ze remained silent and lowered her head. Her face slightly turned red. Ze, why are you not talking? If you think that I am playing some game, I can leave now, said Lin Haojia. Ze immediately raised her head and didn't stop shaking her head. At that moment, Lin Haojia had already arrived at her side. They were now very close. Ze. Lin Haojia's voice was filled with softness and tenderness. Ze's face was becoming redder and redder. She was looking at Lin Haojia, her eyes revealed that she had some feelings for him. She hadn't thought that everything would happen so quickly, but Lin Haojia was her perfect husband. He was outstanding, had a high social status and had high natural talent. Men like him were rare. He was interested in Ze, an adopted girl from the Ziwei mountain. With his high status, it was obviously a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for her. Besides, she had feelings for him, so she couldn't just reject him, even if they hadn't known each other for a long time. Would you like to become my wife in the future? I want to keep you by my side forever, said Lin Haojia in a soft and tender voice while getting even closer to her. Ze's heart was pounding, her face was red, but she was happy. It was so sudden though. Yes, said Ze while slightly nodding. Immediately after, she just felt two big hands embrace her. While hugging her, Lin Haojia became even more enthusiastic. He immediately started kissing her. Ze was shaking. She had the sensation that she had been struck by a lightning. She could feel Lin Haojia's warmth. Immediately after, she also put her hands around him and kissed him back. Lin Haojia then started touching her body. A short time after, he started caressing her young body, which was soft and warm. Ze started feeling restless and let out a small moan. The two of them threw themselves onto the bed. They threw their clothes to the side. After a short time, they were moaning from pain, pleasure, and heat. Their bodies were in fusion in the middle of that room. In the sky, the sun had started to rise. The Z government was starting to get lively. On that day, Zichion's wedding ceremony was going to happen. There were two silhouettes sitting on the edge of a cliff watching the sunrise. They were sitting on the overhanging cliff with their legs above the precipice. They were gazing into the distance and looking at the sunrise. It looked particularly beautiful. How beautiful, said Ziling, amazed at such a wonderful scenery. It was a glowing red above the sea of clouds. It's very beautiful indeed, replied Lin Feng. In his previous life, it was one of Lin Feng's dreams to watch the sunrise from the top of a mountain. At that moment, that dream had come true. He finally knew what it felt like to appreciate such natural beauty. Besides, as he was able to use earth fusion, his perception was much stronger than that of Ziling. It was as if the beauty of watching that sunrise was enhanced. I would have never thought that the first time I would watch the sunrise would be with you on my side. Too bad that you are not the kind of man that I am looking for, said Ziling while laughing. She immediately stood up and said, let's go back. Daddy said that Zichion's future spouse is the most beautiful in the region. Today, I want to see if the rumors are true. Lin Feng stood up as well with a strange expression on his face. He wanted to see the bride, but not because he wanted to see if she was beautiful or not, but because he wanted to see if it was Duan Xinyi. If it was really Duan Xinyi, how could she get married to Zichiong? What if the rumors were true though? If that was the case, what would Lin Feng do? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 223, The Forbidden Area. In the Z government area, in a mansion filled with golden decorations, only one floor was illuminated with a purple light. On the top of the mountain, there was a huge palace, which seemed like it had been entirely transformed. There was one corridor inside which was extremely spacious and much higher than the others. At that moment, at the front end of the long covered corridor in the palace, there was a huge golden Z statue which looked majestic. That was the statue of the ancestors of the Z government. This was a statue, which meant something to all the people who were blood related to the Z government. They had to bow to the ancestors as a sign of respect. Behind the statue was the forbidden area of the palace, which was a huge stone door. Only those who were blood related Z government would be allowed into this area. In the central district of the mountain, many people were walking towards that palace. The huge statue and the vast palace were there to welcome them. In normal times, the forbidden area was always closed off. They couldn't gain access no matter what their status. At that moment, a group of people were walking down the long covered corridor and arrived in front of the statue. They knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times in front of the statue and immediately after, lined up at the side of the statue. The silhouettes were getting more and more numerous. They were almost all blood related to the Z government, but there were some who were friends of the Z government as well. The ceremony was a major event. However, the people related to the Z government and those unrelated were different. Those who were blood related had to carry out the sacrificial rite before they could enter the forbidden area. They couldn't be interrupted, so very few people would bring outsiders. At that moment, Ziling and Ling Feng had also arrived. Lin Feng was still wearing a silver mask and Ziling didn't understand why. Ze has arrived. Ziling was looking at the distance and saw Ze and Lin Haojie arrive together. A short moment after, they arrived next to Ziling. Ziling, how come you are still hanging out with the likes of him? Said Ze coldly while frowning. Lin Feng looked at Ze and used his earth fusion. His senses became extremely acute. He could clearly perceive that there's something different about Ze. Ze had lost her innocence. What an ignorant girl. Lin Feng was shaking his head. Lin Haojie and Ze had known each other for less than a day and Ze had offered herself to Lin Haojie. Lin Feng didn't know what to say, but since it was Ze's own will, he also could not interfere. He had already fulfilled his duty, he gave her advice and protected her on the journey. Maybe Ze really thought that she and Lin Haojie were going to be together forever. Sister, said Ziling while pouting. We came with Lin Feng, we obviously have to stay with him. Ziling, you shouldn't trust such an ignorant and evil person. He is tricking you. How did he treat you yesterday evening? Ze's tone was more imposing and more domineering than before, she also sounded slightly arrogant. When Lin Feng noticed that, he felt even more exasperated. Before, Ze used to be docile when facing Ziling, after all, she was an adopted daughter. But at that moment, she sounded like she was talking down to Ziling. Maybe she thought that because she was in a relationship with Lin Haojie, her social status was now higher than Ziling's. Sister, what are you saying? Ziling was speechless. Then, Lin Feng coldly groaned and said in a cold tone, Ziling, Ze, your father assigned me to bring you to the Z government and ensure your safety. I have now fulfilled my duty. From this point on, we no longer have any ties between us. If you see me, act as if you do not know me and I will do the same. As far as you are concerned, Ze, what you do and what you have done were all your own choices and you will have to bear the responsibility on your own. I already warned you enough times. These were Lin Feng's last words. Immediately after, he abruptly turned around and disappeared into the middle of the crowd. Ze and Ziling were absolutely dumbstruck. Lin Feng had left and cut the ties between them. Sister, look what you have done, Lin Feng left out of rage. Said Ziling, who was angry, but Ze groaned coldly and said, good, he would have tried to trick you sooner or later. At that moment, people in the queue started to get livelier. At the end of the corridor, a group of people had appeared and leading them was an old man of the Z government. He was the patriarch of the Z governmental, Ziying. Behind Ziying were two people. One of them was wearing golden clothes. He looked elegant and majestic and diffused a dazzling aura. That was the future husband, Zi Qiong. Besides, on Zi Qiong's side, there was an incredibly delicate and pretty woman. She was wearing a long purple dress. She had an ornamental wedding crown on her head, she was incredibly beautiful. What a beautiful woman. It looks like the rumors are true, the bride is the most beautiful girl in the region. Even Zi Xia of the Z government isn't as beautiful as her. How beautiful. She looks so elegant. Her clothes make her even more beautiful. Zi Qiong really has good eyes. If only I could find such a beautiful wife, I would be so happy. Even if she wanted me to give up practicing cultivation, I would instantly agree. Various comments were spreading through the crowd while looking at the beautiful bride. He really deserved his status as the young master of the Z government, finding such a beautiful wife was difficult. Initially, they couldn't imagine what kind of girl would have the luck to marry Zi Qiong, but at that moment they had no doubts anymore. That woman was definitely a good match for Zi Qiong and his social status. What a beautiful woman. Ze, sister, the rumors were entirely true, there is no woman more beautiful than her in the region. Said Ziling in a low voice. At that moment, she was also looking at the woman's beautiful and delicate face. When looking at the woman, she had the feeling that she wasn't beautiful at all. Zi's heart was also beating faster, but she remained silent. She turned around and looked at Lin Haojie. Lin Haojie was fixedly staring at the silhouette. He had a strange expression on his face. He couldn't help but sigh and say, Zi Qiong, brother, you're really extremely lucky. When Zi saw Lin Haojie narrowing his eyes, jealousy invaded her heart, she then grabbed Lin Haojie's hand. Lin Haojie turned his head and calmly looked at Zi. In comparison with that beautiful woman, Ze was extremely vulgar when compared to the beautiful bride. Ziqiong and I are good friends. His wife is very beautiful. If I marry Ze, people will laugh at me. I will make myself a laughingstock. Thought Lin Haojie, feeling depressed. He looked at Zie in a cold way. He had already had his fun with Ze, he didn't need her anymore. When Ze saw Lin Haojie's facial expression, a piercing coldness gradually invaded her heart. Alright, everybody, calm down. At that moment, a cold and detached voice spread through the atmosphere. The crowd gradually calmed down and everybody looked at Ziying in the middle of the huge covered corridor. Zixia, come here, said Ziying while turning around. A beautiful young woman arrived. She raised her head and moved to Ziying's side. Zixia was Ziqiong's sister. She was the precious daughter of the Z government. Even though she wasn't as beautiful as the bride, she still had the power to drive men wild. A beautiful woman such as she could not easily be found. Zixia's is also very beautiful, whispered Lin Haojie. At least, she was much better than Ze. Ze's face turned deathly pale. She was staring at Lin Haojie, but he wasn't even looking at her. Sister! What's wrong? Said Ziling as if she had noticed something wrong. She started pulling on Ze's hand, but Ze remained frozen in place. She was just staring at Lin Haojie. On the day before, he had been so sweet to her and had kept whispering honeyed phrases. He had promised that they would be together forever. Why was he so cold at that moment? Today is the day of my son's wedding ceremony, said Ziying from the corridor. He then continued, at the same time, I would like to find a husband for my daughter, Zixia. This will be a simultaneous happy occasion for our family. If a young and outstanding young man is interested in marrying my daughter, come into the corridor and battle for her hand. The last one standing will be able to marry my daughter and become my new son-in-law. Besides, you will be able to enter the forbidden area with Ziqiong. The wedding tradition of the Z government was particularly strange. The crowd first congratulated them, then they could proceed with the ritual of the ancestors, and only then could they enter the forbidden area. When they came out of the forbidden area, they were officially husband and wife. Besides, it was said that people could gain great benefits from entering the forbidden area. Therefore, when Ziying finished talking, many people were astonished. Enter the forbidden area? The rule of the Z government was that, in order to enter the forbidden area, a young man had to be a direct descendant of the Z government. Therefore, daughters of the government and son-in-laws couldn't go into the forbidden area. That was the continued tradition. However, this time, they were not respecting the rules, which stupefied many people. Amongst the young men who were present, many of them looked excited and were eager to give it a try. Lin Haojie was one of them. At that moment, nobody had noticed that, in the middle of the crowd, there was a young man wearing a silver mask who was also looking at that young bride. The expression in his eyes was sharp. He raised his hands to his silver mask and then slowly took it off. Immediately after, he slowly walked forwards. The beautiful bride who was next to Ziqiong was actually Duan Xinyi, the princess of Shuiyu. The Z government must be forcing her to marry Ziqiong. If she had refused to marry him and enter the forbidden area, they would have forced Ziqiong to take her innocence and then arrange her marriage, after the humiliation. Instead, she had accepted in order to preserve her honor and integrity. She had always kept her innocence and had never been with a man. However, if she entered the forbidden area with Ziqiong, she didn't know what would happen to her. This was her current situation. What would Duan Xinyi do? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 224, The Princess Tears. When Ziying saw that so many young men were eager to give it a try, a smile appeared on his face and he said, I will add one more thing, my daughter, Zixia, is 18 years old. The young man who will marry her cannot be older than 22 years old. Oh, I cannot compete. There's nothing I can do. When Ziying finished talking, disappointment appeared on the faces of a myriad of young men. As expected, the Z government was selecting the most outstanding young talents. Those older than 22 years old couldn't join in. Alright, now, those who would like to become my son-in-law can come into the covered corridor for the battle, said Ziying. When he finished talking, two silhouettes immediately started walking in the covered corridor, and when they arrived in front of Ziying, they looked at each other. No need to exchange greetings, you can immediately start fighting, said Ziying while waving his hand. The two people slightly nodded. One of them had broken through to the first Ling Qi layer while the other one had broken through to the second Ling Qi layer. No need to say that the result of the battle was no surprise, the one at the second Ling Qi layer would win. At the bottom of the corridor, many young men were indignant. The young man at the first Ling Chi layer had no chance against the young man at the second Ling Chi layer. At that moment within the crowd, Lin Haojie surprisingly remained silent. While waiting for his turn to fight, he couldn't help but smile coldly. He then said coldly, "Uncle, Haojie has feelings for Xia which have been growing for a long time. If I manage to become her husband, that would be my greatest wish." While talking, Lin Haojie started walking through the crowd and arrived in the covered corridor. "Arf!" groaned Zi while feeling depressed. Her face turned deathly pale, a streak of blood ran down the side of her mouth. She had thought that Lin Haojie was strange a moment before. Zi was badly affected, her chest felt oppressed. At the moment, Lin Haojie spoke, she couldn't bear it anymore. That pressure is what led blood to spill from her mouth. She felt extremely depressed. Lin Haojie had told her during the previous night that he wanted to be with her forever. After having a one-night stand with her, he dared try to find another woman to marry while she was forced to watch. Why was he being so cruel? "Zi, what's wrong?" asked Ziling when she saw that blood was spilling out of Zi's mouth. She was very surprised. Cough, cough. For a moment, Zi felt dizzy and blacked out. She had no energy in her body any longer, there was absolutely no color remaining on her face. "As far as you are concerned, Zi, what you do and what you have done were all your own choices and you will have to bear the responsibility on your own. I already warned you enough times." Lin Feng's words were still resonating in her mind. At that moment, these words were full of meaning for her. She realized how ridiculous she had been for warning Ziling about Lin Feng. She hadn't even managed to protect herself. Zi slowly raised her head and saw the handsome silhouette in the covered corridor. On Zi's extremely pale face appeared a particularly strange smile. "Zi, what a foolish girl, and yet she thought that she was a dragon amongst humans," said Zi while mocking herself and wiping off the blood on her mouth. In a distant place, Lin Feng was looking at Lin Haojie go into the covered corridor, then he looked at Zi and saw that she was smiling. He slightly shook his head. Zi could only blame herself for what was happening. "Xia, please understand that I've had feelings for you, for a long time. Today, I want to marry you, I want you to become my wife," said Lin Haojie to Xia. He sounded just as soft as when he was talking to Zi. Xia felt embarrassed and just slightly nodded. Lin Haojie smiled satisfyingly. Immediately after, he turned around, looked at the young man in the corridor and said, "You can get down by yourself, but..." When the young man saw Lin Haojie, a light flashed in his eyes and he said, while gnashing his teeth, "I've already heard your reputation, the Golden Rain Sword. Today, I ask for you to exchange pointers with me." Immediately after, the young man's body flickered and he threw himself towards Lin Haojie. Lin Haojie smiled coldly. He raised his sword, which then the sky filled with a golden rain. Its resplendent brightness was magnificent. When the golden rain disappeared, Lin Haojie's sword was just as resplendent as before. However, the golden rain had fallen on his opponent. Lin Haojie had killed his opponent without mercy. How cruel! Thought the people in the crowd. He had wanted to exchange pointers, that's all. Surprisingly, Lin Haojie decided to kill him. Lin Haojie glanced at the crowd, his eyes were filled with vigor. He then said coldly, "Xia is the woman I love. Who will try and prevent me from marrying her? If someone dares try to stand between our love, I will show no mercy when cutting them down with my sword." Everybody in the crowd was astonished. Lin Haojie was extremely cruel. That way, nobody would dare to go into the covered corridor anymore. "Zi, Lin Haojie is a good husband for you," said Ziying while smiling. The crowd was astonished again. Ziying was dropping a hint, and he hoped that Lin Haojie would become his next son-in-law. As expected, nobody dared to go into the covered corridor. When Ziying saw that, he smiled. Obviously, if nobody dares to fight anymore, the competition had ended. "Ziqiong, Xia. Father." Ziqiong and Xia started walking while looking solemn and respectful. "You two can proceed to the ritual of our ancestors." "Understood," said Ziqiong while slightly nodding. He then said, "For the ritual, the husband and the wife must kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times as well as make an oath to each other." When he finished talking, Ziqiong looked at Duan Xin. She looked expressionless and remained silent. "No need, you and Xia can kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times for the ritual, that's enough," said Ziying calmly. He also understood that Duan Xin wasn't willing to marry Ziqiong. Since it was that way, the ritual of the ancestors wasn't necessary. The most important thing was what was going to happen after they entered the forbidden area. Ziqiang and Zixia looked at each other and then walked towards the gigantic statue. They then knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. When they finished this, they both stood up and muttered some incantations. Immediately after, they cut the tip of their finger and let some blood flow out. They then put their fingers into a hole within the statue. They let the blood spill into the hole and enter the statue. Boom! At that moment, a rumbling noise spread through the air. The statue slowly rotated and fully revealed the stone gate, which started to open. It was the entrance to the forbidden area. That gate was the only entrance into the forbidden area. Only those who were blood related to the Z government could make that gate open. When Ziqiang saw the gate open itself, he looked excited. Alright, Xinyi and Haojia, you can follow Ziqiang and Zixia inside. Alright, replied Lin Haojia, moving towards the entrance. He looked excited. Duan Xinyi was just standing in the same place, remaining motionless. Xinyi, didn't you hear me? Said Zi in a cold tone. I will not go inside. Finally, Duan Xinyi, who had remained uncommunicative until that moment, opened her mouth. What she said stupefied many people. Duan Xinyi sounded like she wasn't willing to marry Ziqiang. Ziying and Ziqiang were stupefied and looked ice cold. Have you thought about the consequences? Said Zi with an evil tone. His voice sounded majestic yet cruel. I will not go in with him, said Duan Xinyi. Immediately after, she removed the purple wedding attire that she was wearing and threw them onto the floor. She wasn't wearing anything related to the wedding anymore. She had thrown all the wedding clothing onto the floor. Her long hair looked like a black waterfall. Even though she wasn't wearing her purple wedding clothes, she was still as beautiful as before in the simple unadorned clothes. She looked soft and tender. She was morally elevated. You seem to be forgetting our agreement, said Ziying in a piercingly cold way. He would have never thought that Duan Xinyi would cancel their agreement. An agreement? I have been forced, do you call that an agreement? Said Duan Xinyi while smiling. She then continued, no need to keep threatening me, I will not let him have my body. I will not marry him even if that was not the case. I already have someone I love. When Duan Xinyi finished talking, she took out a dagger, stupefying the crowd. She then pressed it against her throat. The hearts of the people in the crowd were pounding. Duan Xinyi, that extremely beautiful woman, wanted to kill herself. Did she really want to die rather than get married? Stop, said Ziying and Ziqiang, whose facial expression drastically changed. But they just saw that Duan Xinyi had a natural smile on her face. I just hope that once I'm dead, I'll still be able to find a way to let Lin Feng know that I really didn't know, said Duan Xinyi while looking towards the sky. It seemed like she had changed completely and was finally revealing her true self. Tears were flowing down her cheeks. Lin Feng, I really didn't know. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 225, Allowed to Hold a Sword. Lin Feng. Lin Feng must be the man she loves, guessed the crowd when hearing that beautiful woman's plea. The fact that she hoped that he could understand after her death proved that she cared for him. The crowd was feeling gloomy. If only that beautiful woman could have had those feelings for them, that would be such an auspicious occasion. She's calling Lin Feng. Ziling was stupefied. She was blankly staring at Duan Xinyi, but it couldn't be the same person. The Lin Feng that Duan Xinyi was talking about was definitely not the one she knew. How could such a beautiful woman fall in love with the Lin Feng that she knew? At that moment, Lin Feng, in the middle of the crowd, was violently shaking. Lin Feng, I really didn't know. Why would she think about Lin Feng in her last moments? I have greatly misunderstood her. Suddenly, Lin Feng's heart felt painful. He was the one who had killed the black guards to save her. He had saved Duan Xinyi, but after figuring out the plot, he misjudged and abandoned Duan Xinyi. It was because of him that she had ended up in this situation and was being forced to marry Ziqiang. Why would she need to explain anything to him? It was him who should have believed in her. Wait, said Lin Feng. He took a step and threw himself through the air. He immediately landed within the covered corridor. Lin Feng's silhouette drew people's attention. The crowd all looked at him. His clothes were white, clean, and simple. His face was delicate and handsome. Besides, when Duan Xinyi saw Lin Feng, her heart started pounding. It was Lin Feng, he was here. Looking natural and unrestrained, it was really him. He was really in front of her, and it wasn't an illusion. At the bottom of the covered corridor, Ziling and Zi were staring at Lin Feng. They were shivering. Could it be that Lin Feng was really the one Duan Xin was talking about? Why did he take his silver mask off? Zi, sister, the man she was speaking of is Lin Feng? Whispered Zi Ling. She couldn't believe it. At that moment, Zi had hopelessly stopped looking towards Lin Haojie. Her heart was filled with hatred. She then looked at Lin Feng and said coldly, "How could it be Lin Feng? It's impossible." In the covered corridor, Lin Haojie also saw Lin Feng. A light flashed in his eyes. It seemed like he knew that young man from somewhere. He had the impression that he had seen Lin Feng before, but he rejected the idea since he could not remember seeing Lin Feng's face before. Duan Xin was looking at Lin Feng while remaining completely silent. She was also starting to put less pressure on the dagger. Lin Feng. Duan Xin couldn't believe her eyes. She just whispered Lin Feng's name. "It's really me, I'm sorry for having made you suffer," said Lin Feng while sighing. His apologies sounded sincere. When Duan Xin heard Lin Feng, she started weeping and heavily sobbing. Immediately tears started to unceasingly slide down her beautiful cheeks. However, a smile was on her face. At that moment, it seemed like everything had lost its splendor compared to this beautiful moment. The crowd was extremely moved. A metallic sound spread through the air. Duan Xin dropped the dagger on the ground. She then started walking slowly towards Lin Feng. When she arrived in front of him, she said, "Lin Feng, I do not blame you, I really do not blame you." Lin Feng was looking at Duan Xin, a deep and profound expression appeared in his eyes. He looked perplexed. In the imperial clan, there was the crown prince, Duan Wudao, who was extremely aggressive, and the second prince, Duan Wuya, who was mysterious and extremely strong. However, Duan Xin, their sister, was pure, innocent and kind-hearted. Even though she had an extremely high status of a princess, she was also just an inexperienced, beautiful young girl. When the crowd saw that, they were moved. Maybe this sweet couple were soulmates. Ziling and Zi were astonished. It was really him, it was really Lin Feng. It was the Lin Feng whom they had been looking down on the whole time. Surprisingly, that Lin Feng was really the one the princess loved. Zi had been really ridiculous to think that Lin Feng would try anything with them. In comparison with Duan Xin, they were nothing. Lin Haojie had dumped Zi for Zi Xia in a heartbeat. In his eyes, Zi was nothing. He hadn't even given her an explanation. In fact, it was so cruel that she couldn't accept it. Besides, it must be an illusion. Why did she love Lin Feng? What the hell is so good about that guy? Hideous expressions also appeared on the faces of the people from the Zi government. Duan Xin was supposed to be Zi Qiong's wife. However, at that moment, on the day of her wedding, she surprisingly said that she loved someone else. The Zi government couldn't accept that. The Zi government was losing face. Everybody was going to ridicule them. Lin Feng and Duan Xin were humiliating the Zi government in the presence of the entire crowd. "Are you done flirting now?" said Zi Qiong extremely coldly. He looked angrier than anyone else. He had played the most important role in that story. He was the one who wanted to marry Duan Xin, but at that moment, she didn't accept him and damaged his reputation. Lin Feng and Duan Xin looked at Zi Qiong. Lin Feng moved Duan Xin behind him. She liked the feeling of Lin Feng protecting her again. On that day when Lin Feng was chasing the black guards even though his life was at stake, she had had a similar feeling like he would give his life for her. "Duan Xin, I have never mistreated you, I am generous, I have never touched you. In the future, if you had asked anything of me, I would have given you anything, but today you decide to flirt with another man, I will not show any mercy, and your body is mine." Zi Qiong was staring at Duan Xin and his voice was piercingly cold. The people of the Zi government are so shameless? Lin Feng found Zi Qiong's logic ridiculous. He had forced Duan Xin to accept the marriage and he expected her to be thankful to him? If I understand your logic, if someone forces your sister to become his wife, but doesn't touch her, she has to give herself to him, be thankful and willingly become his wife? Is that the logic of the people within the Zi government? Said Lin Feng coldly. The people of the Zi government were coldly staring at Lin Feng. "Your name is Lin Feng, you are extremely audacious to dare criticize my Zi government. I will slaughter you." Zi Qiong looked at Lin Feng with killing intent. Lin Feng was younger than him and still dared to slander the Zi government. Lin Feng had a death wish. "You can try," said Lin Feng calmly. He was standing there, in his white clothes, with his sword on still his back. He was expressionless and fearless. A gentle breeze blew through the large covered corridor. Lin Feng's white clothes were fluttering in the wind. At that moment, he looked frivolous, natural and unrestrained. Ziling and Ze were absolutely dumbstruck and blankly stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't the same person anymore. He seemed like he was a completely different person. He wasn't quite patient and accommodating anymore. His voice was filled with ardor. He was standing tall and upright while facing the Z government alone. At that moment, Lin Feng looked unique and exceptionally strong, as if he was going to unsheath the terrifyingly powerful sword. What an insane guy. Zi Chong, brother, let me take care of him, said Lin Haojia while taking a step. This was a chance for him to show off his strength. All right, brother, said Zi Chong while slightly nodding. Immediately after, Lin Haojia started running. In a flash, he arrived in front of Lin Feng. His golden clothes were dazzling and magnificent. Why do I have the impression that we know each other? Asked Lin Haojia while frowning. Lin Feng smiled and said, just attack me already. Since you're so impatient to die, I will grant your wish. Remember the name of the person who was going to kill you. My name is Lin Haojia, also known as the Golden Rain Sword, said Lin Haojia arrogantly. He then started walking again. His golden rain invaded the atmosphere and filled the sky. The golden rain turned into a dazzling light. It was resplendent. When the golden rain fell down, the golden light enveloped Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was standing completely motionless. He raised his hand. Some sword chi spread through the air. A bright and resplendent light flashed for a second and then disappeared without trace. However, at that moment, Lin Haojia let out a horrible shriek. His long sword had fallen onto the ground. The hand was still holding the sword and had been cut off from the elbow. The crowd was absolutely dumbstruck. Their eyes were wide open. They hadn't seen what Lin Feng had done and how he achieved such a result. At that moment, Lin Feng was still standing in the same place. It seemed like he hadn't moved at all. However, Lin Haojia's hand had really been cut off and was on the ground. The Golden Rain Sword, you are a humiliation for anyone who uses a sword. You shouldn't even be allowed to hold a sword, said Lin Feng coldly. The hearts of the people in the crowd were pounding. Especially Ziling and Ze, they couldn't stop shaking. They were completely stunned. Lin Haojia, a sword master? Lin Feng, a coward and a piece of trash. In front of Lin Feng, Lin Haojia was a piece of trash and shouldn't have been allowed to hold a sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 226, Lin Feng's Sword. Lin Feng had cut off Lin Haojia's forearm in a single strike. On top of that, he hadn't used his sword but had only waved his hand through the air. It released a resplendent light which had made the Golden Rain attack look like a joke. The name Golden Rain Sword had become a joke. Exactly like Lin Feng had said, Lin Haojia shouldn't have been allowed to hold a sword. It was a humiliation for all sword users. Lin Haojia was far from being talented, especially when compared to Lin Feng. Ze had been really ridiculous to consider Lin Feng as a piece of trash and to think of Lin Haojia as a good person. Thinking that she would become a dragon amongst the people, she had offered the purity of her body to him and been humiliated. She had completely ignored Lin Feng's advice. At that moment, Ze's laughter was strange. At that moment, Lin Haojia, with his missing arm, looked incredibly pitiful. Lin Feng, who was protecting Duan Xin, looked heroic, natural and unrestrained. Lin Feng was really a dragon amongst the people. He was open-minded. Even though Ze had humiliated him over and over again, he had never lost his temper. He had never been aggressive because he didn't care, and he also thought that it wasn't worth letting her words bother him. Lin Feng was really an amazing person. Ziling was also looking at the confident Lin Feng as if it was the first time she had laid eyes on him. The Lin Feng, who was standing in the covered corridor, was natural and unrestrained. He had cut off Lin Haojia's arm from the elbow without restraint. Was it really the same young man as the one that they had picked up on the side of the road? Was it the same young man who was holding a broom and sweeping the garden? Was it the same coward, who had made a fire in the thatched hut and was treated badly through the whole journey? Ze and Ziling understood what their father's words meant when they were leaving. Zinan had made Lin Feng go with them to make sure that they would arrive safely at the Z government. It was his mission to protect them. At the same time, he had also given them an amazing opportunity to get to know him and become closer with him. Ze had been so ridiculous, calling Lin Feng a piece of trash, despising him, and getting fooled by Lin Haojia who had taken her virginity. Ziling had also never given Lin Feng any respect either. Not allowed to hold a sword. Lin Haojia was just standing there motionless, blood was flowing from his arm onto the ground. He looked deathly pale. It was the first time that somebody told him that he, Lin Haojie, also known as the Golden Rain Sword, shouldn't have been allowed to hold a sword, that he was a humiliation to sword users. A sword is sharp, using one requires a person to be determined and proud. You don't have these qualities, your sword play is flashy but has no substance. You shouldn't even be allowed to hold a sword, and you should never be considered as a sword user, as it is a humiliation to those who actually train in the sword," said Lin Feng, sounding ice cold. Lin Haojie had none of the qualities required to be a good sword user. His style was flashy but without substance. He only focused on looks and not the sharpness of his sword. "You dared to cut my hand? Who the hell are you?" said Lin Haojie while raising his head. He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. The impression that he knew Lin Feng was growing in his mind. "Actually, I'm not done with you yet." Lin Feng had an ice-cold smile on his face. He then moved forwards. In a flash, his silhouette disappeared and immediately appeared in front of Lin Haojie. Lin Haojie was violently shaking. He had no way of blocking Lin Feng's attacks. He felt an incredible sword chi penetrate into his chest and destroy his organs. His face was completely distorted and he was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Not only had Lin Feng cut off his hand, but he was also going to kill him. "It's you," said Lin Haojie when he saw Lin Feng's eyes. His heart was pounding. That was the uncommunicative young man from the thatched hut who had made the fire. It was the one whom he called a coward. Back in the thatched hut, Lin Feng was just a useless coward making a fire for them, but at that moment, Lin Feng could easily kill him. That was completely the opposite of what he believed. Lin Haojie's heart was pounding, but he knew that his fate was already sealed. "Indeed, it's me," said Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng's hand was on Lin Haojie's chest, releasing qi. Immediately after, Lin Haojie groaned and the qi disappeared. However, his eyes were still wide open. He could not accept his death, even in his last moments. He had a high social status, was talented and handsome. How could he die so easily in front of a huge crowd? Boom! 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 Dot! When the crowd saw the corpse collapse onto the ground, their hearts were pounding. Lin Feng had killed Lin Haojie, the Golden Rain Sword. He didn't care about Lin Haojie's social status, he simply killed him. It had looked simple for him to kill Lin Haojie. It was as if Lin Feng had just killed an insect. At that moment, those who were shocked the most were the sisters, Zi and Ziling. Lin Haojie had died? It had been that easy for Lin Feng to kill Lin Haojie? "Sister," he was wearing a mask because he knew the princess. He knew that something was going to happen and he didn't want to put us in danger and wanted to avoid us getting involved. Ziling had suddenly understood why Lin Feng was wearing his silver mask. He didn't want other people to know that Zi and Ziling had come with him. Whatever would happen, they would not get in trouble because of him. "You two owe Lin Haojie nothing." Lin Feng's words were resonating in their minds. In the thatched hut, considering Lin Feng's strength, could the three evil alpacas have harmed them? It would have been impossible. It was just that Lin Feng remained silent at the time and didn't reveal everything. However, these two girls didn't like that. They liked men who would show off, who were arrogant. They liked Lin Haojie. They regretted their actions. Especially Zi, who had lost her virginity to Lin Haojie. A few honeyed phrases had been enough and she had given her body to him. However, regretting was useless. Lin Haojie had been killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng would never look at such a foolish girl. Zi, who was usually very arrogant, was crushed. She had called Lin Feng a piece of trash, but actually, in Lin Feng's eyes, she was the real piece of trash. She was just a pitiful, lost young girl, nothing more. Lin Feng had never been affected by her words because her words meant nothing. "You will die," coldly shouted Zi Qiong. Hideous expressions could be seen on the faces of the people from the Z government. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Duan Xinyi. On Duan Xinyi's face, you could see that she had cried, but at that moment, a warm and tender smile had also appeared on her face. She was calmly standing behind Lin Feng. "The people who made you want to take your own life will all die," said Lin Feng calmly. "Stay close to me." "All right," said Duan Xinyi while slightly nodding. Lin Feng put his hand behind his back, grabbed his long sword and unsheathed it. His sword was as limpid as water. It looks magnificent and resplendent as well as sharp. A sword user. The crowd, when they saw Lin Feng's hand, were astonished. Lin Feng despised Lin Haojie and his golden rain. Lin Feng could kill Lin Haojie with only his bare hands. How sharp was his sword? Ziling's hands were shaking. That was a sword. Lin Feng had taken his sword out. She liked sword users who did everything to become sword masters. They looked heroic, natural, and majestic. But sword users were rare, strong sword masters were even rarer. Lin Haojie was already the strongest sword user she had ever seen. Lin Haojie's sword was magnificent, resplendent, yet Lin Feng could kill him easily. How powerful was Lin Feng's sword? White clothes and a silver sword. Lin Feng had taken out his sword. At that moment, he was calmly standing there and a wonderful feeling invaded his body as if the heavens and the earth felt different from before. Lin Feng had started his earth fusion. Zi Qiong also had a strange feeling. Even though he had said that he wanted Lin Feng to die, he wasn't going to attack because he didn't dare approach Lin Feng. Lin Feng was calmly standing there, which gave Zi Qiong a feeling of inferiority. He hated that feeling. "Kill him," coldly said Ziying. In a flash, a few people appeared in the corridor looking solemn. They released deadly energy which filled the entire atmosphere. It was extremely oppressive. A silhouette flickered and moved towards Lin Feng at full speed, but Lin Feng remained calm and motionless. He looked like an unmoving mountain. At the moment when the opponent arrived near him, Lin Feng finally moved. He took a step forwards, a very small step. At that moment, extremely strong deadly sword energy spread through the air and transformed into a strong wind which struck the opponents. At that moment, the opponents felt that they were suffocating. It seemed like the Lin Feng wasn't a human being, he looked like a sword. Besides, his sword looked like a heavenly sword releasing heaven's fury. At that moment, Zi Ling was also suffocating. A sword had been used, its splendor illuminated the atmosphere and caused heaven and earth to tremble. Silence invaded the crowd. The people who were moving towards Lin Feng all suddenly stopped. At that moment, it seemed like time had stopped. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 227, Fury for the Princess. The Earth Fusion was a cultivation dimension that many cultivators never understood in their entire life. Even strong cultivators at the Xin Qi layer required luck and a great amount of insight in order to understand Earth fusions. When a cultivator and the Earth fused together, the human being absorbed strength from the Earth itself. Every movement was in perfect accordance with the forces of heaven and earth. Lin Feng's sword left a brilliant and resplendent arch-shaped light as it slashed through the air. The ones who were attacking Lin Feng were completely enveloped by that light. Lin Feng's sword energy seemed like it was coming from every direction. Immediately after, Lin Feng attacked those who had come to attack him. Each and every single one of them slowly collapsed. They had all fallen dead, in an instant. A single sword had annihilated all of them. Nobody had been lucky enough to escape. The hearts of the people in the crowd were pounding. A few strong Z government members had already been killed by Lin Feng's sword. He was a real sword master. In front of Lin Feng, Lin Haojie was indeed a humiliation to sword users. His radiant golden rain sword, in front of Lin Feng's sword, looked like a comedy act. Lin Feng's sword was genuinely sharp, he could actually kill people in an instant when using his sword. Ziying and Zi Qiong were stupefied. While looking at that young man wearing white clothes, they felt furious. How strong! Zi Qiong was sure that if he fought against Lin Feng, he would definitely die. There would be no suspense at all. He would end up the same as Lin Haojie. He wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack. Zi Qiong and Zi Xia turned around and looked at their father, Ziying. Only Ziying could kill Lin Feng. Not only them but everybody else was looking at Ziying. He was the patriarch of the Z government, how was he supposed to tolerate Lin Feng's attitude? "Your martial skills are not bad," coldly said Ziying while staring at Lin Feng. Ziying had broken through to the 9th Ling Qi layer and could break through to the Xian Qi layer at any moment. He was able to sense Lin Feng's strength and he thought that Lin Feng's sword skills were only simple sword strikes. He had definitely used some type of trick. In other words, he had used an extremely powerful and high-level sword skill which was hidden as a simple sword strike. Martial skill? A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face as if something hilarious had been said. He hadn't used any of his skills at all. He had just carried out ordinary sword strikes, it was just that he used his sword fusion and his earth fusion during these attacks. That sword belonged to a higher dimension of cultivation. "You don't understand at all," said Lin Feng indifferently. Ziying's understanding of cultivation wasn't advanced enough. He didn't know what earth fusion was. Only those who could penetrate into that dimension could understand it and know the strength it contained. For example, Lin Feng didn't need to use his spirit, he could close his eyes and was still able to sense a leaf falling in the distance. He could sense everything that was happening around him. Ziying couldn't do that. He could only trust his intuition, which might not always be correct. Even if he knew that some people could use earth fusion, he still couldn't understand it. He had sensed nothing at all. Obviously, he wasn't able to understand even the basics. You don't understand at all. When Ziying heard these words, said by Lin Feng with so much confidence, he felt really uncomfortable. A junior was telling him, in front of everybody, that he didn't understand something. It made him seem incredibly ignorant. I don't understand? Said Ziying while smiling coldly, and then added, You're still a child and you dare act in such an arrogant way. You do not know how vast the world is. You came here, caused trouble, killed people of the Z government and humiliated it. I will not simply kill you. I will cripple your cultivation. You will suffer every day of your life. You will suffer a fate much worse than death. Ziying's voice was piercingly cold. When the crowd his words, they also sensed a wave of coldness emerge from Ziying. Lin Feng was looking at Ziying. Immediately after, a smile appeared on his face, as if he had heard a joke. Why are you smiling? Asked Ziying in an extremely cold way. You are clearly afraid of me. Said Lin Feng as calmly as before, and then continued, I came to the Z government alone. I caused trouble during your children's wedding ceremony, killed your future son-in-law, and slaughtered a number of people who belong to the Z government. The Z government and I cannot exist under the same sky. There is no way to change that. If you weren't afraid of me, you would have already attacked me, but right now, you are not entirely sure that you can fight against me. Therefore, you are only saying empty threats. You want to find out how strong I really am while also delaying for time. When Ziying heard Lin Feng, he was stupefied. Indeed, he was really afraid of Lin Feng. A moment ago, he hadn't understood anything about Lin Feng's sword. He was ignorant, and on top of that, he was afraid. What terrified Ziying is that he couldn't determine exactly how strong Lin Feng was. Otherwise, he wouldn't waste time talking nonsense to Lin Feng. He would have attacked Lin Feng immediately after the Z government members were killed. Lin Feng had managed to perfectly understand the situation. No matter whom you are hoping will arrive, if you delay me long enough, today, you will die. Lin Feng took a step forwards while holding his sword. Lin Feng seemed to be walking extremely slowly, but when his suddenly sword diffused a bright and dazzling light, Lin Feng, in a flash, had already landed in front of Ziying. The crowd had the impression that they were hallucinating. How had Lin Feng crossed such an incredible distance in a flash? Boom! A purple illusionary spirit appeared behind Ziying, and it was incredibly huge. Ziying's entire body was enveloped in a resplendent purple light. Ziying's spirit was very mysterious. Surprisingly, when fighting against Lin Feng, he had released his spirit immediately. He was definitely proving Lin Feng's words. He was afraid of him. Because he was afraid of Lin Feng, he couldn't afford to be careless and had thus immediately released his spirit. Pish! Lin Feng's sword fell from the sky. Purple fist! Furiously shouted Ziying. His purple spirit rushed through the air and transformed into an illusion around Ziying. An incredible quantity of purple chi emerged and turned into a spiral. It spun around Ziying's hand. It looked like a purple fist had formed around Ziying's hand. Finally, the monstrous purple fist launched forward and bombarded the atmosphere. In a flash, on Ziying's fist, countless purple fists were rushing towards Lin Feng at full speed. Pshhh, pshhhh. Lin Feng's sword blocked the purple fists. Lin Feng was unceasingly moving his sword to block the bombardment of purple fists. His forearm felt incredibly sore from the continued pressure on his sword. The purple fist skill was a high-quality skill at the Xian level. That skill and the spirit complemented each other. It enabled members of the Z government to carry out extremely powerful attacks which had the strength of the D level. It was especially strong if it was used by a cultivator of the 9th Ling Qi layer. If he had used that skill against a mountain, a large crater would have appeared in it. Lin Feng's sword was becoming slower and slower, as if he couldn't stand the pressure. His forearm felt heavier and heavier. However, he looked as calm as before. His heart was also filled with determination. His sword was extremely sharp. Lin Feng looked as if he could destroy anything. Sword masters had an incredible aura. The sword of a real master was capable of pure annihilation, and a real master would never retreat when using such a sword. Lin Feng's sword was extremely sharp and pierced the atmosphere with each movement. Lin Feng's sword was unceasingly destroying the purple fists. Retreat! Ziying's facial expression drastically changed. Lin Feng's sword was unceasingly moving as before. When he saw the sword heading straight for him, without hesitation, he jumped backwards. A moment later, Ziying's face was deathly pale because Lin Feng's sword had undergone a trajectory change and was now moving towards his son, Ziqiong. Ziying was unable to block the attack. What would happen if Ziqiong received that attack? You would dare! Shouted Ziying furiously. Die! said Lin Feng coldly. Why wouldn't Lin Feng dare? If Ziling hadn't coincidentally picked him up on the side of the road, Zichong would have caused harm to Duan Xinyi. At that moment, Lin Feng wasn't killing Zichong for any other reason but to avenge Duan Xinyi. If Duan Xinyi had taken her own life, Lin Feng would have regretted it his entire life. When Zichong saw that Lin Feng's sword was moving towards him at full speed, his heart twitched. His facial expression revealed hopelessness. Was he, Zichong, going to die? Was he going to get killed on the day of his wedding and at the moment when he was about to enter the forbidden area? PSHH. A small sound filled the atmosphere. Zichong didn't think much longer. His eyes looked calm. Fear, hopelessness, he would have never thought that such a day would come for him. Zichong slowly collapsed onto the floor. The people in the crowd held their breath and their hearts were pounding. The young master of the Z government had been killed. Lin Feng's words weren't empty. If he said he was going to kill, he killed. He could pierce everything with his sword. Not only the head of the Z government but everybody related to harming the princess had to die. Lin Feng was enraged. He would unleash all of his fury for the princess. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 228, Purple Annihilation. How strong, what an incredibly strong young man. Many people in the crowd were astonished. Their hearts were pounding. How old was Lin Feng? He seemed to be much younger than Zichong. But he had killed Lin Haojie the Golden Rain Sword, he had killed some members from the Z government and his sword had made a cultivator at the peak of the 9th Ling Qi layer retreat while he killed Zichong. Monstrous was the only adequate word to describe Lin Feng's strength. The Z government was the strongest and most influential group within the entire region. Besides, Lin Feng was only a young man and yet he dared to slaughter so many people from the Z government, annihilating everything and killing anyone who tried to stop him. Ziling and Ze, they couldn't believe their eyes, they had the impression that they were dreaming. They thought that Lin Feng was a piece of trash but in the end, he was much stronger than Lin Haojie, he was terrifyingly strong and had outstanding natural talent. He had even managed to make Ziying retreat. Duan Xinyi's smile, while looking at Lin Feng's back, was getting bigger and bigger. She knew how hot-blooded and determined Lin Feng was. On that day, Lin Feng had chased and killed 5 incredibly strong cultivators to save her. Amongst those 8 people, all of them were stronger than Lin Feng. They had all broken through to the 7th Ling Qi layer. Lin Feng, relying on his fearless demeanor, looked like a war god as he killed the lieutenants of the Black Guard. In the end, only one was left alive. Lin Feng would risk his life for her. She was also ready to die if she could not be with him. It seemed like they were perfect for each other, nothing could separate them. Ah! A tragic shout filled the atmosphere which shocked the crowd. Ziying was fixedly staring at that corpse lying on the ground. He had only one son. He had spent many years raising him and shaping him into a strong cultivator. This was going to be a beautiful day for him, he was going to enter the forbidden area but at that moment, he was lying on the ground as a corpse. I want you to die. Ziying's voice was filled with hatred. He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. His extremely strong spirit suddenly emitted insane roars, the spirit looked like it had gone insane. Blood was dripping from Lin Feng's sword. When he saw Ziying, who was roaring with sadness, killing intent filled Lin Feng's eyes. I also want you to die. Lin Feng ran towards Ziying. Boom! A spiral of purple qi rushed from Ziying's hand and formed a purple fist. Behind his body, his spirit was emitting an endless purple light. Ziying's purple fist bombarded the atmosphere towards Lin Feng. Then, the purple fist transformed into a silhouette that looked exactly like the purple spirit behind Ziying. Suddenly a huge purple cloud rushed through the air straight towards Lin Feng as if it wanted to swallow him entirely. Both attacks were now rushing towards him. Die! Lin Feng slashed with his sword and cut the purple giant in two, but the purple clouds continued moving towards Lin Feng at full speed. Besides, the purple silhouette reassembled itself from the two pieces. Die! Ziying was shouting furiously, he kept releasing purple spirals towards the giant silhouette. That purple giant suddenly moved its hand. An incredible purple fist attack emerged from its hand. Besides, the eyes of the purple giant looked like that of a human. Its eyes were filled with hatred, coldness, and killing intent. This was also Ziying's state of mind at the time. What kind of attack is that? When the crowd saw that, they were stupefied. The energy had suddenly transformed into a purple giant and on top of that, the purple giant could attack. It was as if Lin Feng now had to fight two opponents. Purple annihilation. A few of the direct descendants of the Z government were absolutely astonished. Purple annihilation was a skill which only the direct descendants of the Z government knew. Purple referred to color of the chi, the purple chi could transform. At that moment, that purple giant had actually appeared because Ziying was controlling it. Annihilation, because that attack was extremely powerful and it could destroy anything in its path. That giant was almost invincible. Even its attacks were unstoppable. It was almost impossible to protect one's life when facing such a powerful attack. It was an extremely powerful skill. His skill and spirit is really quite strange. At that moment, Lin Feng was also surprised. He had attacked that purple giant and cut it in two, but that had only wasted time. The purple cloud had almost reached him. That purple cloud was extremely strong, its only purpose was destruction. Lin Feng's vision seemed like it could pierce the very air itself. At that moment, he was standing there, but it felt like his presence had disappeared. Him and the earth were in complete symbiosis. His body had fused with the chi of heaven and earth. Die. The purple illusion was surprisingly speaking. Its voice was extremely cold. The deadly energy surrounded Lin Feng's body and then swallowed him. Where the hell did Lin Feng go? A furious shout filled the air. The silent crowd sighed. They only saw a white silhouette standing next to Duan Xin. If not Lin Feng, who else could it be? A moment before, the entire crowd had been fascinated by that purple cloud and hadn't focused on Lin Feng at all. How quick? When did he dodge? Thought the people in the crowd. Lin Feng had been way too quick. A moment before, it seemed like Lin Feng had disappeared without trace. They hadn't even noticed his movement. If I hadn't managed to penetrate into the Earth fusion dimension, I would have been badly hurt by that attack. What a strange spirit. As expected, I cannot afford to be negligent. Then, Lin Feng saw that purple giant suddenly transformed into a huge purple face. The face was horrifying. Ziying was standing behind it and remained motionless. His spirit was no longer behind his back but was fighting against Lin Feng. Roar! The giant roared and moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Lin Feng was calmly standing there and could sense the chi released by the giant. Immediately after, a cold and indifferent smile appeared on his face. Lin Feng grabbed Duan Xin, his silhouette flickered and he moved back. The giant was attacking Lin Feng, but he continued to dodge, making it roar once again. Roar! The giant roared extremely loudly and then groaned. The crowd could only see that purple giant slowly dispersed. The purple cloud was slowly vanishing until it completely disappeared. It's gone? The crowd was astonished. They were looking at Ziying. His spirit was back behind him, but it was very small and looked extremely fragile. With your current strength, you don't even know how to perfectly control your spirit. Lin Feng smiled coldly. His perception was extremely sharp. At the moment the purple giant attacked him, Lin Feng had sensed that its strength was gradually getting weaker and weaker. Even though Ziying was doing his best to control it as much as possible, it was still gradually getting weaker, which was why Lin Feng had chosen to move back. As expected, he hadn't needed to dodge any longer, the purple cloud had vanished. A moment before, Ziying wanted to use all of his strength to kill Lin Feng, but unfortunately for him, he didn't have enough power. Now, it's my turn. Lin Feng took a step and released a deadly energy. A vast quantity of sword chi emerged. Lin Feng's sword emitted a piercingly cold light. Ziying's face was extremely pale. A moment before, he had used all his strength but hadn't managed to kill Lin Feng. He wouldn't have another opportunity. Besides, he had consumed all his chi reserves while controlling his spirit. If he didn't get killed by Lin Feng, that would be a stroke of luck. It's your turn, but you will never get the chance. At that moment, a majestic voice, as if it had come from the vault of heaven, spread through the atmosphere. The echoes of that filled the sky. Ziying was insanely shaking. His facial expression was sharp. The strongest cultivator of the Z government had finally arrived. The crowd and Lin Feng raised their heads and looked towards the sky above the palace. There was a silhouette which looked imposing and majestic in the sky. From high above, that person was looking at the corpses of the former members of the Z government. His desire to kill reached the heavens. Xianqi layer. The crowd was astonished. There was a rumor that the strongest person of the Z government wasn't Ziying at all but an old man at the Xianqi layer. At that moment, it seemed like the rumors turned out to be true. That strong cultivator of the Xianqi layer had appeared, and he had appeared because of Lin Feng. If he hadn't come, the Z government would have been completely annihilated by Lin Feng. He would have even killed the patriarch, Ziying. A young man had managed to do all of this. The crowd had always thought that such a thing was impossible, even in their wildest dreams. Sometimes, some things in this world were even crazier than people could imagine. That handsome young man in white clothes, in order to protect a beautiful woman, had come to the Z government and was killing everyone. Only a man like him was qualified to marry such a beautiful and delicate woman like Duan Xinyi. Zi Qiong could have never married her. He was nothing in comparison with Lin Feng. A single sword strike had been sufficient to kill him, he hadn't even been able to react. At that moment, the cultivator of the Xianxi layer was descending from the sky. Immediately after, he fell down in the corridor and stood at Zi Ying's side. He calmly looked at all the corpses on the ground. All right. That cultivator of the Xianxi layer was furious. He said the word all right thrice, raised his head and looked at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with killing intent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 229, Sword of the Rising Sun. Grand Uncle. When Ziying saw the old man, he bowed in a very respectful way. A cold light flashed in his eyes. His grand uncle was a strong cultivator of the Xianxi layer. Since he had come, Lin Feng was inevitably going to die. That person didn't seem older than Ziying at all. He looked like he was the same as Ziying. The crowd didn't find it strange at all. The higher one's cultivation level was, the longer their lifespan became. Strong cultivators also looked younger. Extremely strong cultivators seemed to have incredible vigor and seemed like they would stay forever young. In the continent of the Nine Clouds, there were some rumors that some people had cultivated to the level of immortality. Many cultivators wanted to become as strong as possible as it meant a longer life and possibly immortality. Cultivation was always the most important thing for people in the continent. You still have the face to call me Grand Uncle? The Grand Uncle groaned coldly. The people lying on the ground were some of the elites within the Z government. The new generation had almost been wiped out. The only one left was Zi Xia. The Z government would be left without offspring. I made a mistake. Ziying couldn't deny it. As the patriarch of the Z government, he had put them in an extremely critical situation. It was his responsibility. Even his own son had been killed. You will be punished for your mistakes, but right now. The old man's voice was piercingly cold and he was staring at Lin Feng. You are so young and you have already broken through to the 8th Ling Qi layer. You could have had a brilliant future, but now you are doomed to die here. While talking, an incredible deadly qi emerged from his body. The entire crowd started feeling cold. Lin Feng has broken through to the 8th Ling Qi layer and relying on his sword. He managed to make Ziying, who was at the peak of the 9th Ling Qi layer, retreat. How powerful! The crowd was astonished. They had never seen such an astounding young man. Oh really? I think that we should give it a try in order to find out whether or not I will die, said Lin Feng indifferently. His voice as calm as before, his heartbeat was steady and did not falter. Actually, Lin Feng had already broken through to the 8th Ling Qi layer. On that day when he penetrated into the Earth fusion dimension, he had broken through to the 8th Ling Qi layer from the 6th Ling Qi layer with a single leap. Before, when he didn't know how to use the Earth fusion, he relied on other mediums to challenge stronger cultivators. At that moment, he knew how to fuse with the Earth around him. Even though he was of the 8th Ling Qi layer, he could easily defeat ordinary cultivators of the 9th Ling Qi layer. If it had only been Ziying and his strange attack, Lin Feng would have already killed him. How insane! The crowd was looking at Lin Feng and the old man facing each other. Lin Feng was facing a cultivator of the Xianxi layer and was willing to fight him. You're pretty reckless. I will show you that a cultivator of the Xianxi layer cannot be defeated by a cultivator of the Ling Qi layer. The old man pulled up his sleeves and suddenly, grains of sand started flying through the air. Surprisingly, there was an extremely strong wind, as strong as a hurricane. It was whistling through the air. Cultivators of the Xianxi layer can control pure qi. Pure qi is the strength which can be borrowed from heaven and earth. It can then be condensed into a form of energy. It can easily kill cultivators of the Ling Qi layer as if they were insects. The difference is too large, there is no way out. The old man raised his hand, the palm of his hand facing Lin Feng. He started absorbing purple pure qi. It looked like a dazzling purple star. Besides, the radiance of that pure qi wasn't an illusion. It was an incredible glowing brilliance. It was really the result of pure qi. Its power was incredible. Lin Feng started walking while holding his sword and pointing it towards the ground. It was diffusing a bright and cold light. It looked piercingly cold and fearless. I will try something new with my sword against your pure chi then, we will both learn something. But Lin Feng sounded cold. The crowd was astonished. He definitely deserved to be called a genius. He was shockingly intelligent. You want to test your sword against me and teach me something? Said the old man while an evil smile appeared on his face. He had never heard a person of the Ling Chi layer say that they would try something new against a cultivator of the Xian Chi layer. They usually just begged for mercy. Lin Feng always did what he said though, even if it was insane, he still followed his heart. Well, you can try then. The old man's hand shook. The light from the pure chi being absorbed into the palm of his hand was dazzling to the eyes. Immediately after, he released it. The deadly purple star looked like pure destruction. Even the crowd who wasn't in the covered corridor could feel the strength of the purple star. Sword of the Rising Sun. Lin Feng quickly raised his sword high into the air. However, in the eyes of the people in the crowd, that movement looked slow and clear, like a sunrise. That sword looked like the sun rising in the east. It slowly rose into the sky, filling it with incredible power. The crowd could not believe their eyes, they had the impression that they were really looking at the red sun slowly moving up into the sky. The sword of the rising sun looked like a red rising sun. How beautiful. It looks like the rising sun. Ziling had the impression that she was dreaming. She whispered, Sister, Lin Feng is the creator of that skill, he created it this morning while we watched the sunrise. This is how he came up with that skill. In the morning, Ziling and Lin Feng had been observing the sunrise together. At that moment, she had even sighed while complaining that Lin Feng wasn't the person with whom she wished to share that moment with. However, at that moment, she was cherishing the memory. She had the impression that she would never see such a skill again. A created skill? Ze was shivering. Cultivators, including geniuses, usually learnt and practiced skills and techniques created by their ancestors. Cultivators who could create skills were extremely rare, especially one so beautiful and inspiring. It looked like something that only a spiritually enlightened person could come up with, and it was appearing in front of the crowd. The purple light and the red light collided. An incredibly bright light filled the entire atmosphere, almost causing the crowd to be blinded. Their eyes were very painful after seeing such a bright light. It seemed like all that power stayed within the air for a long time before it eventually dispersed and the light dimmed. Lin Feng's silhouette appeared. He was holding his sword and he looked frivolous, natural and unrestrained. Your sword of the rising sun, I really don't want to kill you. Unfortunately, you killed my family, so I have to, said the old man. Even though the old man had broken through to the Xian Chi layer, he was well aware that it was nothing exceptional. If Lin Feng continued practicing, he could easily become a really outstanding cultivator. Lin Feng would just need a few years before reaching a level higher than the old man. The Xian Chi layer wasn't Lin Feng's final goal. Some people loved Lin Feng while some others were jealous of him. However, the old man of the Z government had never seen such a talented young man. All the juniors of the Z government were far from being as strong as Lin Feng. He had always hoped that there would be a young genius in the Z government. Unfortunately, there had never been one, and the first time that he saw such an incredible genius, it wasn't his offspring but an enemy of the Z government. The old man wanted to slap Ziying repeatedly in the face. Instead of making friends with Lin Feng, he had become his enemy. How ignorant. Such a thing was unpardonable. Come on, attack, said Lin Feng, sounding cold and detached. Alright, let's see what you have. The old man also sounded calm. He started moving and in a flash, he landed in front of Lin Feng. His hand was enveloped in purple pure chi which was already slashing towards Lin Feng's body. The hearts of the people in the crowd were pounding. Someone like Lin Feng, who dared confront a cultivator of the Xian Chi layer while at the Ling Chi layer, actually existed. Scorching sword. Lin Feng said that in a low voice. An extremely resplendent light emerged from his sword. It was filled with endless explosive force. The light diffused by that sword was radiant and awe-inspiring. It was the light of a scorching sun. It illuminated everything. It was extremely powerful. That was the scorching sword. PSHHH, PSHHH. Deadly chi was burning around the sword. That attack was the result of Lin Feng's knowledge of cultivation. He had used his deadly chi to create this skill. The light emitted by that sword was as radiant as the sun, and the sword moved at the speed of light. Boom! A terrifying chi filled the atmosphere. When the scorching sword approached, the old man of the Z government retreated. A cultivator of the Xian Chi layer was retreating when facing Lin Feng. Surprisingly, he had moved back. However, it was only a small step backwards and then a side step. Dark shadow. Lin Feng didn't stop his sword attack and he used the second level of the deadly cross shadow, the dark shadow. His body vanished and transformed into a shadow. It seemed like he had disappeared. Back in the days, when Lin Feng was fighting to save Duan Xin Yi, he had used his skill Dark Shadow skill but he was unable to transform into a perfect shadow. However, at that moment, since he knew how to fuse with the earth, when he used his Dark Shadow skill, his body really transformed into a perfect shadow, completely invisible. Only his terrifying strength was left. Purple Summit, whispered the old man. When the old man sensed all of Lin Feng's strength, a hideous expression appeared on his face. An incredible purple light appeared. It was a purple light made of pure qi. PSHHH. PSHHH. Lin Feng's sword penetrated into the pure qi. The old man's facial expression slightly changed. His body was just like an illusion, he flickered and disappeared. He then landed down farther down the corridor. He had retreated a much larger distance this time. The old man of the Z government had, once again, moved back because of Lin Feng. But Lin Feng's facial expression didn't reveal pride at all. He didn't chase after him. He turned around and looked at Ziying, who was now much closer to Lin Feng than the old man. Lin Feng's eyes filled with murderous flames. Ziying's facial expression changed drastically. His heart started pounding furiously. Lin Feng's body moved once again, there was no longer anything to stop him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 230, The Resplendence of the Cross. At the foot of the Golden Z Mountain, a group of armored horses were galloping at full speed. The group was composed of about 30 people. The majority of them was wearing bronze masks which covered their faces entirely, but once in a while, it was possible to notice they all had tense expressions. They were releasing strong qi as they rode. These horses were surprisingly, all qi xie armored horses. They were people from the Shuiyu country. The person leading the group wasn't like all the others. Surprisingly, it was a girl. She looked delicate and was wearing white clothes. Even though a fine veil was covering her face, she looked holy and pure. The way she moved her body gave the impression that she was floating through the air like a celestial spirit. It gave the impression that she was not of this world. That woman at the front of the group was Meng Cheng. Her clothes were white like snow and she was floating in the air like a celestial being. The group of Qi Xie cavalry was following Meng Cheng. They were the Celestial Sword Qi Xie unit. Over the past days, after Lin Feng had traveled into the Mou country, he had heard no news about the battle. After the battle, a group of Qi Xie cavalry followed Meng Cheng and went looking for Lin Feng. They had been tracking him for days. By coincidence, they had learned from the Ziwei mountain village that Lin Feng was at the Z government. Besides, Meng Cheng and the others had been galloping at full speed over that huge distance without rest. At the same time, outside of the Z government, Lin Feng was standing in front of the entrance to the forbidden area. He had just made the old man retreat in the blink of an eye, but he didn't stop there. He had grabbed Duan Xinye's hand and had jumped towards Ziying carrying the princess at his side. Nu! Ziying shouted extremely loudly. Ziying was the patriarch of the Z government sect and he seemed to be pitifully weak when compared with Lin Feng. Lin Feng made him look like a weak cultivator who couldn't withstand a single attack. Besides, there had been less than a second between the moment when Lin Feng stopped fighting against the old man and the moment when he had appeared right in front of Ziying. It seemed like he could kill Ziying at any moment. Ziying's heart was filled with endless resentment. He was the patriarch of the Z government, he had reached the peak of the 9th Ling Qi layer and was respected in the entire region. There was nobody who wasn't reverent and respectful to him. But at that moment, Lin Feng, a teenager who had come alone, had killed the members of the Z government and was treating him, Ziying, like he was nothing. He was moving to kill him while still fighting with the senior cultivator of the Z government. A terrifying purple illusion emerged. Ziying's entire body was covered by the purple qi of that illusion. He violently raised his fist with all the energy he had remaining. Sword of the Setting Sun. He was holding his sword in the air and sliced through the atmosphere towards the ground. His sword was not dazzling, though, it gave the impression of desolation and loneliness. That hot-blooded genius, that majestically strong cultivator, also had moments of loneliness and desolation, moments similar to a setting sun. Sword of the Setting Sun was filled with a deadly and lonely qi. Lin Feng's Sword of the Rising Sun was swift and violent. His scorching sword could illuminate everything, but it also destroyed everything it illuminated. Lin Feng's Sword of the Setting Sun seemed like it refused to be flashy, there was nothing beautiful about it, no matter how dazzling the sword used to be, it all faded into darkness. Zi Ling could feel the power of the sword. He used to enjoy a great reputation throughout the whole region, and at that moment, he was being humiliated by Lin Feng. It was the opposite of what he was used to. Ziying's heart was pounding. The brilliance of his attack was fading. It seemed like under Lin Feng's sword, anything that gave out a bright and flashy light was being suppressed. When Lin Feng's sword of the setting sun reached the ground, Ziying slowly collapsed. The hearts of the people in the crowd were pounding. The patriarch of the Z government had been killed by a single sword strike. How strong! People in the crowd felt that they were paralyzed. Ziying had also been killed by Lin Feng. What a powerful young man! Boom! An incredible purple light emerged around the old man's body and filled the air. Lin Feng had made him retreat, and in that moment, he killed Ziying. In front of the old man's eyes, Lin Feng had killed the patriarch of the Z government, Ziying. It wasn't only about Lin Feng having killed his offspring, it was also a shocking humiliation. Lin Feng made the old man seem completely useless. I will dismember you into 1,000 pieces. The old man's face looked hideous and piercingly cold. He then jumped back into the corridor. The entire corridor was shaking as if it was going to collapse from the pressure he emitted. Dismember me into 1,000 pieces? Lin Feng's facial expression was cold. He then continued, when you came, you said I would never have my turn. I could not kill him because I was dead already. You will be buried here with him, said the old man while taking another step. The ground shook, making Lin Feng's heart shake as well. The old man was furious. The old man of the Xianxi layer was enraged. Well, once again, we will have to see what the final result will be. Lin Feng put Duan Xinyi behind him and moved forwards, releasing his battle energy. Everybody who was present could clearly and distinctly sense Lin Feng's battle energy. Even though he was facing a strong cultivator of the Xianxi layer, he was not backing down. He was truly fearless. There was only battle energy burning around him, and his heart was filled with ardor. This was a true cultivator. He was extremely determined. How could he not be strong when he had such determination? Lin Feng hadn't become that strong only because he had high natural talent, it was also thanks to his willpower and determination. All right! Shouted the old man when he sensed Lin Feng's battle energy. He then started running, and an incredible energy emerged from his fist. Purple pure qi rushed insanely through the air straight towards Lin Feng. Deadly sword. Lin Feng was using his deadly sword while in fusion with the earth, it was thus infinitely stronger than before. That sword was releasing deadly qi when in perfect fusion with the energy of the earth. Boom! The purple pure qi and Lin Feng's sword collided. An incredible force oppressed Lin Feng's sword. The pressure from his sword felt like he was colliding with a mountain. It was extremely heavy. Cultivators of the Xianxi layer used genuine pure qi, which was condensed and used directly in their attacks. This was infinitely more powerful than the pure qi used by the lower layers of cultivation. The old man shouted furiously. He had also used as much of his pure qi as possible in his attack. Even though it was only one attack, Lin Feng hadn't been able to resist. His forearm was severely injured under the pressure and his body had been blown backwards. You overestimate your own abilities, said the old man coldly. Immediately after, he started running and the ground trembled under his feet. The purple pure qi around the old man's body transformed into a spiral shape and shot from the old man's fist. He launched another insanely powerful fist attack straight towards Lin Feng. Boom! Another explosive collision. Lin Feng groaned in pain. He grabbed Duan Xinyi's hand and moved backwards. The old man looked like a terrifying purple demon. This is the difference between the Xianxi layer and the Lingqi layer. They cannot fight each other. Between the Lingqi layer and the Xianxi layer, there are too many changes within the body, thought Lin Feng. Battles were important to gain experience. Battling against a cultivator of the Xianxi layer was also a way to challenge himself and gain experience. He would sooner or later try and break through to the Xianxi layer. The experience of how a Xianxi layer opponent fights would be useful after breaking through. Whatever, it would be bad if we let it just end with only this. A tremendous amount of battle energy started burning around Lin Feng's body. He was fixedly staring at the old man. No need to look at me that way. I am at the Xianxi layer, you have no chance. You will not even be able to touch me, you can only wait to die. The old man's voice was cold and indifferent. The purple pure qi surrounding his body was getting denser and denser. Oh, is that so? Replied Lin Feng in a low voice and then suddenly disappeared. Dark shadow, he transformed into a shadow. Do you think that will help you? Said the old man while smiling coldly. The senses of a cultivator at the Xianxi layer were extremely developed. Even though Lin Feng's skill was extremely powerful, after all, it was only powered by the strength of the Ling Qi layer. It had not reached its maximum potential. A rumbling noise spread through the atmosphere, which was illuminated by purple qi. However, at that moment, a sword immediately pierced into that purple qi. A dark shadow was holding that sword. "Give me your sword." The old man was smiling coldly. He then shook his hand and in a flash, the purple qi wrapped around Lin Feng's sword and pressed it against Lin Feng's throat. There was nowhere left for him to go. However, Lin Feng suddenly appeared in front of the old man. He then said in a cold tone, "Who said that a cultivator of the Ling Qi layer couldn't hurt a cultivator of the Xian Qi layer?" Deadly Cross Shadow. When Lin Feng used this skill, he transformed his body into a sword which could pierce heaven and earth. He raised both of his hands into the air and an incredibly bright cross appeared. It was terrifyingly quick, so quick it was impossible to believe. A cross was moving through the air above the crowd. It seemed like it was something ancient, but the cross had only just appeared. When Lin Feng finished, the old man understood that the situation had become extremely dangerous. In a flash, he released his purple pure qi and started to move backwards, but it was too late. The purple pure qi in front of him was extinguished under Lin Feng's deadly cross shadow. The cross collided with the old man and his clothes tore apart, his flesh was torn and there was a huge cross-shaped mark across his torso. It had the same brilliance as the cross that rushed through the air. However, the sight was horrible, his flesh and bones were visible, the wound was terrifying. If he had been even a little bit weaker or reacted slightly late, the old man would have died. That cross shadow almost pierced through his chest and killed him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 231, The Purple Lake. The crowd was also looking at the old man's chest. They could clearly see the bloody cross which was gushing with blood. They were in shock. Who said that a cultivator of the Ling Qi layer couldn't hurt one of the Xian Qi layer? But if Lin Feng said that, it was because he believed otherwise and that he knew that he had the power to prove it. Relying on his strength of the Ling Qi layer, not only had he hurt the old man, but he had actually severely injured him. He had nearly killed him. The crowd found the whole situation hard to believe. The old man lowered his head and could clearly see the crossmark and the blood from his chest. The old man's facial expression was so hideous that no words could describe it. Pure qi emerged, the blood flowing out of his wound solidified and his wound was instantly sealed. The old man raised his head and looked at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with endless hatred. He had never wanted to kill someone so much before meeting Lin Feng. "I want to dismantle your entire body piece by piece before killing you." The old man's voice sounded extremely evil. "Poof." Lin Feng groaned coldly. He moved back to his initial position, grabbed Duan Xanya's hand, then slightly moved back again, and at that moment the old man's facial expression drastically changed. "Don't you dare." At that moment, behind Lin Feng, there was the gigantic statue which was where the entrance into the forbidden area was hidden. It was still open from the previous rituals. When Lin Feng saw the old man's facial expression, he smiled coldly. He then moved like a shadow and disappeared. He grabbed Duan Xinyi and both of them immediately vanished. They were both thrown into the forbidden area. The old man's facial expression grew darker. Lin Feng had entered the forbidden area. The old man's silhouette flickered and he immediately tried to follow them, but when he tried to enter the forbidden area, an extremely fierce sword energy emerged. His body was blown backwards. A loud rumbling noise filled the air. The door of the forbidden area closed itself. The old man was astonished. "Gotcha." The old man's hands emitted cracking noises as he clenched his fists. He was fixedly staring at the entrance to the forbidden area. The thing he feared the most had happened. A moment before, when he was near Lin Feng, he didn't make it obvious, but he tried to make Lin Feng move back away from the forbidden area. He had done this so that nobody would suspect anything about the forbidden area. He didn't want to let Lin Feng enter it, but in the end, Lin Feng had noticed. If the opponent hadn't been Lin Feng, he wouldn't have been that worried, but Lin Feng had extremely high natural talent and could already injure him. If Lin Feng stayed in the forbidden area for a few years without coming out, he would never have the opportunity to capture Lin Feng. Besides, with his high natural talent, Lin Feng, after having stayed for a few years, would certainly be able to kill the old man. In the forbidden area, there were mystical objects. Even though the Z government had never really understood these things, maybe Lin Feng, as talented as he was, would be able to understand them, and maybe then, he wouldn't even need years. The old man was still in front of the entrance to the forbidden area, remaining motionless. He remained silent while staring at the door. He was lost in thought. The crowd didn't hurry to leave either. Actually, they were all very curious to know what the forbidden area was hiding. Was it really a graveyard for their ancestors? The Z government had a great reputation in the entire region, so nobody would have dared to force their way into the forbidden area. Besides, the other cultivators of the Xianxi layer in the region were not that interested in the forbidden area of the Z government. After all, with their strength, the Z government could only enjoy such a reputation within a limited area, that's all. They were nothing in comparison with the genuinely strong cultivators of MOU. Inside of the forbidden area, the air was thick and oppressive. The atmosphere was entirely silent. The silence was somewhat dreadful as well. There was a dark purple light shining on the scenery. A purple light filled the entire atmosphere of the forbidden area. Duan Xinyi was firmly and tightly holding Lin Feng's hand as if she feared that Lin Feng might let go. However, her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity while observing the forbidden area. She was slightly scared but not much because Lin Feng was by her side. Xinyi, have the people of the Z government told you anything about the forbidden area? Asked Lin Feng. Never, I almost never talked to them. Said Duan Xinyi while shaking her head. Let's go deeper inside and see. Said Lin Feng while pulling on Duan Xinyi's hand. The purple light enabled them to see their surroundings. The two of them walked for a while and then, suddenly, the purple light became much brighter. Everything which was surrounding them could now clearly be seen. The ground under Lin Feng and Duan Xinyi's feet was made of clean and well-cut stone. The walls were on both sides were clear-cut stone of high quality. While they were moving forwards, the path was getting larger and larger. After a while, Duan Xinyi and Lin Feng were astonished when they saw what was in front of them. There was a lake, but the water of that lake was purple. There were small ripples unceasingly forming on the top. That lake was only small. They could still see the other side in the distance from where they were. It was brightly lit on the other side too. They could see beautiful stone from a gigantic palace. There's a purple lake and a palace. Lin Feng was astonished. He was fixedly staring at the lake. Surprisingly, it looked like Zi Ying's spirit. What surprised Lin Feng was the water which seemed like it was boiling and foaming. Let's go closer and see. Said Lin Feng to Duan Xinyi. Duan Xinyi slightly nodded. Lin Feng tightly held Duan Xinyi's hand and then jumped over to the next side aiming to land in front of the palace. However, at the moment when Lin Feng was jumping over the lake, an incredible sound spread through the air. Suddenly, the lake seemed to rise into the air, whirlpools appeared and sucked Lin Feng and Duan Yi into the water. Everything was happening so fast. They were dumbstruck. Lin Feng was astonished and shocked. It seemed like the purple lake had a life of its own. It had immediately caught them and trapped them inside it. Lin Feng would have never thought that such a thing was possible. Duan Xinyi shouted in surprise. She was firmly holding Lin Feng's hand as if she was going to die if she didn't. Both of them were swallowed by the lake. Arf! At that moment, the lake seemed to be excited and roared loudly. Purple light was unceasingly filling the atmosphere, moving straight to Lin Feng and Duan Xinyi. At that moment, the clothes of Lin Feng and Duan Xinyi disappeared and melted in the lake. They were astonished to see that their clothes were actually melting. In a flash, their clothes had entirely melted and disappeared. Fortunately, their entire bodies were completely submerged in the water, otherwise, the situation would have been awkward as well as dangerous. The situation was so strange that even if the situation was awkward, they didn't have time to pay attention to that. Duan Xinyi and Lin Feng only had their heads out of the water. They were tightly holding each other's hand. At that moment, the purple liquid moved towards them and penetrated into their bodies and spread through their entire body. The purple liquid was then penetrating into their legs, arms and bones. It was unceasingly penetrating into their body as if it wanted to occupy all the available space. It seemed like the liquid could enter from every opening. Lin Feng, I'm in pain. Duan Xinyi's face was deathly pale. She had the feeling her body was going to swell and explode. She was firmly holding Lin Feng's hand and then, finally, she felt that the pressure in her arms was decreasing. Lin Feng looked gloomy. He was also in a great deal of pain. That liquid was attacking his body from the inside. At that moment, an incredible and colossal qi emerged. Illusions appeared behind Lin Feng and Duan Xinyi's bodies. Surprisingly, some small black doors appeared. There were 3 doors. They looked like they had existed since the beginning of time. Sealed doors. Lin Feng was astonished. These were sealed doors just like those that the members of the Duan clan had with their spirit, the blood spirit. Boom, boom, boom. The three doors vibrated and then it seemed like Duan Xinye's body was sealed by the sealed doors, as if they were sealing everything. The sealed door chi was spreading through the atmosphere and surprisingly the purple liquid stopped penetrating her body. It was slowly being forced out of her body. The sealed doors prevented the purple liquid from flowing into her body. Duan Xinye slowly closed her eyes but she was still breathing smoothly. Lin Feng slightly loosened his grip on her hand. She had just fainted, it was nothing serious. However, the purple liquid was still penetrating into Lin Feng's body and it was extremely painful. However, at that moment, what seemed to be a familiar sensation invaded his body which made Lin Feng shiver. Behind his back, an illusion appeared. It was his snake spirit that had appeared behind his back. The little snake was sound asleep. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 232, Where is Lin Feng? Rohar. At that moment, his snake spirit roared loudly, the noise sounding like a dragon chant. The snake opened its mouth and turned into an endless black hole swallowing everything in its way. An endless quantity of purple liquid was being swallowed by the snake. The stomach of the snake was growing bigger and bigger. Immediately after, a loud roar spread through the air again. Suddenly, additional heads were sprouting from the body of the snake. They all roared and swallowed more purple liquid at the same time. The purple liquid was an even darker shade of purple when absorbed by the snake. SSSSS. 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 The chant of the dragons was unceasingly spreading through the atmosphere as if it was echoing from ancient times. At that moment, Lin Feng's snake had become gigantic. It didn't even look like a snake anymore, it looked like a dragon. In the continent of the Nine Clouds, it was known for some dragons to have multiple heads. His snake had 6 heads. At that moment, Lin Feng's heart was violently pounding. Was this his snake spirit? In comparison with before, his snake was completely different, it had completely changed. His snake used to be small, it looked very weak. But at that moment, it looked like an ancient and powerful dragon. It looked brutal, strong, and majestic. SSSSSS, SSSSSS. The 6 heads of the snake were singing the chant of the dragons. The snake then rose all of its heads and uttered a long roar as if it was looking down at all the other living creatures. As far as the purple lake was concerned, it had completely vanished without a trace. It had been completely swallowed by the 6-headed dragon. Lin Feng's snake spirit had absorbed the entire purple lake as if there was nothing in the world that a dragon couldn't eat. Lin Feng couldn't imagine how his snake spirit has transformed to look like a dragon. Even though it couldn't be described as gigantic, it was still been able to swallow the entire purple lake. Lin Feng couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Feng raised his hand and saw a purple light flashing around it. At that moment, Lin Feng's purple energy was much stronger than that of Ziying. My spirit transformed itself again, but it's much stronger than my previous ice spirit. That's a good thing. Lin Feng was slightly smiling but suddenly, he noticed that a naked young woman was in front of him. She looked so lithe and graceful. Lin Feng was filled with endless desire. Duan Xinye was in front of him and was completely naked. Her skin was delicate and white, the same could be said about the other parts of her body. In a flash, Lin Feng felt like he was overcome with a fever. He lowered his head and looked at his own body. Lin Feng had the impression that his cheeks were burning. He was also naked. The purple lake had melted their clothes. Lin Feng turned his head away. He couldn't look at Duan Xinye anymore. He feared that he wouldn't be able to control himself if he did. Even though his determination and willpower as a cultivator was extremely strong, Lin Feng was a virgin in his previous life and was still a virgin in his new life, and an incredibly beautiful woman was naked before him. His heart was violently and brutally pounding. Lin Feng quickly removed clothes from his nastone. It was good that he had his nastone, otherwise he would not have had any clothes. Lin Feng put on his clothes and then walked towards Duan Xinye. He then threw clothes over her to cover her body and then finally dared look again. However, Lin Feng suddenly saw 2 beautiful eyes that were wide open in shock. She wasn't blinking at all. She was fixedly staring at him. At that moment, Lin Feng wished he could find a hole to escape this awkward situation. Duan Xinye then looked at her body and realized what had happened. Her face became bright red, even her ears had completely turned red. I didn't look on purpose, said Lin Feng, who felt really awkward. When he saw Duan Xinye's red face, he felt even more awkward. Duan Xinye sighed. She was sitting on the ground holding the clothes in front of her body to hide herself. Each of her movements to cover herself was enough to make a man go insane. Do you have more clothes? asked Duan Xin shyly. Even though Lin Feng had a good sense of hearing, his mind was still in a dazed state. He just slightly nodded and took out more clothes out from the Na stone and handed them to Duan Xin. He then said, "I'm going over there to see what is inside the palace." While speaking, Lin Feng abruptly turned around and walked towards the bright light in the front of the palace. Duan Xin looked shy. She was blankly staring at Lin Feng's back for a while and then a smile appeared on her face. She looked very sweet. Her smile would have made anyone's heart race. Lin Feng didn't see Duan Xin's sweet smile. He continued until he arrived inside the palace. He was stupefied by what he saw. The palace was extremely spacious and brightly lit. Lin Feng didn't know what material had been used to build it, but it looked like a luxurious palace that was built in ancient times. At the front of the palace was a sculpture. It was a motionless silhouette meditating on the ground. A purple light was surrounding the statue. Beside the statue, there was a snake in a curled position. Uncurled, that snake, from head to tail, probably had a length of 60 meters. It was gigantic. Besides, to Lin Feng's left, there was a stone slab and on that stone slab was a corpse. That corpse was already a skeleton. On the side of that skeleton was a book. Lin Feng walked towards the skeleton and grabbed the book to see what was written inside. The book seemed to be a diary. "My name is Ziqian, I am a famous person in Sangzhou. I unintentionally came to this nameless mountain and entered this place. I discovered that it is a graveyard for extremely strong cultivators." Graveyard? Lin Feng's pupils shrank. This place was a graveyard for extremely strong cultivators? His heart was pounding. He then continued reading the small book in which Ziqian had written the tales from his life. So this place was found by Ziqian, the first ancestor of the Z government. Besides, this place was a graveyard for extremely strong cultivators. This place was so full of power that it was a forbidden area for other cultivators. That purple lake was surprisingly human blood. It contained the strength and power of a blood spirit. The blood could penetrate into people's bodies and would dissolve their bodies from the inside. The process was so the blood could dissolve the body of the host it entered. The powerful blood in the lake was also hereditary. The direct descendants of the Z government all possessed a purple spirit but were actually all very weak. They became much stronger only after having absorbed some of the purple blood from the lake. It was a kind of baptism. Only after that baptism, their spirit would be in harmony with their body. It also developed their natural talent and accelerated their cultivation. The spirit of the Z government members could also be classified as a blood spirit, but their ancestors had only relied on the blood from the purple lake to make their spirit become the purple spirit. Even after having undergone a baptism in the purple lake, their spirit could never be as powerful as the blood spirits which could be directly inherited. For example, Duan Xin had inherited her spirit from the blood of her ancestors. All the Duan clan members had inherited the blood spirit and gained strength from it. The Z government members could only undergo the baptism of the purple lake on the day of their wedding. As a rule, that was the only time when they could enter the forbidden area. This was also Ziqian's choice. That was the only way to enjoy its benefits. Entering the forbidden area as a young adult was best because if a person was too young they wouldn't be able to endure the pain, while older people would have wasted time and lost their potential already. All the members of the Z government wanted to undergo the baptism of the purple lake. However, Lin Feng and Duan Xin's bodies had both rejected it. Duan Xin's body had rejected it because she possessed an extremely strong and powerful blood spirit whose sealed doors had prevented her body from absorbing the purple liquid. As far as Lin Feng was concerned, the purple liquid had been entirely swallowed by his snake spirit. His snake spirit had absorbed all the strength of the purple blood. Lin Feng turned around and looked the huge snake beneath the statue. Lin Feng was shaking. It wasn't a statue, it was a real snake. The purple lake was actually formed from the blood of the snake. What a strong and powerful beast. Its blood could fill an entire lake and it harnesses the strength of blood. Besides, it's been there for so many years and the blood was still alive. Outside of the forbidden area, the crowd was still waiting patiently. The old man of the Z government was waiting, but the door leading to the forbidden area remained closed, not moving at all. Not only the old man but everybody who belonged to the Z government was gathered there. They were all waiting for Lin Feng. The corridor was packed with strong cultivators. A rumbling noise could be heard and the ground started shaking. The crowd was astonished. They looked down the mountain and saw a group of silhouettes riding armored horses. They were galloping at full speed and looked extremely majestic. The leader of the group was a woman. She was wearing white clothes and her face was covered with a fine veil. Even though they could only see her silhouette, everybody was fascinated by that woman. There is another incredibly beautiful woman," thought people in the crowd while their heartbeats accelerated. They didn't know who these people were and why they were coming straight towards the Z government. Their horses neighed, and while looking full of vitality, the horses all jumped directly into the corridor. They looked majestic, imposing, and awe-inspiring. How impressive! Could it be that they are lost? The crowd was stupefied. Surprisingly, these people had directly entered the corridor. Everybody started looking at the woman who was leading the group. They also didn't know who she was and why she had come. They really wanted to see her face to see if she was comparable with Duan Xinyi, or at least, to see what she was like beneath her veil. "Where is Lin Feng?" said the young woman. The crowd was astonished. She had come because of Lin Feng. Once again, everything was because of Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 233, The Final Day. "Where is Lin Feng?" said Meng Qing. Her voice sounded cold. The woman was like an iceberg, cold and unmoving. "Ha!" The old man slowly turned around and looked at the young girl who was acting arrogantly. He then said coldly, "Why are you looking for Lin Feng?" "Where is Lin Feng?" asked Meng Qing again. Her voice was still very cold. She didn't answer the old man's question and ignored him. At that moment, all she wanted to know was where Lin Feng was. The Celestial Sword Unit also looked at the old man. At that moment, the old man felt their chi filling the atmosphere and oppressing him. Humph. The old man pulled up his sleeves and his facial expression looked piercingly cold. Not so long before, Lin Feng had slaughtered his family. Lin Feng left a cross-shaped mark on the old man's chest, humiliating him, and at that moment, another group of insane people had come looking for Lin Feng. The old man felt completely humiliated. "I killed Lin Feng," said the old man coldly. A group of teenagers dared to act so arrogantly, that angered the old man. "You killed him?" repeated Meng Qing, her heart was pounding. "Indeed, I killed him. Everybody here watched and cheered as I killed him," said the old man while smiling coldly. Meng Qing remained silent, and then suddenly a murderous light flashed through her eyes. These cold and expressionless eyes had revealed emotion for the first time. Her body started shaking and shivering as if she had just heard a terrible horror story. The Celestial Sword Unit remained silent as well. A tremendous thunder spread through the atmosphere and an incredibly bright light filled the air around the Celestial Sword Unit. An endless quantity of chi emerged and created a hurricane. At that moment, the entire crowd had the feeling that they were suffocating from the pressure. How strong! The weakest person of that group is at the third Ling Chi layer. What kind of people are they? What about Lin Feng? Who is he really? When the crowd felt that oppressive chi, their hearts started pounding. "You will all die." An incredibly loud and mighty voice filled the air. The powerful chi spread through the air. The Chi Xia armored cavalry started rampaging. Blood filled the air. The Chi Xia cavalry rushed through the crowd, and in a flash, the entire palace had become a bloodbath. They killed everyone without hesitation. Horrible shrieks filled the air. Blood was continuously filling the air. Meng Qing was staring at the sky. Nobody knew what she was thinking. Sometimes she didn't even know what she was thinking. She only knew that her heart felt painful, extremely painful. Her experience of life was very limited. She had been in the outside world for a very short time. She used to live alone with her mother on the Black Wind Mountain. Someday, under a bright moon, Lin Feng appeared on a stone at the foot of a mountain. He had then taken her and shown her the outside world. At that moment, Lin Feng filled her memories and thoughts. She could see Lin Feng when he was angry, when he was fighting, when he looked natural and unrestrained, but also when he smiled and giggled at her. A teardrop fell from her cheek onto the ground. Her thoughts were only of Lin Feng. Meng Qing usually never showed her emotions, but at that moment, she was crying. Her heart felt so incredibly painful. At that moment, the old man saw the Chi Xia troops killing the members of the Z government. His facial expression became ice cold. A purple chi emerged as he jumped up in the air. However, at the moment when he tried to attack, an extremely piercing coldness enveloped his body and blocked him. That coldness was piercing through to his bones. Not only the old man, but everybody else could feel that immense coldness. It seemed like the entire world was about to freeze. The fog in the air gradually solidified and snowflakes started falling from the sky. The atmosphere was freezing. How cold! The crowd was shaking from head to toe. Immediately after, they looked at the young woman, whose clothes were as white as snow. At that moment, Meng Qing was really like an iceberg. She wanted to freeze everything, including her own heart. Die. Meng Qing's voice was low as it resonated in the entire atmosphere. A hurricane then emerged in the air. It was surrounding Meng Qing and her white clothes were fluttering. At that moment, the fine veil on her face flew away in the wind. It flew far away, revealing her beautiful face. At that moment, it seemed like time had stopped. Her beauty was breathtaking to the extent that people didn't dare look at her. She was incredibly beautiful, she was the incarnation of beauty. They had all thought that Duan Xinyi was extremely beautiful and nobody could rival her beauty, but at that moment, the beautiful girl wearing white clothes had appeared. She looked like a celestial being. She looked like an ice goddess. She made the people around her feel worthless. There was such a beautiful creature in the world, that was a catastrophe for all other human beings. When Ziling and her sister saw Meng Qing, they felt infinitely inferior, especially Ziyi. She had the feeling that she was absolutely worthless. She came to look for Lin Feng. What is the nature of their relationship? Whispered Ziling. Duan Xinyi was already very beautiful and also in love with Lin Feng. Now, another extremely beautiful woman had appeared and was looking for Lin Feng. Meng Qing had jumped from her horse up into the air and in a flash landed in front of the old man. The old man was also astonished by Meng Qing's beauty, but what astonished him the most was her strength. He had the sensation that his entire body was about to freeze and even his soul could freeze. He was regretting that he underestimated these young cultivators and said that he killed Lin Feng. He released some purple pure qi and shouted like a madman. He wanted to attack with all his power. Frozen heart, said Meng Qing in a low voice. She raised a finger. The old man was astonished and shaking from head to toe. Blood immediately splashed from his mouth. One attack had been enough to severely injure him. When the crowd saw that, they were all shocked and felt despair in their hearts. They were all blankly staring at Meng Qing. Not only was Meng Qing extremely beautiful, but her power was also more monstrous than that of Lin Feng. Meng Qing released piercingly cold ice qi. That ice qi came from the depths of her body. It seemed like an endless powerful qi was being released. The old man's purple pure qi was frozen solid. Immediately after, the energy around his body was also frozen. Then, the coldness immediately penetrated into his body. He was entirely frozen, from head to toe. His body was covered with a layer of ice. He was buried in ice. Then, her soft hand slapped against his face. Boom! The old man's body flew through the air and crashed against the wall of the palace. The ice enveloping his body was smashed into pieces. After that, a huge amount of blood gushed from his mouth. He had a dull and humiliated look in his eyes. The old man had never thought that he would get so badly beaten, especially by a young woman. The old man looked at the crowd below. The Qi troops were massacring the people of the Z government. It was a pure one-sided massacre. The Z government is defeated. This is a crushing defeat. The old man felt hopeless and desperate. Because he said one lie and underestimated a small group of young people, the Z government was being annihilated and its people slaughtered. The old man's pride was being trampled. Boom! A fistful of ice crashed into his body. Around Meng Qing's body, there were icicles which contained deadly ice qi. They were floating around her body. If it landed on the old man's body, he would end up gravely injured. The old man was blown away and crashed onto the wall of the palace once again. The old man looked absolutely hopeless. He hasn't died. Lin Feng hasn't died. He has entered into the forbidden area. The old man shouted. When Meng Qing heard that, her body stopped shaking. Immediately after, she looked at the crowd down the corridor and said coldly, "Speak." That one word was clear to the crowd and was their only salvation. If they didn't speak the truth, they would all be massacred. He hasn't died. He has entered into the forbidden area. Everybody started to shout one after the other, agreeing with the old man. Meng Qing, whose heart was broken, suddenly felt relieved. She took a deep breath. "Can you let me off now?" asked the old man who was begging Meng Qing not to kill him. He was terrified of this young woman. "It's too late," said Meng Qing while shaking her head. Cold qi surrounded the old man's body. He was shaking from head to toe. Meng Qing's silhouette vanished and her fist immediately crashed onto the old man's body. It released an endless amount of cold energy. It had the power to freeze everything, including lives. The old man's body was entirely frozen, his eyes were closed and immediately after, he fell from the air, silently and breathless. The old man of the Z government, a strong cultivator of the Xin Shi layer, had been killed. At the same time, the battle within the corridor was already finished. The Z government members that had gathered inside the corridor were annihilated. The crowd was blankly gazing into the distance and remained silent. The Z government enjoyed an influential reputation in the entire region, and in a single day, it had been annihilated, because they made enemies of one person, Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 234, The Strong Cultivator. Meng Qing landed back onto the ground. She looked imposing and domineering. Cold qi was surrounding her body. That cold qi transformed into a brilliant aura. Meng Qing's body was covered by a layer of ice. All the people who were near her had the impression that they were going to freeze if they stayed close, so they all moved back. Even the Qi Xie troops were moving away. She's so cold, thought many people when they saw her. Only Lin Feng could give birth to feelings from such a cold heart like that of Meng Qing. Meng Qing moved in front of the statue and said coldly, "Is this the entrance to the forbidden area?" "Indeed, this is the entrance of the forbidden area of the Z government," said some people from the crowd while nodding. Nobody dared speak without being spoken to. They were afraid of offending Meng Qing and the others. If they got angry again, the remaining crowd would suffer the same fate as the people of the Z government. Meng Qing was extremely strong. She easily killed the old man, so she could kill them even more easily. Meng Qing was looking at the entrance of the forbidden area. She slightly raised her hand. She condensed some cold qi onto the palm of her hand. Immediately after, she rushed forward and insanely bombarded the door with the palm of her hand. Boom! 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 The ground was unceasingly shaking and the sound was echoing through the atmosphere. The door of the forbidden area was still closed. The statue hadn't moved at all either. Boom! 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 Meng Qing was unceasingly bombarding the entrance of the forbidden area. She looked as cold as before. Her facial expression hadn't changed at all. Finally, after having tried many times, Meng Qing gave up. She turned around and asked the crowd, "How do I open that door?" "It requires the blood of a direct descendant from the Z government. You need to put some blood in the hole of the statue and then it will open, but now the Z government is all ready," said a person in the crowd. Immediately after, that person looked at the corpses on the ground. The direct descendants of the Z government had all been killed. There wasn't a single member left alive. Blood. Meng Qing looked pensive. She looked at the old man, waved her hand, and ice penetrated into the old man's corpse. Frozen blood was removed from the corpse. Meng Qing waved her hand again and then the frozen blood moved into the hole of the statue. The blood melted in a flash, but as before, nothing happened. Meng Qing looked pensive. She looked at the person who had just spoken. That person suddenly sensed that his body had gotten very rigid. That beautiful woman, who looked like a celestial being, could really make other people freeze with only a glance. Common people like them couldn't touch her, they could only enjoy looking at her from a distance. Maybe the door will not open itself again. Otherwise, after Lin Feng went inside, the grand uncle of the Z government would have chased him inside, he wouldn't have waited outside. Explained the person in the crowd and continued, "Besides, all the people of the Z government went into the forbidden area previously, nothing happened to them, they came back without outside assistance, maybe they control it from inside." "How much time did the people of the Z government spend inside?" asked Meng Qing. When she heard that nothing happened to the people who went inside previously, she suddenly felt even more relieved. Nothing bad would happen to Lin Feng, that was the most important thing. "I'm not sure about that. Some months, some spent years." "Months, years," whispered Meng Qing. She turned around and said to the Qi Xie troops, "If you do not want to wait, you can leave." All of them remained silent and motionless. None of them moved even an inch. They looked like statues. The rest of the crowd was astonished yet again. Who was Lin Feng really for so many people to be willing to wait months and possibly even years without complaining? In the middle of the forbidden area, Lin Feng didn't know what was happening outside. He was standing motionless while looking at the statue. Lin Feng obviously understood that statue, like the snake was actually a body. That person was dead, he wasn't breathing and his body hadn't decomposed, therefore, he just looked like a statue. Duan Xinyi was standing behind Lin Feng and was looking at the man, which seemed to be reigning over the palace. At that moment, Duan Xinyi and Lin Feng's minds were moved into another world. High in the sky, there was a silhouette riding a ferocious beast. That beast was a 100-meter-long purple dragon. It was breathing out purple qi and its breath caused the clouds to dissolve. It looked extremely powerful. In the sky, there was an endless storm of lightning. This lightning was purple and contained deadly qi. The purple light was revolving around the body of the person and the dragon. That person looked like a celestial being and was extremely majestic. He was traveling through the clouds. He was an extremely strong cultivator. He looked like he was dominating the entire world beneath his feet. He didn't say any superfluous words. He was just bathing in the clouds. When Lin Feng became aware of what was going on in his mind, his heart started pounding extremely violently. It seemed like the statue-like man, a moment ago, opened its eyes and invaded their minds to show them these images. He was a really strong cultivator. At that moment, Lin Feng didn't count as a strong cultivator. On the path of cultivation, he still had a lot of work to do. At that moment, the strong cultivator in the sky turned around. Lin Feng's body started shaking. He only had the impression that two eyes were staring through his soul. Finally, I've always been waiting for someone to come into my world, said a majestic voice. Lin Feng's heart was violently pounding. Finally, there was someone. He was still conscious, he wasn't dead. No need to act so strange. The soul is one of the most mysterious things in our world. Even if the flesh and muscles die, the soul can remain. Even though my body died a long time ago, my soul remained because I was extremely strong. My consciousness has been alive all this time but only until today. After that, I will disappear. Flesh and bones died but the soul hadn't. Lin Feng was surprised and was wondering what cultivation level this person had. Besides, when listening to the man's voice, Lin Feng had the impression of a lonely hero who would no longer see his glorious days. He was doomed to eternally disappear. Since the first time when Ziqian came here, I established one rule for all his following generations. Only people who are in love can come to me and receive my blessings. Ziqian has always stuck to that rule and allowed married couples to come to me, but today, I don't know why, you are not descendants of the Z government. Maybe you meeting me was fate. You came at the moment when the strength of my spirit was about to disappear. Besides, you both have the power of a blood spirit. Young man, you are truly talented. These words resonated in Lin Feng and Duan Xinye's minds. Lin Feng's heart stopped for a second. They both had the strength of a blood spirit? Duan Xinye had the blood spirit, Lin Feng obviously knew that. But Lin Feng also had the strength of a blood spirit? My snake spirit, Lin Feng was shivering. Maybe the spirit, which caused everyone to call him a piece of trash, was actually a blood spirit. But Lin Feng's father didn't have a blood spirit. In the entire Lin clan, there wasn't a single person who had the snake spirit either. There was only one explanation: Lin Feng had never seen his mother. She was certainly the one who possessed the same spirit. Young girl, I don't have much time left. You are weaker than him. I can grant you some more power, but you will have to understand it. If you accept, just nod, that'll be enough for me, said the voice to Duan Xinye. Lin Feng didn't know how Duan Xinye was going to react, but immediately after he heard the voice say, "Very good, I will also grant you with some of my knowledge. Do your best to understand it." When he finished talking, Duan Xinye felt her body shake intensely. The images in her brain disappeared, and amazing strength penetrated into her brain which made her faint. The strong cultivator looked at Lin Feng and smiled warmly. The last time a descendant of the Z government came in here, I explained to him that I wanted him to send me as many people at once because this would be the last time for me. I was hoping to meet a real genius and grant him with everything that I possess. Even though there aren't many people, you are enough. Even though your cultivation level is low, your soul is extremely powerful. You are much stronger those who have the same cultivation level as you. You are the most appropriate person to choose. Lin Feng was only 17 and had already broken through to the 8th Ling Qi layer, but in the eyes of the man, Lin Feng's cultivation level was low. There were many cultivation geniuses in the vast and boundless continent. What drew his attention was Lin Feng's soul. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 235, The Surplus Souls. The power of my soul, thought Lin Feng. For Lin Feng, the soul was an abstract concept, it was unfathomable. Lin Feng wasn't able to understand such concepts, his cultivation level was too low. Maybe you still don't understand clearly what the soul is. I will explain to you using simple concepts. In fact, the spirit of a cultivator is a part of his soul. Those who have a powerful soul can make their spirit stronger and carry out much stronger attacks. When a cultivator practices cultivation and becomes stronger, his soul actually becomes stronger as well. The spirit thus becomes stronger too. For example, a cultivator who has a sword spirit, when he is still weak, his sword spirit is of little use. It only enables him to understand sword skills slightly better than other people, but because his cultivation level is low, his soul is also weak and doesn't give him any particular sword ability. In such circumstances, the cultivator cannot be called a sword master. A strong and authentic sword master doesn't need a sword, his spirit is his sword. Besides, they can use the sword within their spirit as they wish. The more they use it, the more they understand the mysteries of the sword, and it becomes faster and faster. The strong cultivator knew that he didn't have much time left, so he was explaining things clearly to Lin Feng to help him understand various aspects of cultivation. There are some people who have a dual spirit. Those people are considered as geniuses by many people, but in fact, if their two spirits are ordinary ones, it is not of much use. It's not really incredible. Such people are even weaker than someone who has only one extremely strong spirit. However, those who have a dual spirit are usually regarded as geniuses because they have been granted a powerful soul. Their soul must be very strong to host dual spirits, stronger than that of other people. The strength of their dual spirits also increases their power of understanding. It is also easier for them to solve unfathomable problems. There are also an endless amount of other advantages. In short, you have to understand that the soul is what shapes your future. Someone with a powerful soul can easily kill people at the same cultivation level as them. For instance, I gave a skill to the members of the Z government, Purple Annihilation. That skill uses the power of their soul to control the spirit, enabling them to control and shape the chi itself. Such an attack is very difficult to block. So that's how it is. The Purple Annihilation skill used the strength of their soul. Ziying was actually not very strong, but he had broken through to the 9th Ling Chi layer, which was only one layer higher than Lin Feng. If Ziying could do it, Lin Feng could use it too. After all, the strong cultivator said that he had seen Lin Feng's soul was extremely strong. He had also said that Lin Feng was much stronger than other people of the same cultivation level as him. At that moment, the image in Lin Feng's mind flickered. It seemed to weaken, but in a flash returned to normal. "It seems like I don't have much time left," said the strong cultivator, whose voice sounded disappointed. He immediately said to Lin Feng, "I don't have much more to say. You should remember that a strong and powerful soul is what increases your cultivation speed. It can allow you to perfectly control your abilities in spirit. Besides, it can help you control external forces during a battle. Besides, a powerful soul can help you gain control over powerful weapons and profound pills." The strong cultivator had told Lin Feng about the numerous benefits, which made Lin Feng a bit nervous. These were all the great things extremely strong cultivators could do. "Please accept something from me. I would like to offer you some of my memories. I divided these memories into 3 parts, this makes them easier to understand. The first part is composed of the great things I achieved as well as the martial skills and agility techniques which I found to be useful. I don't want them to die out with me, so I give them to you. At least, nobody will be able to say that I led a greedy life. The second part of my memories is about energy, pills, and weapons. They are all for you as well. The third part of my memories is the simplest one but also the most important. It is about art of soul cultivation. This is something I acquired intentionally, which made me who I am today. The art of soul cultivation is a celestial art. It enabled me to enhance my practice and obtain a powerful soul. It is the power of my soul which enabled me to stay conscious such a long time until now. Besides, I have never given my soul cultivation to anyone before. You must cherish it." The man's voice was lower and lower. When he said his last word, the world illusion broke apart. Immediately after, 3 lights appeared and carried the memories into Lin Feng's body, mind and soul. Boom! Lin Feng's heart was violently pounding. His body felt extremely painful, as if his bones had been crushed. In a flash, he was sweating a cold sweat. All these memories penetrated into his body and soul. How could it not be painful? Lin Feng had the impression that everything was spinning. All the memories penetrating into his mind, he had the impression that his head was going to explode. Even though that strong cultivator had just transmitted 3 separate groups of memories into Lin Feng's mind, they were extremely powerful and contained a lot of information. Lin Feng had the impression his head was going to explode. Immediately after that, just like Duan Xin Yi, he fainted and collapsed. They were both lying down on the ground, unaware of the time passing. Outside of the forbidden area, the crowd was patiently waiting. A day had already passed since Meng Qing had annihilated the Z government. Meng Qing was always standing in front of the door of the forbidden area. Her clothes were snowy white and fluttering in the wind, but her body remained motionless, just like the goddess of ice. None of those who were wearing bronze masks had moved either. They were calmly sitting cross-legged at the front of the crowd. The crowd hadn't left. Some of them wanted to leave, but they didn't dare. They had mixed feelings and didn't really know why they were staying. Was it out of fear or out of curiosity? The entire crowd was calmly looking at the unmoving silhouette which looked like a beautiful statue. They had also become very curious and wanted to know more about Lin Feng. They wanted to know who he really was. They also wanted to know more about Meng Qing. A layer of ice was covering Meng Qing's body. It was extremely cold. It seemed like that ice wanted to expand and freeze everything, but that Meng Qing was controlling it, so it didn't. That ice had the form of a white fog. Only a little bit of that fog was enough to freeze an entire person. Nobody knew what it was, and nobody knew either that Meng Qing's body, at that moment, was being damaged by that incredible coldness. She was unable to control the ice chi. When she had arrived at the Z government and that the old man said that he had killed Lin Feng, an incredible quantity of ice chi had condensed inside her body. That chi was the same as what was surrounding her body. When she heard the old man, Meng Qing had forgotten everything, including to control the ice chi condensed in her body. The only thing she had in her mind was to kill using the ice chi. There were consequences, though, from all that cold chi which had burst out from her body. She had become unable to control it. She could only suffer in silence while nobody would ever know anything about it. Lin Feng, who was still in the forbidden area, awoke. Duan Xin Yi awoke as well. At that moment, they both had many new memories in their minds. Duan Xin Yi remembered a sword skill, a beautiful sword skill. That sword skill was meant for women. She also had an agility technique. Lin Feng had a massive amount of new memories. His brain was filled with the 3 categories of memories. These memories contained a massive amount of information. Lin Feng was still absorbing all of the knowledge. Fortunately, when the strong cultivator transmitted these memories to Lin Feng, he had already sorted them into 3 categories. That way, they weren't chaotic in Lin Feng's mind. He wouldn't have been able to endure that. Everything was clear and organized. After sitting there for a while, Lin Feng was finally able to absorb all these memories. He opened his eyes and felt calm. Cultivating the soul, said Lin Feng to himself. It was a way to practice and make one's soul stronger, and on top of that, it enabled one to develop a powerful soul. The cultivation technique was called surplus souls. A cultivator could make his entire soul break into small pieces called surplus souls, which made it very convenient to practice. A cultivator could develop one surplus soul which would make all his other souls become stronger as well. He could advance his training greatly this way. When the surplus souls condensed back into a whole, they provided the cultivator with terrifying power. Besides, even if the soul was divided into many surplus souls, a cultivator could still use as many of them as he wished. For example, if he had 1 million surplus souls, he could use all them at the same time. How terrifying would that be? Breaking one's soul into a surplus soul was excruciatingly painful. The art of the surplus soul was extremely powerful but was also extremely brutal, which is why nobody would dare to think of it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 236, The Zun Qi Layer. The cultivation method for surplus souls wasn't the only thing that affected Lin Feng's heart. All the other memories caused Lin Feng's heart to race. He possessed all the memories of the strong cultivator and knew how strong this person was. Zun Qi Layer. He was above the Tian Qi Layer. With one fist, he could crush a mountain. One sword could carve out a river or a lake. Lin Feng could finally understand the possibilities granted by the different cultivation levels. The Xian Qi layer, like the Ling Qi layer, was divided into 9 layers. After the Xian Qi layer, there was the Tian Qi layer. After the Tian Qi layer, there was the Zun Qi layer. The cultivators of the Zun Qi layer were seniors within the cultivation world. Lin Feng could barely defeat a cultivator of the Xian Qi layer. It was already very difficult. Lin Feng couldn't imagine how far he was from the Zun Qi layer. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the breathless corpse. He sighed. A cultivator of the Zun Qi layer was in front of him, a little cultivator of the Ling Qi layer. Lin Feng was still a nobody. A cultivator of the Zun Qi layer could kill him by breathing on him. Cultivators of the Xian Qi layer, in Shuiyu and Mou, were already considered as very strong cultivators. Concerning the Tian Qi layer, Lin Feng had never heard anything about it. He didn't even know if there were cultivators of the Tian Qi layer within Shuiyu or Mou. As far as cultivators of the Zun Qi layer were concerned, Lin Feng was certain that such a cultivator could destroy an entire country with a wave of their hand. Shuiyu certainly didn't have such cultivators. Cultivators of the Zun Qi layer could extract the strength from their blood and transmit it to their offspring. They were able to create blood spirits and pass them on to their descendants. Everybody knew how incredibly strong blood spirits were. Besides, at that moment, Lin Feng had seen one of the legendary cultivators and had received an incredible amount of knowledge from him. He had received his legendary memories, the memories of a godlike cultivator. That huge snake was surprisingly a Zoon-level dragon. Lin Feng was looking at the dragon. If it had been out in the world, it could have annihilated an entire country with one breath. Its blood had turned into a lake which never lost its strength over hundreds of years. Besides, the blood kept its vitality and could penetrate into bodies, granting people the strength of a blood spirit. Unfortunately, the purple lake had been completely absorbed by Lin Feng. Ancestor, I have received your legacy and inherited your memories. Ancestor, you are now my teacher. Lin Feng looked at the remains of the strong cultivator and suddenly knelt down in front. Lin Feng's heart was filled with respect and adoration. He performed the kowtow, which sealed teacher and student. He had separated his memories into 3 parts and transmitted them to Lin Feng. He deserved Lin Feng's obedience and respect. If the strong cultivator had still been alive, Lin Feng would have wanted him as his teacher. Lin Feng could have returned to Shuiyu as a hero with such a profound teacher. When Duan Xinyi saw Lin Feng, she came next to him and started to respectfully kowtow in front of the statue as well. The strong cultivator had also transmitted thoughts to her, extremely powerful sword skills and powerful agility techniques. He had also become her teacher. Ancestor, the first part of the memories you transmitted to me, I will always remember them. If, someday, I have the opportunity to meet some of your old friends, I will tell them about what happened to you," said Lin Feng. The first part of the memories from the strong cultivator contained his entire life, and Lin Feng could also remember the strong cultivator's friends. Even though these memories were a few hundred years old, cultivators of the Zun Shi layer could remain alive for a long time. Not dying for a few hundred years was a normal thing for them. Besides, the strong cultivator's old friend had entered a deep and mysterious dimension. Lin Feng didn't clearly understand what kind of dimension it was though. Lin Feng stood up and sighed. Even though the cultivator of the Zun Shi layer was extremely strong, he had, all these years, never forgotten about love. He only wanted to see couples in love with each other, because he was, himself, a very romantic person. "Lin Feng, when are we leaving?" asked Duan Xinyi in a low voice. They couldn't stay indefinitely in the forbidden area, they would get bored to death. Lin Feng looked pensive. The people of the Z government were waiting for him outside. If he went out, they would immediately ambush him. He still was not confident in winning against a cultivator of the Xian Shi layer. Cultivators of the Xian Shi layer can use pure qi, that would be too dangerous for me. My strength against his pure qi, it's too difficult to win, thought Lin Feng, but he still had faith in his ability. He had managed to make a cross-shaped wound on the old man's chest. He had almost killed him. At that moment, Lin Feng had absorbed the strength of the purple blood lake. It had penetrated into his flesh and bones. His snake spirit had completely absorbed the purple lake and had become much stronger. It had enabled him to obtain a new purple spirit. Lin Feng was also convinced that even though he couldn't kill the old man, who had broken through to the Xian Shi layer, he definitely had the strength to engage in a battle against him. He just didn't know whether he would be the victor. "Xinyi, let's go and see if we can leave," said Lin Feng. She was, of course, not going to have any objections, so she just nodded. "Let's go." Lin Feng said that and immediately headed back. It was getting darker and darker and the path was growing narrow. A short time after, they arrived in front of the entrance of the forbidden area. "You stay behind me, I will check first," said Lin Feng as he moved forwards. He put his hand on the door of the forbidden area. Boom! The door of the forbidden area slowly opened itself. People who were inside the forbidden area just had to touch the door once to open it. Lin Feng was a bit nervous as he had unintentionally opened the door. He released some of his qi. He groaned and in his hand appeared an extremely sharp sword. The door of the forbidden area was slowly opening itself. The atmosphere was suddenly extremely cold, the coldness was piercing to the bones. How cold? Why is it so cold? The old man wouldn't have been able to release such an incredibly cold qi. But when Lin Feng realized what was happening outside, he was stupefied. The energy around his body also vanished without trace. The door of the forbidden area had finally entirely opened itself. A beautiful face was in front of him. Surprisingly, it was Meng Cheng and she was patiently waiting for him. It wasn't the old man. Obviously, when Meng Cheng saw Lin Feng, she was also astonished and surprised. "Meng Cheng," said Lin Feng while a huge smile appeared on his face. But Meng Cheng looked as cold as before, her facial expression hadn't changed at all. She glanced at Lin Feng and then at Duan Xinyi, who was coming out at that moment too. When Meng Qing saw that Duan Xinyi was wearing Lin Feng's clothes, she looked a bit surprised, but immediately after she adopted her cold and indifferent facial expression once again. She was absolutely expressionless. When Duan Xinyi saw Meng Qing, she was astonished inside. How beautiful! Surprisingly, there were such beautiful women in the world. Not only was she very beautiful, but also very strong. Duan Xinyi was extremely self-confident when it came to her beauty. She had never seen anyone more beautiful than her before, but at that moment, she just saw a girl who was more beautiful than her and it seemed like she was close to Lin Feng. "You're all right. That's the main thing. Let's go," said Meng Qing coldly. After that, she turned around and started walking away. Some ice chi rose into the air which made Lin Feng frown. That ice chi was a problem. Why was Meng Qing's body emitting such a cold chi? Lin Feng suddenly remembered that he had already seen such a chi around Meng Qing's body and was a bit surprised. He then immediately shouted, "Meng Qing, wait!" But it seemed like Meng Qing ignored Lin Feng. She continued walking as before. Her silhouette made her look very lonely from behind. "Stop!" Lin Feng walked out from the entrance of the forbidden area. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng surprisingly dared talk to Meng Qing using such a tone. Not did Meng Qing look like a celestial being, but she was also extraordinarily cold. "Come back to me!" shouted Lin Feng angrily. A light flashed through Meng Qing's eyes. She didn't look at Lin Feng. Immediately after, surprising everybody, Meng Qing slowly started walking back towards Lin Feng. What was the nature of Lin Feng and Meng Qing's relationship? Why was such a strong female cultivator listening to Lin Feng? "Xinyi, please leave for a moment," said Lin Feng while going back into the forbidden area. Duan Xinyi was stupefied. A touching expression appeared in her eyes, but she remained silent. She just nodded and walked out of the forbidden area and glanced at Meng Qing. At that moment, she felt an incredible coldness. She started shaking and her heart started pounding. How could it be that cold around the beautiful girl's body? She looked like she was going to freeze on the spot. "Come in," said Lin Feng to Meng Qing, who had arrived at the entrance door of the forbidden area. She remained silent and entered. The door of the forbidden area closed itself behind her. Lin Feng and Meng Qing's silhouettes disappeared. The crowd was just looking at that huge door. They were all extremely curious. What were they doing inside? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 237, Warmth in the Forbidden Area. In the forbidden area, Lin Feng grabbed Meng Qing's hand. Suddenly, a violently cold energy spread through his hand. Right after that, Lin Feng's forearm was covered by a layer of ice. It was spreading all over his body. How cold! Lin Feng was stupefied. At that moment, Meng Qing's body was extremely cold. Even with his cultivation level, Lin Feng had the impression that he was going to freeze on the spot. He turned around and looked at Meng Qing. He still sounded angry and said, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing," said Meng Qing while slightly shaking her head. She was surprised. "I'm not only talking about the fact that you came to look for me with a layer of ice damaging your body, but also, when you just walked away." "Why did you walk away?" Lin Feng looked unhappy and he knew how powerful that ice was. Last time, he had already seen Meng Qing's pain. That time, the ice wasn't any weaker. Meng Qing perfectly knew that Lin Feng had a solution for the ice. Surprisingly, she turned around and walked away from him. How could Lin Feng not get angry? Meng Qing raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. She looked surprised. But immediately after, she lowered her head again like a little girl who was being scolded. She didn't dare look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng started shaking when he saw that Meng Qing remained uncommunicative. He felt like he had to say something. "I will help you take away that ice chi." While speaking, Lin Feng's body shook and a dragon chant spread through the atmosphere. It made the entire atmosphere vibrate. Lin Feng's snake spirit appeared. It had 6 heads and was huge and majestic. Its eyes were looking directly at Meng Qing. When Meng Qing saw the snake spirit, she was surprised. The last time she had seen it, it didn't have 6 heads and wasn't so gigantic. At that moment, it was huge and majestic. What had happened to Lin Feng's spirit was a miracle. "It seems like I was right," thought Meng Qing. She was even more certain that she had guessed right. Lin Feng's snake spirit was actually a dragon. The 6 heads of the snake were singing the chant of dragons. At that moment, the ice around Meng Qing's body turned into a white cloud and the snake started to swallow it. At that moment, Lin Feng's spirit, which was floating from his back, looked like 6 different snakes constantly moving. It looked extremely powerful. In the future, do not ignore what I say, said Lin Feng. Meng Qing was, as before, silent. Meng Qing slightly nodded and lowered her head. The ice chi around her body was gradually getting very weak. When Lin Feng saw Meng Qing's facial expression, his heart felt a bit painful. He didn't know how to talk to this girl. Since they had left the Black Wind Mountain, Meng Qing had always been with him. He was the only person close to her. Since Lin Feng had left Meng Qing and traveled over a huge distance, a long time had already elapsed. It was very difficult for Meng Qing to be separated from him. Surprisingly, she had even chased him to the Mou country. Furiously, she had slaughtered the people of the Z government. In such a short time, she had gone through a lot of hardships. Besides, after such a difficult time, she had seen that Lin Feng and Duan Xinyi were together and Duan Xinyi was wearing Lin Feng's clothes. How could she be happy after seeing that? Even though she didn't show her emotions, Lin Feng, who had broken through to the Earth fusion dimension, could now sense the emotions which she was trying to hide. He had noticed because of her movements when she turned to leave. Her body was slightly shaking and she was continuously blinking as if she was close to tears. Silly girl, she actually cared but always remained cold. All of this caused compassion to fill Lin Feng's heart. Then, he approached Meng Qing, which made her start shaking. It wasn't because of the cold chi that she was shaking, but because Lin Feng was moving closer to her. She was shaking and she felt like waves were crashing in her heart. Suddenly, she started feeling nervous. Immediately after, she felt that her body was being pulled. She could feel two arms wrap around her body. It was a warm embrace which immediately removed the cold from her body. She suddenly felt warmth invade her heart. When she realized what was happening, her eyes, which normally never revealed emotions, moved. She looked surprised. Silly girl, you should know that if you suffer, I will suffer too, said Lin Feng softly. His voice was warm and sincere. His words came from the bottom of his heart. When Lin Feng saw that Meng Qing's body was being damaged by the ice chi and she was silently suffering, his heart felt a tremendous pain. It was the first time, whether it was in his previous or current life, that Lin Feng showed his love for a woman. His feelings towards Meng Qing were pure and sincere. When Meng Qing heard these soft and warm words, she shivered. Immediately after, something that had never happened. She smiled. It was a charmingly soft and sweet smile. She moved a little and suddenly, she rested her head on Lin Feng's shoulder, which made her feel calm and relaxed. Meng Qing's hands were behind Lin Feng's back but was being held mid-air. It seemed like she didn't know what to do with her hands, but finally, her little hands slowly moved towards Lin Feng and she then delicately embraced him. When Lin Feng sensed her delicate hands on his back, he giggled foolishly. He also put some more pressure into his embrace and used one hand to stroke Meng Qing's hair from her face. So, that's how it felt to be in love. It was truly sweet. It was a very warm feeling from deep within the heart. Meng Qing's body calmly leaned against Lin Feng's body with her head on his shoulder. Lin Feng looked at Meng Qing. She was smiling, but in her beautiful eyes, surprisingly, there were tears which slowly flowed down her cheeks onto the ground. She was crying and emitting small sobs. Her eyes grew blurry. Meng Qing had been extremely worried about Lin Feng while they were apart. She had not stopped looking for him, for even a moment. Finally, she found him. She had been riding at full speed to the Golden Z Mountain without rest. Then, when she arrived, she was told that Lin Feng was dead. When she heard that Lin Feng was dead, she had felt hopelessness invade her heart. Her heart had felt so painful. She felt like a piece of her had died. She had just had one thought: kill. Kill the old man of the Z government and kill everyone who shared his bloodline. A man in love could accomplish great things and dye his sword red on the battlefield for a woman. A woman in love could also accomplish great things. She would freeze heaven and earth if it stood between her love. The most important thing was that Lin Feng was still alive, but then Meng Qing had seen that he was with another girl. She believed that he no longer had a place for her. She was desperate. She hadn't thought about anything else but running away. A horrible feeling invaded her heart. She had never experienced such a terrible feeling. Since Lin Feng and Meng Qing had left the Black Wind Mountain, only a short time had elapsed, less than a year, but during that short time, they had experienced a lot of things together. In Meng Qing's memories, there was a sinister forest filled with ferocious beasts, and from the outside world, all her memories included Lin Feng. Lin Feng was already an indispensable part of her life. The horrible feeling hadn't lasted for too long. Lin Feng had stopped her. He had made her come into the forbidden area, and now they were locked in an embrace. At that moment, Meng Qing understood how cold she was before that. It seemed like the coldness in her heart had transformed into warmth. It was a wonderful feeling. The two of them seemed to be locked in each other's embrace. They softly embraced for a long time. The ice chi had already dispersed and Lin Feng's spirit had vanished, but they were still standing there, embracing each other. After a long time, Meng Qing finally moved. Lin Feng let go of her and looked at her beautiful face while smiling. However, it seemed like Meng Qing didn't care about giving him face. She turned around and coldly walked towards the exit. Lin Feng was stupefied. He scratched his head, he was startled, and then he immediately chased her. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 238, Ruthless. The door of the forbidden area slowly opened itself. The crowd looked extremely curious as Lin Feng and Meng Qing came out. Lin Feng and Meng Qing were actually holding hands. Meng Qing looked as cold and detached as before but was allowing Lin Feng to hold her hand and it looked very natural. They looked calm and serene. Besides, the ice around Meng Qing's body had completely disappeared. What a nice couple, thought the people in the crowd. At that moment, they all understood the nature of Lin Feng and Meng Qing's relationship. They understood why Meng Qing had gotten so furious when the old man said that he killed Lin Feng, which is why she killed the old man. Meng Qing and Duan Xinyi were the same, they both loved Lin Feng. He was frivolous, natural, and unrestrained. Meng Qing and Lin Feng were a couple just like Lin Feng and Duan Xinyi. The crowd had the impression that they also looked like a perfect couple. They were all outstanding. The crowd was well aware of Lin Feng's natural talent. They understood even more clearly how strong Meng Qing was. Thus, they thought that Lin Feng and Meng Qing was an even better couple and it was more appropriate for them to be together. It seemed like they were soulmates. Only someone as gifted as Lin Feng could be with such an incredible girl. Zi and Ziling were blankly staring at Lin Feng. Zi lowered her head. She felt so inferior. She was a withered willow and Meng Qing was an incredibly beautiful woman who had even broken through to the Xin Qi layer, and that girl loved Lin Feng. Lin Feng only had to speak and she obeyed his every word. Zi used to think that Lin Feng would be interested in her. She felt ridiculous at that moment. She was nothing in comparison with Meng Qing and Duan Xinyi. She was much too ugly in comparison with these two girls. I would have never thought that Lin Feng was this powerful. Not only is he powerful with incredible natural talent but two beautiful girls like him, whispered Ziling. She envied these people. However, when Duan Xinyi saw them holding hands, bitter feelings invaded her heart. That was the first time that she was competing with another woman. She would have never thought that such a thing could even happen. Nonetheless, she had no choice but to face the facts. Meng Qing was a pure woman, besides, she was extremely beautiful. Such a girl was rare. Meng Qing also liked Lin Feng and on top of that, Lin Feng was also interested in her. When Lin Feng saw Duan Xinyi, he smiled wryly. He felt lost. In his previous life, Lin Feng was always single. In this world, there were so many outstanding girls who were interested in him. Prepare 2 horses for me, said Lin Feng, sounding cold and detached. Immediately, someone obeyed his order and prepared 2 Qixia horses. Get on a horse, we should go back, said Lin Feng to Duan Xinyi. She slightly nodded. She had been away for such a long time. The imperial family was probably worried about her. When Duan Xinyi arrived next to her horse, she immediately jumped onto its back. Even though she was a delicate woman, she was trained in riding. Meng Qing, let's get on a horse too, said Lin Feng to Meng Qing, who slightly nodded. She jumped up in the air and landed on the other horse. When she landed, Lin Feng jumped up as well and landed on Meng Qing's horse right behind her. He put his arms around her waist and grabbed the reins. Meng Qing shivered. This guy. Let's go, said Lin Feng while urging the horse. The horses neighed and they left at full speed. Because the horse was galloping at full speed, Meng Qing's body was inclining backwards and leaning against Lin Feng's chest. 2 people on one horse were galloping through the mountains. Protect the princess, said Lin Feng to the Celestial Sword Unit as an order. She was immediately surrounded by guards. Princess. The crowd was looking at the people gradually leaving. They felt like they were suffocating, that Duan Xinyi was surprisingly a real princess, the princess of Shuiyu. Who was Lin Feng? Surprisingly, the Qixia troops listened to him and then the princess and Meng Qing liked him. On an ancient road, the Qixia horses were galloping at full speed and a cloud of dust was surrounding them. On a horse, there were 2 silhouettes pressed tightly together. There was a beautiful girl who looked like a celestial being and the other was a handsome young man who looked frivolous. Their hair fluttered in the wind as they rode. Fine horses, beautiful people, a vast ancient road, a young man and woman, the scene looked picturesque just like a painting. Meng Qing was calmly leaning against Lin Feng's chest. They weren't speaking. They were just enjoying the tranquility and serenity of the moment. It truly felt like a dream. Even if the ancient had no end, it would be wonderful to stay like this. As Lin Feng approached the Duanren border, he was using his earth fusion and his senses were sharp and acute. He could feel that someone was hiding in the mountains and staring at him. He slowly stopped the horse, looked towards the Duanren border and shouted, "Lin Feng, under the Celestial Sword Qixia Battalion." The Duanren border was completely silent. There no voice or sound. The entire mountain range was drowned in absolute silence, but Lin Feng knew that the situation was dangerous. "Qixia troops, move towards the Duanren border," shouted Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't know who was in Duanren border. Immediately after, the Qixia troops galloped forwards. A short moment after, Lin Feng frowned. He heard some whistling sounds in the air and then saw many arrows flying through the air, moving straight towards him. He raised his hand, sword light spread in the air and the arrows which were moving towards him all broke. The Qixia horse was moving forwards again. However, the sound of the arrows didn't stop. It turned into a rain of arrows which landed in front of him as if they were trying to prevent him from moving further. "Meng Qing, killed him," said Lin Feng, sounding cold and expressionless. He had only just arrived and some people were already unscrupulously attacking him. They wanted to kill him, that wasn't an illusion. When Lin Feng finished talking, he jumped into the air. His body was floating in the sky above the valley as he rushed towards the cliffs. Meng Qing also jumped up in the air and like a celestial being, she moved towards the Duanren border as well. In a flash, Lin Feng arrived on a gigantic stone. There were some troops continuing to shoot arrows, but the moment when they saw Lin Feng, their hands paused for a second and they stopped firing arrows. As expected, these are Shuiyu soldiers. When Lin Feng saw the armor the enemies were wearing, a cold and indifferent expression appeared on his face. Meng Qing had already told Lin Feng about the battle. Many people had been injured and had died, but finally because they were in Shuiyu and cut off from reinforcements, the Mou troops retreated. The Duanren border had remained under the control of Shuiyu. At that moment, these soldiers were shooting at Lin Feng since he had arrived in the Duanren border. They wanted to kill him. "Who are you? Whose orders do you obey?" asked Lin Feng coldly and detached. Cold chi was surrounding his body. The soldier remained silent and released an arrow straight towards Lin Feng. "Die," said Lin Feng coldly. He raised his hand and a cold brilliance illuminated the atmosphere and pierced the soldier. The soldier was astonished and slowly fell dead onto the ground. After killing that soldier, Lin Feng continued. He used the earth fusion and could see every single person who was hiding in the mountains. None of them could escape from his senses. At that moment, Lin Feng had appeared in front of another soldier of Shuiyu and asked, "Whose orders are you obeying?" The soldier remained silent. "Die," said Lin Feng heartlessly. He raised his hand again. In a flash, another one had been killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't care for their silence. The Duanren border was huge, there would probably be one person who would speak. Lin Feng didn't stop moving. The Duanren border was turning into a river of blood. Lin Feng wasn't the only one massacring people at that moment, Meng Qing was doing the same. If Lin Feng told her to kill, she killed. Lin Feng forgot that he was in a territory of the Shuiyu country. Even though this was the border defense against Mo Shui, he didn't stop killing. After having gone through war, he had become much stronger and his heart was now forged in battle. If anyone wanted to kill him, Lin Feng would not show mercy. He had fought for Shuiyu, but what had Shuiyu ever done for him? What had they done for Lu Sanlan? The princess had been kidnapped, the troops had fought each other, the Mou troops had come in to massacre them, and hundreds of thousands of troops had been massacred. There was a conspiracy to kill him. If Shuiyu didn't care about him, did Lin Feng need to care about Shuiyu? Lin Feng was an extraordinary person and he felt no sense of belonging towards the Shuiyu country. If Shuiyu wanted to kill him, he would raise his sword against Shuiyu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 239, The Purple Dragon Spirit. During an undetermined period of time, blood kept flowing from the mountains of the Duanren border. It looked like there were blood lakes running through the mountains. Lin Feng and Meng Chang returned onto the main road. Cold chi surrounded their bodies. They had killed all the soldiers who were hiding in the mountain. Back then, Lu Sanlan had been in Duanren city protecting the valley. Lin Feng would have never thought that one day, he would personally use his sword in the Duanren border to kill Shuiyu soldiers. The Celestial Sword Battalion had arrived in the valley of the Duanren border. There were many corpses in front of them. They were all wearing the armor of Shuiyu. The road was being blocked, we killed them all, said Lin Feng to the Qi Xie unit, sounding cold and detached. He had noticed that they were surprised by the scene. Now, come with me, let's head out at our maximum speed. Then Lin Feng and Meng Qing rushed through the air as their horse moved at an incredible speed. The people behind them remained silent and started galloping, closely following Lin Feng. After the Duanren border, there was Duanren City. At that moment, Duanren City looked apocalyptic. There was only ash filling the air. The entire city was destroyed by the fire. Above the gigantic city gate, there were some Shuiyu soldiers and they opened the gate. Lin Feng hadn't said anything. He had immediately moved towards the city gate and entered the city. Nobody tried to stop him either. The Qi Xie unit galloped towards the city, but after they entered the city, the gate started closing itself. In front of Lin Feng, there were some soldiers who were slowly moving towards him. A sharp and majestic qi was being released from their bodies. They were all on horses while staring at Lin Feng. It seemed like they had been waiting for Lin Feng to come back. From their horsebacks, they grabbed their bows and raised them into the air. Lin Feng and Meng Qing could feel a deadly qi invading the atmosphere and oppressing them. "Stop, or we will shoot," shouted an ice-cold voice. But Lin Feng completely ignored them and continued to move forward on his horse. The one who had just shouted was surprised. He raised his hand with his bow, narrowed his eyes, and a devilish ice-cold expression appeared on his face. "Die!" He lowered his hand and pulled the bowstring. At that moment, an arrow whistled through the air, moving straight towards Lin Feng and Meng Qing. Boom! The arrow hit the horse with a piercing blow. That arrow surprisingly had such brutal strength. Amongst these people, none of them were weak, they had all broken through to a high Ling Qi layer. They were all elite soldiers. The Qi Xie horse collapsed, dead from the first arrow. The first arrow wasn't intended for Lin Feng but for the horse. After that first arrow, he put another one in his bow, but this one was for Lin Feng. This one was supposed to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Meng Qing jumped into the air together and floated above the ground. They then immediately threw themselves at the crowd, ignoring the arrows. "Freeze!" whispered Meng Qing in her snow-white clothes. Ice spread through the atmosphere. At that moment, all the arrows that were moving towards her immediately froze and emitted small cracking sounds. They were frozen in place. Besides, Lin Feng was at Meng Qing's side and a resplendent purple cloud emerged from his back. That purple cloud transformed into a silhouette. It was an insane 100-meter-high silhouette. It was in the shape of the purple dragon. That illusion surprisingly was the gigantic purple dragon. It was unceasingly flying higher and higher. It then looked at the crowd from above. That terrifying dragon made the facial expressions of the Shuiyu soldiers change drastically. They were all looking at the purple dragon in the air. They started shaking and their hearts started pounding. Their hearts were being overcome with extreme fear. That illusion was Lin Feng's spirit after it had swallowed the entire purple lake filled with dragon blood. Even though Lin Feng's spirit had, after that, swallowed Meng Qing's ice qi, his spirit still hadn't changed. It was still the extremely powerful purple spirit. Concerning the monstrous dragon illusion, amusingly, it was extremely similar to the purple dragon image which the cultivator was riding. The purple liquid of the lake was the blood of the purple dragon. Lin Feng's snake and the dragon from the forbidden area were in perfect harmony, Ruhar. The gigantic dragon illusion roared and started to attack. An endless purple lake of blood gushed from the dragon's mouth. Immediately after, the lake melted everything in its path like acid, including the arrows. Blotting out the sky, the purple lake immediately moved to block the path of the retreating Shuiyu soldiers. Immediately after, endless fear invaded their hearts and faces. Their cold killing intent had already disappeared. How could that be possible? How could Lin Feng have become so strong? They received the information that Lin Feng had broken through to the 6th Ling Qi layer. All of these cultivators had broken through to the 7th Ling Qi layer and were supposed to be able to kill Lin Feng. If Lin Feng came back alive, Duanren City was supposed to be the place where he would be buried, but Lin Feng had become so strong, everybody was dumbstruck. Their facial expressions indicated that they regretted everything. Killing Lin Feng wasn't a duty that they could fulfill. The purple lake was rushing through the sky and blotted out the sun. It then immediately crashed down onto the Shuiyu soldiers. Immediately after, their bodies started to slowly melt as if they had come into contact with acid. In a flash, 100 cultivators had all been melted into a puddle. Melt. Being able to make things melt was definitely a monstrous ability. Originally, the blood and saliva of the dragon could melt even a powerful cultivator to nothing but bones, because Lin Feng and Duan Xinyi had inherited a blood spirit, only their clothes melted when coming into contact with the dragon blood. After that, the purple liquid penetrated into their bodies, altering their original spirits. It had given them additional strength. Besides, when Lin Feng's snake spirit drank all the liquid of the purple lake, it had given Lin Feng's spirit the same powers as the purple dragon. When the Celestial Sword Battalion saw Lin Feng, who looked like a god, they were absolutely dumbstruck. Their heartbeats accelerated. Strong, Lin Feng had become much stronger. All of them had survived the war, they had gained lots of experience on the battlefield and had all become much stronger, but Lin Feng had become terrifying. There were larger groups of soldiers riding their horses in their direction, coming to kill Lin Feng, but, when they saw that sight, they had all stopped. They were looking at the dragon in the air, and under Lin Feng's feet was a gigantic purple lake which seemed to be under his control, and it was moving straight towards them. While the lake moved towards these soldiers, Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at another large group rushing towards him. They were obviously Shuiyu soldiers, and Lin Feng knew that they were all here to kill him. When they saw Lin Feng's expression, their hearts started to race. Coldness invaded their hearts, which sent a shiver down their spines. "We have received a mission to kill you, but you can leave," said one soldier to Lin Feng. Immediately after, they turned around to leave. If they want to kill, they kill; if they are too weak, they leave. "How ridiculous," said Lin Feng coldly. They had all received orders, but since their lives were in danger, they disobeyed the orders and left. What kind of discipline was that? "Meng Qing, sorry to bother you, please confiscate all these horses for us," said Lin Feng while turning to look at Meng Qing. Their horse was killed by an arrow. It was a bit inconvenient for him to attack because he always melted the people and their horses at the same time. "All right," said Meng Qing while nodding. She moved in the air and released some ice chi, making the hearts of these Shuiyu soldiers pound. How cold! Apart from Lin Feng, there was another strong cultivator, a cultivator of the Xianqi layer. In other words, even if Lin Feng wasn't this strong, they would all still die. Wanting to kill Lin Feng under such circumstances sounded like a joke. They were all terrified. They had received orders and had to bear the consequences of their actions. Ice. Meng Qing raised her hand. Ice emerged. The crowd was shaking. Immediately after, the ice spread, it moved forward and spread through the atmosphere. Everybody was frozen like a statue. Immediately after, they collapsed from their horsebacks and died. "Get on the horses, hurry," said Lin Feng calmly. He recalled his spirit back into his body and ran, immediately after jumping on a horse. Meng Qing also jumped on the horse. "Lin Feng, what's going on?" asked Duan Xin when she saw Lin Feng's actions. "Some people want us dead, they don't want us going back to the Imperial City," said Lin Feng while looking at Duan Xin. "What about me? Do they want to kill me too?" "Yes," said Lin Feng while nodding. Duan Xin's heart was pounding. They even wanted to kill the princess. "Hundreds of thousands of soldiers have died, the princess disappeared, even though we won the war. In the end, they want to sentence Lu Xanlan to death, because even though we won the war, it was still a tragic victory. Besides, we haven't managed to protect the princess who was kidnapped by MOU. Therefore, they will be able to sentence him to death. They also want to kill me. I cannot go back to the Imperial City. But if you appear in the Imperial City, they will be unable to sentence me to death." When Duan Xin heard Lin Feng's words, her heart started pounding and she felt very cold. Because they wanted to sentence Lu Xanlan to death, they also wanted to kill the princess. Could it be as easy as that? Or maybe that they just didn't only want to kill Lu Xanlan, they had also sacrificed her. The princess perfectly understood who was at the origin of all of this. What Duan Xin didn't understand was why she was kidnapped. Besides, why did Shuiyu and Moyu seem to be working together? If it had really originated from the person she thought, why did they have to kidnap her? Why didn't they just kill her on the spot? The person she was thinking about was her brother, the crown prince, Duan Wudao. He was extremely aggressive, brutal, and obeyed no principles and lived with no morals. Duan Wuya, the second prince, and her were very close, but she wasn't close to the crown prince at all. Therefore, because she had disobeyed Duan Wudao, she had to die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 240, Encircling the Imperial City. Outside of the Imperial City, the scene looked like a seething cauldron of hatred. It was just as lively and crowded inside as before. At that moment, many people were moving towards the gate which separated the exterior and the interior of the Imperial City. At that moment, outside of the Imperial City, behind the moat surrounding the city, a thick and dense deadly chi filled the atmosphere and enveloped the entire area. The people and horses behind the river were all wearing the same armor. All the horses were Qi Xia horses. They were surrounding the imperial city. At that moment, the troops had surprisingly encircled the imperial city. There were several tens of thousands of soldiers. As far as the eyes could see, there were soldiers. It was a vast and boundless sea of soldiers who were all releasing an extremely strong qi. A group of people was approaching the imperial city and saw this army of soldiers. All sorts of comments were spreading through the crowd. They are Qi Xie troops. I wouldn't have thought that the strong armored cavalry would encircle the city, but when facing the imperial city of billions, a few tens of thousands is nothing, it's a mere joke. They will not be able to do anything. Some people noticed that the troops, who were surrounding the imperial city, were all wearing red armor. This armor was the symbol of the border troops, the Qi Xie troops, Lu San Lan's troops. That is the impermanence of life. Could it be that Lu San Lan, the divine arrow, will be executed in front of everybody? Said someone while sighing. The fact that the Shuiyu country wanted to kill Lu San wasn't a secret anymore. It was said that Lu San Lan hadn't been able to protect the country against the army of Mou and that he also had a bad influence, creating chaos amongst the troops. It was also said that he had wanted to prevent Duan Tianlang's troops from engaging the enemy and thus gave an opportunity for Mou to strike and kill hundreds of thousands of troops. Besides, the princess had been kidnapped by Mou and nobody knew if she was dead or alive, only Lin Feng rushed to save her. However, the truth was that Lu San Lan went with Lin Feng's plan. They massacred hundreds of thousands from the Mou army by making them enter Duanren city and burning them. That was an excellent plan. Lin Feng was considered to be dead. He traveled over a huge distance within the Mou country, and had relied on his own strength to kill the people who had kidnapped the princess. At that moment, he and the princess were missing. They were probably dead, or possibly in a critical situation. During that war, the nickname, the Divine Arrow, had lost its significance while Lin Feng had probably met his death. What a pity, he was a strong and powerful young man, he was probably already dead at that moment. The crowd looked at the sky, the sunlight was dazzling to the eyes. There were a few more hours to wait before Lu San Lan's execution. At that moment, the imperial city gate was firmly closed, nobody could enter the city, and they were all there because they wanted to witness Lu San Lan's execution. At that moment, the troops got agitated. Immediately after, the crowd saw them jump onto their horsebacks and grab the bows from their backs. It's an armed rebellion. For Lu San Lan's sake, the Qi Xie troops surprisingly want to attack the imperial city. The crowd was astonished. Such a small number of troops wanted to attack the imperial city. They would certainly die if those troops attacked. The guards of the imperial city wouldn't just watch without reacting. A few tens of thousands of soldiers attacking, that was just suicide, nothing more. It would lead to nothing good. As expected, a high-ranking soldier saw these troops move and laughed coldly. That high-ranking soldier was called Mangu Feng. He was an officer and had an illustrious reputation. He perfectly understood what he had to do when facing a rebellion. He could easily dispose of them. Besides, he would be able to let his son distinguish himself in action and settle this problem himself. On Mangu Feng's side, there was a young man. That young man was wearing armor. He looked majestic and domineering. He was extraordinarily handsome. If Lin Feng had been there, he would certainly have recognized him, Meng Chong. The one whose cultivation had been crippled by Lin Feng in the past, he was Mangu Feng's son. Meng Chong, I will let you give the order, what do you think? Mangu Feng was smiling, which made Meng Chong happy. Mangu Feng was enabling his son to distinguish himself in action, which would allow him to move up in rank much quicker. He could only be happy about this. All right, said Meng Chong while smiling. He then moved to the edge, still standing above the imperial city gate, and raised his hand. An incredible number of Shuiyu guards raised their bows ready to shoot at the army outside. While standing there, Meng Chong felt powerful. He could decide everything and could even wipe out a small army with a single command. Lin Feng, what a pity that you are already dead, otherwise I would order you to be killed. Meng Chong felt pride once again invade his heart. He felt truly powerful. Lin Feng had crippled his cultivation and humiliated him, but at that moment, he had all the power. Meng Chong could order him to be killed. He couldn't practice cultivation anymore, but it didn't matter, he just had to raise his hand and let the army fight for him. Deadly qi spread above the gate of the imperial city. The soldiers outside the city gate felt resigned to meet their end here. They clearly understood that, if they fought, they would die here. This battle is for nothing else but justice, shouted Rinxing Quang, standing at the front of the troops while looking up at the people above the city gate. They had fought and lost troops for their country, Shuiyu, but how was Shuiyu treating them? How was that fair? Justice, does it even exist? Shouted the troops furiously. The ground was shaking and their hearts were shaking along with it. These people were going to sacrifice themselves for the sake of justice. Meng Chong and his father, above the city gate, were smiling coldly. Justice's strength and influence is our justice. How could real justice exist in this world? Said Meng Chong while smiling evilly. After Lin Feng crippled Meng Chang's cultivation, Meng Chang's heart had grown even more evil. Brothers, this is our last battle, we are all here to fight together, officers and soldiers. We shall have no regrets. Ren Chung Quan, on his horse, looked frivolous. At that moment, even though he was going to die, he stuck to his principles. The sound of arrows entering bows filled the air and deadly energy spread through the atmosphere. Ready! Meng Chong, from the top of the city wall, raised his hand to inform the troops to aim. The evil smile on his face was getting even more exaggerated. Right after that, he slowly moved to hide himself from any of the fighting. Ren Xingquang had also raised his hand outside the walls. A gentle breeze floated in the air, making his hair flutter in the wind. At that moment, that frivolous man wasn't wearing his helmet. His lips were firm, his muscles were tense. Slowly, he just had to move his hand and the death bell would sound. The sound of horses spread across the horizon, but nobody paid attention to the sound. The whole crowd was only looking at the armies inside and outside of the imperial city. Stop! Ren Shengquang lowered his hand. The troops were ready to fire their bows at any time. The sound of galloping horses filled the air and the ground started to shake. The sound spread like waves across the armies. They were galloping at full speed towards the city. The sound led to everybody stopping what they were doing. Stop, officer, it's me! Shouted Lin Feng. It looked like his horse was flying through the air. The entire army divided into two and cleared a path while looking at the silhouettes that had just arrived. When Ren Shengquang heard this voice, he was stupefied. He narrowed his eyes. It was Lin Feng's voice. Everybody, stop! Said Ren Shengquang. All the troops were stupefied. Why were they stopping their attack? Who was that? Of course that Ren Shengquang wanted them to stop. If they attacked, they would be considered as armed rebels, and the guards on the city wall would have a reason to kill them. But if they didn't attack at all and that the Shuiyu troops attacked them first, they would have a reason to strike back. Initially, he was resigned to die, but Lin Feng had arrived before he attacked the city. Lin Feng was thought to be dead and Lu Sanlan was a criminal. Only Lin Feng could make the situation change at that moment. Ren Shengquang turned around, looked at Lin Feng and the others in the distance, and smiled. His heart was beating very fast. Lin Feng. When the troops heard Ren Shengquang's words, they were all stupefied. The Shuiyu country had played a decisive role in making Lin Feng into a hero. Lin Feng was a true hero in their hearts. Lin Feng had obtained a lieutenant status with the Celestial Sword Battalion for killing the blackguards of MOU. With his strength, he had managed to change the tide of the war. At that moment, Lin Feng was appearing again. Lin Feng. On the city wall, Meng Chong also saw that silhouette. He suddenly looked hideous and evil. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 241, The Orders. The sound of the galloping horses was approaching. On the top of the city gate, the troops didn't shoot their arrows and slowly put their bows down while looking at the silhouettes who were arriving. Ren Chengquang! Shouted Lin Feng. He then jumped off the horse and glanced at the troops. Everybody, don't attack! Said Lin Feng. He obviously understood that if they attacked, there would be no way back. If they attacked the imperial city, they would be considered as rebels and would inevitably be executed. Those who worked behind the curtains didn't care about the lives of all these soldiers, all they cared about were their own personal interests. Lin Feng, quickly! Lu Sanlan doesn't have much time left, said Ren Shengquang looking anxious. Lin Feng slightly nodded. He had precisely hurried because of that reason. He had been galloping all night rushing over to the imperial city. He knew that he couldn't afford to be slow. Lin Feng looked at the people on the top of the city wall and shouted, Lin Feng is returning to the imperial city, open the gate. Lin Feng knew how Shuiyu wanted to dispose of him. On the one hand, they wanted to kill him, but on the other hand, they needed him to die at the border without witnesses. At that moment, at the very periphery of the imperial city, the whole crowd was watching the scene unfold. If they killed him, they would be forced to show their real intentions. As expected, when the troops heard Lin Feng's name, they were all startled. They slowly lowered their bows, which made Meng Chong furious. An ice-cold expression appeared on his face. He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, whispered Meng Chong. He then said with a cold tone, Lin Feng was kidnapped by Moyu. If he was here today, it is probably because he has become a rebel and is now working with them. He cannot enter the Imperial City. Besides, there are these rebels as well. Surprisingly, they dare to surround the Imperial City, getting ready to attack us with their arrows. We must kill them. Get ready to attack. Ha! Lin Feng frowned. Attack? Rebels? How shameless. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who was surprised. The troops on the top of the city gate were also surprised, including Meng Feng, but orders had to be obeyed, thus the troops raised their bows again, getting ready to fire. Would you dare? At that moment, Duan Xinyi was also beside Lin Feng on a horse. The crowd was astonished. It was the princess, Her Highness. Meng Chong was also astonished, his lips were shaking. Meng Chong used to hope he could marry the princess someday, but then Lin Feng crippled his cultivation. He had become a piece of trash and would never be able to marry Duan Xinyi. Besides, he understood why the troops outside the city gate wanted to fight. When he thought about that, a hideous expression appeared on his face. Fire! Shouted Meng Chong while waving his hand. He looked extremely cruel. When Meng Chong finished talking, Meng Feng, who was behind Meng Chong, went pale. Don't shoot! Shouted Meng Feng furiously. Even though he wanted to kill Princess Duan Xinyi and Lin Feng, at that moment, they had already returned safely to the Imperial City. They couldn't brazenly kill them anymore. That would cause a great deal of trouble. If Meng Chong killed Lin Feng and Duan Xinyi, that would have made some people of the Imperial family happy and some others unhappy. Lin Feng wouldn't be too much of an issue, but the Emperor's daughter? Who would bear the responsibility for killing her? These thoughts were logical and were common sense, but Meng Chang's heart was filled with hatred and jealousy, which is why he wanted to attack. PSHHH. PSHHHH. A few arrows whistled through the air. Lin Feng's facial expression was ice cold. He jumped up in the air, his hand transformed into a sword, and he immediately cut the arrows down. You want to kill the princess? How audacious! These rebels must die, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He immediately rushed towards the city gate at incredible speed. At the same time, Ren Chengquang and Meng Qing were also rushing towards the city gate. PSSHHHH. Lin Feng's hand pierced through the atmosphere. Immediately those who had shot their arrows were killed. They hadn't even had time to react. The soldiers who hadn't shot when they had heard Meng Feng were shocked. Lin Feng and the others had easily landed on the gate tower. A moment ago, you're the one who gave the order to shoot. You wanted to kill the princess? Said Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone to Meng Chong. This guy again. When Meng Chong saw Lin Feng's facial expression, he started shaking. He had thought that if he saw Lin Feng again, he would prestigiously be able to order the troops to kill him, but at that moment, Lin Feng had easily appeared before him. One glance had been enough to destroy his enthusiasm. The only feeling left in his heart was dread. He was really scared of Lin Feng. The last time in the lovesick forest, Lin Feng had been merciless and crippled his cultivation, not letting him escape. He was slowly moving back. Lin Feng's eyes surprisingly sufficed to scare him into a retreat. Meng Feng took a step forwards and looked at the young man in front of him. It was the first time that he met Lin Feng, but many people knew about Lin Feng. Meng Feng obviously knew that Lin Feng had crippled his son's cultivation, making him a piece of trash. Meng Chong didn't do it on purpose. He didn't know that the princess was there. I will personally make him apologize to the princess. Meng Feng was protecting his son. He hated Lin Feng. He needed to restore peace and remove himself from this event. Unintentionally? He didn't know? Lin Feng was smiling coldly. A moment ago, the princess was still shouting from her horseback. Everybody saw that with their own eyes, but Meng Chong still gave the order to shoot, attempting to murder the princess. Meng Chong must die. Meng Chong didn't see the princess. Meng Feng's cheeks were burning. Lin Feng didn't have time to talk nonsense. He moved forwards while releasing his killing intent. How could he not kill Meng Chong? On the top of the gate, some silhouettes flickered. They all moved in front of Meng Chong. They only saw Lin Feng smile coldly, who then said, Meng Chong wants to kill the princess. He has been sentenced to death. Those who want to protect him are his accomplices and must die. I, Lin Feng, am the princess' personal guard. My job is to protect her. I will kill anyone who threatens her life, no matter who it is, said Lin Feng aggressively. He would kill anyone who attacked the princess, no matter what their status. The crowd clearly heard what Lin Feng had said. What a frivolous young man. Anyone who would threaten the princess would be killed. Try if you dare, said Meng Feng, whose face turned pale. No matter what Meng Chong did, he was his son, was within his territory and his control. Lin Feng was only the princess' personal guard. How could he not get furious after being ignored? When I say that I will kill, I kill. No matter who is in my way, said Lin Feng, sounding extremely domineering. He then took a step and an insane purple hurricane emerged in the atmosphere. A silhouette flickered and moved straight towards Lin Feng to attack him. Lin Feng just raised his hand at an incredible speed and his head had already pierced through that person's heart. The soldiers, when they saw that, started shaking in fear. Nobody dared to risk their lives in front of that purple hurricane. In a flash, purple tentacles appeared from the silhouette, its deadly strength started to move forward. Everybody was pushed back, including Mangu Feng. The purple cloud contained a corrosive power too. When people touched it, they felt like if they stayed in contact with it, they would melt. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered and rushed towards Meng Chong. Lin Feng was as fast as lightning, therefore, nobody had time to react. Lin Feng grabbed Meng Chong by the neck using only one hand and then directly moved to the edge of the city gate. Meng Chang's body was hanging over the edge. Lin Feng just had to let go and Meng Chong would fall to his death. At that moment, Meng Chang's face looked deathly pale. There wasn't the slightest degree of color in his face, only fear. Lin Feng, don't you dare. Mangu Feng had also turned deathly pale and furiously shouted these words, but he only saw that a smile had appeared on Lin Feng's face. Chi Xie troops, hear me! Shouted Lin Feng. At that moment, the army outside in front of the gate of the imperial city all said in unison, Roger. Their voices spread through the atmosphere. At that moment, Lin Feng looked like a great commander, majestic and imposing. Everybody obeyed him. He could light the fire within the hearts of his soldiers. These soldiers were, once again, feeling full of vitality. Prepare your arrows! Shouted Lin Feng. At that moment, all the troops out of the imperial city raised their bows. Both sides had their bows raised. Meng Chong gave the order to kill the princess. This is a capital offense, he must be killed. Shouted Lin Feng furiously. At that moment, he let go of Meng Chong, whose body slowly fell from the top of the gate. PSSSHHH, PSSHHH. Thousands of arrows pierced through the air. Meng Chong gave a horrible shriek and his life was put to an end. Suddenly, a red liquid started flowing down the city walls. All these arrows had pierced through his body, which pinned against the city wall. His corpse was hanging from the city walls by thousands of arrows. At that moment, everybody was speechless. How ruthless and powerful. That is how Lin Feng had gained such an illustrious reputation. It seemed like he was at the apex of his power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 242, The Death of an Officer. Meng Chang's body had been pinned onto the city wall by thousands of arrows. The crowd was dumbstruck. The ones above the city wall, even though they couldn't see it, could imagine what happened. They had all seen the cloud of arrows a moment before. Besides, the soldiers outside of the imperial city were punishing him because he had tried to kill the princess. The reason was absolutely valid, so nobody said anything. After all, Meng Chong had given the order to kill the princess. Everyone witnessed that. Mangu Feng was shaking, his eyes were wide open, he was dumbstruck. Meng Chong! Shouted Mangu Feng extremely loudly. He then moved towards the edge of the gate and looked down. In a flash, his face turned red. That was his son, pinned onto the city wall with so many arrows, his little boy. Argh, Lin Feng! Shouted Mangu Feng furiously. He turned around and looked at Lin Feng with killing intent. You killed my son, Mangu Feng sounded like he couldn't believe it and was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Please open the gate, the princess and I are in a hurry. Said Lin Feng, sounding indifferent. He looked particularly calm. Open the gate? Said Mangu Feng with a hideous grin on his face. He then said evilly, Lin Feng, you broke into the imperial city, killed my son in spite of my higher military rank, and have no respect for the hierarchy of Shuiyu. Ha? Lin Feng was surprised, but smiled coldly immediately after. Mangu Feng was trying to accuse Lin Feng. What an old fox! Even though he was furious and enraged, he still remained sober-headed and declared Lin Feng's faults, which would make it much easier to attack Lin Feng after. Officer Meng Chong tried to kill the princess, everybody saw it. He had to be killed for his own actions. Everybody thinks that what I did was the right thing to do. Besides, I will say it once more, officer, the princess and I have to handle important matters and are in a hurry, so open the gate and let us into the imperial city. Lin Feng's voice was filled with coldness, his words were sharp and poignant. Handle important matters? You think that you can save Lu Zonlan? Said Mangu Feng while staring at Lin Feng and smiling evilly. He then added 3 words, in your dreams. Boom! Meng Feng had just finished his sentence when an ice-cold deadly energy emerged from Lin Feng's body. Meng Feng was surprised and said, "What are you doing?" Lin Feng remained silent, his silhouette flickered and his hand turned into a sharp sword which pierced through the atmosphere. Meng Feng let out a horrible shriek. Meng Feng had tried to block Lin Feng's attack with his forearms, however Lin Feng proceeded to cut off his arms with his attack. That attack astonished the crowd once again. Meng Feng's troops, a moment before, had wanted to attack Lin Feng but Ren Quang and Meng Qing were there, preventing them from moving forward. They could only calmly watch the scene. Meng Qing wanted to kill the princess. I had to protect the princess and kill Meng Qing, which is why Meng Feng has a personal grudge with me. Besides, he continues to refuse the princess entry into the imperial city and doesn't respect the hierarchy of the Shuiyu country. I, Lin Feng, will kill anyone who represents a threat to the security of the princess. Lin Feng was standing there with his hair was fluttering in the wind, his voice was resonating across the horizon. People's hearts were pounding. Not only had Lin Feng killed Meng Qing but he also wanted to kill Meng Feng. He would kill anyone in his way. When he finished talking, Lin Feng took a step and punched Meng Feng. Immediately after, Meng Feng's face turned deathly pale, blood started gushing from his mouth, but he was still evilly staring at Lin Feng. Meng Feng had also broken through to the 8th Ling Qi layer, just like Lin Feng, but Lin Feng knew about earth fusion, which made him much quicker. Meng Feng, a moment before, had been too negligent and his arms had been cut off. You are the only person responsible for the path you chose. There was an incredible sword energy which emerged from Lin Feng's hand and immediately penetrated into Meng Feng's body and then crushed his vital organs. With a flip of his hand, Lin Feng sent Meng Feng flying over the edge of the city walls. The troops outside of the imperial city released their arrows which whistled through the air and Officer Meng Feng joined his son, pinned to the city wall, lifeless. Lin Feng punished them both as criminals. In the world of cultivation, strength was the only thing that mattered, strength was justice. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the troops. Finally, he saw someone who had the armor of an officer. Are you the non-commissioned officer? Coldly asked Lin Feng. That person's heart was pounding. He had personally witnessed Meng Qing and Meng Feng's deaths. They had suffered a cruel fate. It was like the widespread rumors about the crown prince, whoever dared to contradict him, died. Indeed. Said that person while nodding nervously. The princess and I need to go into the imperial city, we have things to do, quickly open the gate. Said Lin Feng calmly. That person was stupefied and remained silent. I will give you 5 seconds to think carefully about your next actions. If you don't let the princess in, you are committing an offense against the Shuiyu imperial clan. Said Lin Feng in a cold tone. He then immediately started counting, 1, 2, open the gate, ... The non-commissioned officer's facial expression was rigid. How could he even give Lin Feng time to start the countdown? That guy had killed Meng Qing and his father. Lin Feng wouldn't hesitate to kill him too. No matter how the situation would be, the most important thing was to survive, the future problems had to be ignored. Open the gate, said the soldiers repeating the order. A rumbling noise spread through the atmosphere, the gigantic bronze gate slowly opened itself. Officer Ren, you and the troops escort the princess into the imperial city and ensure her security. Said Lin Feng sounding cold and detached. Ren Quang nodded and said, all right. Immediately, Ren Quang jumped in the air and landed back onto his horse's back. He shouted, let's escort the princess into the imperial city and ensure her safety. The troops, who covered a wide and vast area, all started galloping towards the imperial city. The crowd was speechless. Ensuring the protection of the princess was clearly an excuse to allow the troops' entry into the imperial city. But the princess didn't say anything. Lin Feng was controlling the entire situation, who would dare say anything? The noise of the horses galloping on the ground was unceasing. Lin Feng waited for all the troops to enter the imperial city and then, Meng Qing and he entered as well. Hanging on the imperial city walls were 2 corpses pinned with many arrows. The sight was, as before, shocking for anyone who saw it. Lin Feng was an outstanding young man whose heart was burning with boldness. He had managed to reverse the course of the events once again. He was so bold that he had even killed Meng Qing and Officer Meng without even blinking. He had ruthlessly killed them. Of course, in order to be bold, one also had to have the appropriate strength. Lin Feng could easily defeat Officer Meng Feng who had broken through to the 8th Qi layer. He was extremely strong. The crowd had seen how monstrously strong he was. If he didn't die, he would one day become as monstrous as the 8 high officials of Shuiyu. Besides, he would soon be even stronger, even more monstrous, than the high officials at the bottom of the rankings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 243, The Chi Officer. In the Imperial City, there was an extremely vast square made of bluestone. It was situated in a lively district of the Imperial City. The flow of people heading in that direction was huge. In the middle of that square, there was a bright red flight of stairs made from metal which gave a dazzling light. That flight of stairs led up to a white stage. On that stage, there was a huge metallic pillar which had a cross symbol at the top. Chains were hanging from that cross. There were two extremely sharp hooks. The view was shocking. The purpose of these two hooks was to skewer the arms of a person attached to the cross. That stage was the death sentence stage and was used to kill those who had an illustrious social status but had angered the imperial family. Thus, everybody could witness the execution. After killing the criminal, the corpse would be hung from the cross by skewering his arms with the hooks. The body would then be hung there for weeks as a warning to everyone else. It let everyone know what the punishment was for angering the imperial family. At that moment, there was an ocean of people around the death sentence stage. They completely filled the huge square. However, those directly surrounding the death sentence stage were all Shueyu soldiers. No one could get close to the stage. I really would never have thought that General Lu Sanlan, the Divine Arrow, who was so majestic, so illustrious, would end up here today. In the crowd, some people were sighing. They were looking at the silhouette on the stage. It was precisely Lu Sanlan. At that moment, Lu Sanlan's body was tied up. Even though he was considered a criminal and was going to be killed, he looked neither humble nor arrogant. Lu Sanlan had no regrets. He was innocent. In front of the crowd, two beautiful eyes were watching Lu Sanlan on the stage. Glistening teardrops were flowing down a set of bright red cheeks. Father, you have sacrificed your youth for Shueyu and even devoted your entire life for it, and this is how they expressed their gratitude. That beautiful person was Lu Fei. She looked more mature and more beautiful than back in the days of the Yunhai sect, but at that moment, she was feeling lonely, desperate, and hopeless. Her heart was shattering into 1,000 pieces. Fei, remember what your father told you, stay safe, live on. You will be able to avenge him only if you're alive. Next to Lu Fei was a middle-aged man. He looked calm but his heart felt painful as well, especially when he saw Duan Tianlang. He wished he could cut out his organs and bathe in his blood. Everything happened because of Duan Tianlang, including the death of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, but he was blaming Lu Sanlan for all these things. He was blaming Lu Sanlan for the kidnapping of the princess as well. It was a terrible fate for a hero like Lu Sanlan. Everything was ridiculous. Lu Fei nodded, but could not utter a word. Her heart felt heavy. She had to avenge her father. Duan Tianlang could not be allowed to live. Either he would die or she would. Your father has always been convinced that Lin Feng would protect and take care of you, that nothing would happen to him. After today, we will go and look for him even if it means going to MOU, said the middle-aged man. Lu Fei remained silent. Where was Lin Feng at that moment? She didn't know why, but at that moment, she terribly missed Lin Feng. She had never needed someone so much. When a woman feels lonely, she always thinks about the person whom she cares for the most. Lu Fei, at that moment, felt powerless. Her father was in front of her and was about to get executed, but she couldn't do anything to prevent it from happening. She could only calmly watch her father get killed. Duan Tianlang looked at the sky and had a smile of happiness on his face. Duan Tianlang had been waiting for this day for so many years. He had always wanted to kill Lu Sanlan, and at that moment, he was about to be executed. How could Duan Tianlang not be happy? The time has come, let's get prepared, said Duan Tianlang, sounding detached. Immediately after, four strong cultivators pulled the chains which tied Lu Sanlan. His bindings suddenly tightened, and then, his body was pulled into the air. Lu Sanlan didn't complain. His limbs were pulled in each direction and he was locked in place. He just continued gazing into the distance. He looked calm. He hated the choices he made in life. He wished he could go back in time. Raise your bows, said Duan Tianlang, sounding cold and detached. On the bright red flight of stairs, many soldiers raised their bows and aimed at Lu Sanlan. There were 81 archers. Lu Sanlan obviously didn't have any chance to escape. A sharp chi spread through the atmosphere. Was this their way of humiliating Lu Sanlan? His nickname was the Divine Arrow. He was an expert in archery, and they were going to execute him using archery. However, at that moment, the crowd could feel that the ground was shaking, and it was getting more and more intense. They were surprised. The sound of galloping horses spread through the atmosphere. The ground was shaking more and more violently. Duan Tianlang narrowed his eyes and looked at the distance. He only saw Qixia cavalry approaching in a large force. They looked like they were flying through the air. They looked insanely powerful. They were really the Qixia troops. What's going on? Duan Tianlang was stupefied. How did the Qixia cavalry make it there? They were supposed to be blocked at the city gate. It was impossible for them to come into the imperial city. Qixia cavalry, they came in. Yes, Uncle Jiu, your army, the Qixia cavalry. Lu Fei looked moved. Zhou Qixia was with her and Ren Chengquan was leading the Qixia cavalry for him. When he went to the imperial city, he thought that the Qixia cavalry would never be able to enter the imperial city. At that moment, Zhou Qixia saw a young and handsome man leading them. A smile appeared on his face. Fei, it's Lin Feng, nothing is impossible for that boy. Surprisingly, he managed to gain entry for the Qixia soldiers into the imperial city, said Zhou Qixia in a low voice. Lin Feng's determination and willpower were impressive. He had completely altered the course of events. He had then killed the kidnappers and rescued the princess, and on top of that, he returned unscathed. Lin Feng had the ability to shatter everyone's expectations. There were tears of joy in Lu Fei's eyes at that moment. That was perfect timing on Lin Feng's part, and besides, he had brought the powerful Qixia cavalry with him. He would definitely be able to protect her father. However, they seemed to be forgetting that Duan Tianlang was extremely determined to kill Lu Xonglan. Lin Feng. Duan Tianlang's facial expression turned evil. He immediately shouted, "Get ready to kill Lu Xonglan." "Roger!" shouted the archers in unison. Immediately, Lu Fei and Zhou Qixia's facial expressions drastically changed. "Duan Tianlang, don't you dare!" furiously shouted Zhou Qixia while jumping in the air across the crowd. Boom boom boom. Zhou Qixia's blows killed a few of the archers. "Release the arrows," said Duan Tianlang with a cold smile on his face. The arrows whistled through the air, moving straight towards Lu Xonglan. At that moment, Zhou Qixia's face turned deathly pale. He immediately threw himself forwards at full speed. He had dived in front of Lu Xonglan's body to protect him from the arrows. His entire body was releasing qi in the form of a strong wind. His entire body was covered with a bright and resplendent qi. "Get away!" shouted Lu Xonglan, his facial expression drastically changed. At that moment, Lu Xonglan's body was tightly tied up and he couldn't use his cultivation. All Zhou Qixia could do was protect Lu Xonglan with his body. "Uncle Jiu!" cried Lu Fei in alarm. Immediately after, the sounds of the arrows piercing through the qi spread in the air. The arrows then continued and pierced into Zhou Qixia's body, but they didn't continue moving towards Lu Xonglan. Zhou Qixia's body was their final destination. "Brother!" cried Lu Xonglan. His heart felt infinitely painful. On his forehead was a pitch-black seal. That seal kept glowing, making him unable to use his strength. "Die together!" shouted Duan Tianlang coldly. He then started moving, but at that moment, a piercingly cold energy arrived on his body. He felt as if he was going to freeze on the spot. Frozen heart. Duan Tianlang stopped moving. His face turned deathly pale. He turned around and saw a wave of pure qi roll towards him. It was brutally cold. In a flash, he felt the extreme coldness on his body and was projected backwards, unable to move closer to Lu Xonglan. "Die!" said Lin Feng furiously. Lin Feng was brandishing his sword. Its light was extremely resplendent and dazzling to the eyes. The archers were unceasingly firing their arrows. Lin Feng's expression revealed pure killing intent. Ren Chengquan immediately killed the 4 people who were pulling the 4 chains which were holding Lu Xonglan in place. Blood was unceasingly flowing from Zhou Qixia's mouth, but he was smiling. "General, I will sacrifice my life for yours. After I die, Lin Feng can become the officer of the Qixia troops." Arg! Lu Xonglan was endlessly grieved. His eyes were filled with tears. Zhou Qixia had been an extremely good friend for a dozen years. They had never argued and had always regarded each other as real brothers. They considered each other family. Many times, they had fought battles shoulder to shoulder. However, at that moment, Zhou Qixia had sacrificed himself. "General, I would like to say one last thing." Zhou Qixia was leaning against Lu Xonglan. He then leant over and whispered something in Lu Xonglan's ear. The intensity of Zhou Qixia's voice was dropping. When he finished talking, he looked at Lu Xonglan and smiled at him. "General, for more than a dozen years, I have never called you anything else other than General when addressing you. Today, I will call you my brother. The word brother had a deep meaning. After saying that, Zhou Qixia's voice lost in intensity, his breath became weak and his vision became blurry. His vitality was quickly leaving his body and his eyes slowly closing. He was calmly lying against Lu Xonglan's chest with an unchanging smile on his face. Lu Zonglan was looking at Zhou Qixie and an endless stream of tears started to fall from his eyes. Brothers, could such a simple word really describe the relationship that these two had over these countless years? Zhou Qixie was motionless, lying against Lu Zonglan's chest. He would never wake again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 244, Who's the Traitor? The ground was unceasingly shaking, people were shouting, the Qixie cavalry were galloping, and chaos reigned over the crowd. They were all running away from this scene. In a short moment, the Xueyu soldiers were not encircling the death sentence stage anymore. Instead, the Qixie cavalry had replaced them as the Xueyu soldiers backed away. At the same time, a large group of Xueyu soldiers were coming to attack from the back of the stage. But the Qixie cavalry all suddenly stopped and looked at the silhouette leaning against Lu Zonglan's chest. In the past, that person used to be their leader, and he was now killed. SSSS, the spears of the Qixie troops flew through the air. Everyone's hearts started to race. Qixie soldiers were willing to encircle the imperial city for their general, they were also capable of attacking Xueyu soldiers for their officer. What was happening within that huge area was complete chaos, thousands of soldiers had already died. What was the reason? Lin Feng remained uncommunicative. Zhou Qixie was a true leader and a great man. Lin Feng's sword was dancing through the air. He cut the chains around Lu Zonglan's body, but Zhou Qixie was still leaning against him, in silence. Lin Feng, you came into the imperial city with rebel forces and personally rescued the criminal, Lu Zonglan. You deserve a death sentence, said Duan Tianlang, whose voice sounded ice cold. He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Rebel forces? Said Lin Feng while fixedly staring at Duan Tianlang. His tone was cold too. Die! Shouted one of the Qixie soldiers. Die! That shout was imposing and heavy. Deadly energy spread through the atmosphere. The Qixie soldier raised his long spear. Stop! Shouted Lin Feng while turning around. In a flash, everybody quieted down. They were all staring at Lin Feng. They didn't understand why he had stopped them. Nonetheless, they all stopped moving and remained silent. I haven't given you any order to attack. If you attack, I will personally kill you, said Lin Feng coldly. The hearts of the Qixie cavalry were pounding, but when they saw how strict Lin Feng looked, they all remained silent. Encircle the stage, said Lin Feng coldly. The Qixie soldiers obeyed his order and started galloping. In a flash, the Qixie soldiers encircled the entire death sentence stage so that not even a single drop of water could trickle through. At that moment, Lin Feng had become a sort of pillar for these soldiers. Even though he wasn't their direct superior, everybody obeyed his orders. You will die. Duan Han was standing next to Duan Tianlang. He narrowed his eyes and intensely stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had led a rebel army. Even though Lin Feng was considered a hero in Xueyu, he had committed a crime and had to pay for it. Lin Feng coldly glanced at Duan Han. Duan Han's heart twitched. He then closed his mouth, and then Lin Feng disregarded him like he would an insect. He started walking to the front of the death sentence stage. Bring Her Highness up here, said Lin Feng. Immediately after, some soldiers wearing bronze masks slowly arrived. Behind them was a beautiful silhouette on a horse. That beautiful woman made people's heartbeats accelerate. She looked pure and noble. Incredibly, that was the Princess of Xueyu, Duan Xinyi. Princess, you have returned. Lin Feng really went to MOU alone and returned with the princess. Thought some people in the crowd while looking at that beautiful silhouette. Concerning Duan Tianlang, he narrowed his eyes. Not only had Lin Feng come but the princess too. Soldiers, salute your princess, said Lin Feng while glancing at the soldiers. They didn't understand what Lin Feng was doing at that moment, but knelt down on one knee and shouted in unison, Your Highness. Lin Feng calmly looked at the soldiers surrounding the death sentence stage and said coldly, How come Duan Tianlang's army did not salute the princess? Is she not your princess? Are you really this disrespectful? Duan Tianlang was stupefied. He immediately shouted coldly, Why are you not kneeling down? The Xueyu soldiers obeyed the order and knelt down, while shouted in unison, Your Highness. Duan Tianlang salutes Your Highness. Your Highness has come back. This is great news for our country, Xueyu, said Duan Tianlang while slightly bowing and lowering his head. This is all thanks to Lin Feng, said Duan Xinyi calmly while coldly looking at Duan Tianlang. When Duan Tianlang heard Duan Xinyi's manner of speaking, his facial expression changed. He didn't know what to say. He wanted Lin Feng to die and accused him of having brought rebel forces. But at that moment, Lin Feng had come back with the princess, which was an incredible military exploit. As expected, Lin Feng is our country's young hero, said Duan Tianlang while raising his head, and then said in a small voice while smiling, but even though Lin Feng saved you, he has still committed a great crime by gathering rebel forces and bringing them into the imperial city, and that is not an insignificant crime. Duan Tianlang is still thinking of how he can falsely accuse others of crimes, said Lin Feng indifferently. Duan Tianlang was stubborn and said, meritorious acts are meritorious acts, crimes are crimes. I, Duan Tianlang, must declare your faults for the sake of justice. Justice? Duan Tianlang, how long has it been since we last saw each other? It seems like you get even more shameless each time we meet. I thought it was impossible to be more shameless than you when we last met, but once again you have proven me wrong, said Lin Feng in a cold tone. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng surprisingly dared to call Duan Tianlang shameless in front of everybody. The ground started shaking again and rumbling noises spread through the atmosphere. The crowd was surprised. The crowd moved back again and opened a path. At that moment, an incredible number of soldiers were coming. It was the Imperial Guards. Duan Tianlang felt relieved. A short moment after, the army of guards arrived. The Qixia soldiers surrounding the death sentence stage wanted to attack, but Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling them to stand their ground and remain calm. Two silhouettes slowly came from the group of Imperial Guards. One of them was wearing armor. He looked majestic and powerful, while the other was a handsome young man, the second prince, Duan Wuya. Did you kill Meng Gufeng and Meng Chong? This person is Meng Han, the officer of the Imperial Guards. Officer Meng Gufeng was his brother, said Duan Wuya. Indeed, said Lin Feng, sounding calm, cold, and detached. Ha! Duan Tianlang was stupefied. Lin Feng had killed Meng Gufeng and Meng Chong? Inside, he was laughing coldly. He was evilly staring at Lin Feng and then said, Lin Feng, you saved the princess, which is a military exploit, but acting arrogantly, you dared to kill an officer and then bring rebel forces into the imperial city. These are both extreme crimes against the country. To pay for your crimes, the only solution is death. Then, Duan Tianlang turned around and looked to Duan Wuya. Your Highness, please punish Lin Feng for his crimes. Duan Wuya looked relaxed. He had perfectly mastered his emotions. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he said, Lin Feng, Duan Tianlang wants to punish you for your crimes. Is there anything you want to say? Yes, said Lin Feng while slightly nodding. He then immediately turned to Duan Tianlang and said, Duan Tianlang, during the war, because he wanted to kill me, he created chaos within our army, allowing the MOU army to exploit the weakness that he created. Hundreds of thousands of Shuiyu soldiers died so he could have the opportunity to kill me. It was a bloodbath. Now he wants to punish me for my crimes with a death sentence. I don't think that it's a strange thing at all. When Lin Feng finished talking, the crowd was astonished. Duan Tianlang had caused chaos within their own army because he wanted to kill Lin Feng? From what they had heard, Lu Tsonglan was responsible for that. He's talking nonsense, Your Highness. Not only is Lin Feng a traitor, but he is also a lying little rat. Don't trust him, said Duan Tianlang. Of course, he wasn't going to admit his faults. Lin Feng perfectly knew that. Duan Tianlang is calling me a traitor, yet he gives no explanation and wants punishment. At what moment have I rebelled? Asked Lin Feng. You came into the imperial city with rebel forces, killed Meng Gufeng as well as Meng Chong, you encircled the death sentence stage and rescued Lu Tsonglan, who is a criminal. Everybody saw this with their own eyes. Is that enough? Shut your filthy mouth! Furiously shouted Lin Feng, his eyes unveiled killing intent. He was exasperated. He then pointed at the Qixia cavalry. Duan Tianlang, these soldiers have courageously fought against the enemy. We encircled them inside the city and burnt them alive inside. We killed hundreds of thousands of the MOU army. In the end they were forced to retreat. At that moment, I'm asking you, where were you? You had already deserted the army and ran back to the imperial city like a little scared dog. You are really audacious. And now what? You are calling me a traitor, but I want to ask you, who are you to call me a traitor? Are you the one who decides? What status do you hold where you think that by calling me a traitor, I instantly become one? Lin Feng's voice sounded extremely cold. Duan Tianlang was speechless. The crowd was also astonished. They had killed hundreds of thousands of MOU soldiers in Duanren city, and made them retreat. At that moment, Duan Tianlang had already run away. How could he judge someone else's faults? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 245, Duan Tianlang's interrogation. Duan Tianlang looked glum. He then coldly said, The imperial city is a holy place in Shuiyu. Is it normal for an army to enter it by force without permission? Is it normal to kill an officer and his son when entering the city? If that is not being a traitor, then what is? The princess and I rushed back to the imperial city, then some soldiers attempted to assassinate us. Besides, they were all Shueyu soldiers. They knew that the princess was there, but they still tried to kill us. I want to ask you, Duan Tianlang, doesn't the whole army now follow your commands? Nonsense, how could they be my soldiers? Quickly refuted Duan Tianlang angrily. Well then, the most amusing part is that even if they were not your soldiers, my role is to protect the princess, and I ordered the Qixie cavalry to protect her and accompany the princess to the imperial city. However, Duan Tianlang, you call me a traitor and want to kill me. You also called these soldiers rebel forces. If I understand your argument, you're clearly saying that we are a rebel army and deserve to die, because we protected the princess against countless squads of Shueyu soldiers that you claim were not under your control, is that right? Lin Feng's words made Duan Tianlang's face sink. Lin Feng had only said a few words, but he had exposed Duan Tianlang. Lin Feng's last words had been so eloquent that they cornered Duan Tianlang. Of course, protecting the princess is not a crime, but Officer Meng Gufeng and Meng Chang's deaths, how do you explain them? Things are not as simple as you would have others believe, said Duan Tianlang, looking evil. I was outside of the imperial city. Meng Chong knew that the princess was amongst us but still gave the Shueyu soldiers the order to fire arrows at us, including the princess. Duan Tianlang, I, Lin Feng, want to ask you, was killing him the right thing to do? Duan Tianlang narrowed his eyes and said, yes, he deserved to die, but... Well then, I will ask you something else. Meng Chang's father, Officer Meng Gufeng, let his son give the order to kill the princess and then committed another offense by preventing the princess from entering the imperial city. Was killing him the right thing to do? Lin Feng's voice was cold and sharp. It was the right thing to do, said Duan Tianlang, agreeing with Lin Feng. Duan Tianlang, you're saying it yourself, they deserve to die, so now I want to ask you, what crime have I committed? Am I a traitor because I came into the imperial city with soldiers who were protecting the princess? Said Lin Feng coldly while staring at Duan Tianlang. Lin Feng had prevented the Qixie soldiers from attacking because he had a plan. A few tens of thousands soldiers was a minuscule amount. If they had attacked, they would have immediately been considered as a rebel army and would have been wiped out. You protected the princess, that is indeed a meritorious act, but a moment before, you killed some soldiers which belonged to the enforcement troops and rescued the criminal Lu Songlan. Isn't that a crime? Of course that is not a crime, said Lin Feng while staring at Duan Tianlang, and then continued, General Lu Songlan went to war and fought against Moyu for our country, Shueyu, but you abandoned him. You're a deserter who accused him of your own crimes. How could I not save him? A deserter. Duan Tianlang had a hideous expression on his face. Lin Feng was, once again, humiliating him in front of everyone. Duan Tianlang, no need to hurry and justify yourself. I have been answering so many questions, however you have your own crimes to account for, said Lin Feng with a smile, yet not a smile on his face. He then continued, Duan Tianlan, the Qixie cavalry and I were protecting the princess. Why can't you distinguish good from bad? Why do you say that we have committed crimes? Why did you hurry to accuse us of various crimes? Why are you trying at every possible occasion to sentence me to death? Besides, when I came here, why did you try and hurry the execution of Lu Songlan? Also, when the princess and I came back to the city, we were attacked by several squads of Shueyu soldiers. As far as I know, you command those soldiers. Are you not the one who ordered them to kill me and the princess? Lin Feng's questions made the crowd astonished. It seemed like that entire story wasn't as simple as they had thought. All your questions are attempting to harm my reputation. I will refrain from answering them, said Duan Tianlang coldly. He didn't care. What could Lin Feng do anyway? You have the right not to care, but I want to ask you something. Has General Lu Songlan committed any crime? Duan Tianlang was furious and really wanted to kill Lin Feng. As far as Lu Songlan, everybody knew about him. Nothing could be kept secret. Lu Songlan sowed disorder amongst the troops, making us lose a battle against Moyu, leading to the death of hundreds of thousands of troops, and he didn't protect the princess who was kidnapped. Are all these crimes enough for him to be sentenced to death? This is your version of events. The person who committed all of these crimes, was it not actually you? Said Lin Feng while smiling indifferently. Immediately after, he pointed at Duan Wuya and said, the second prince is here as a witness. I hope that you would not dare to lie in the face of our second prince. It was me, admitted Duan Tianlang as he forced the words from his mouth. Hee, how shameless, what a shameless dog, but on the other hand, I am not surprised, said Lin Feng while smiling. His tone was humiliating Duan Tianlang. I just want to ask, you, Duan Tianlang, you say that the princess was kidnapped. Where was she kidnapped exactly? Was she in one of Lu Lan's tents at that moment, or was she in one of your tents? Lin Feng smiled and said, "The princess is here before us. I hope that you would not be planning to tell any lies." Duan Tianlang was blankly staring at Lin Feng. His mouth was about to move, but then Duan Wuya spoke, "Uncle, for the sake of justice, please reply to Lin Feng's questions." "I will be fair." The situation was awkward for Duan Tianlang, he said in a low voice. "She was in one of the tents from my campsite." When the crowd heard Duan Tianlang, they burst into an uproar. Surprisingly, it really was exactly as Lin Feng was explaining. "Since those are the facts, there is something that I don't really understand. If the princess was kidnapped in one of your tents, why would Lu Lan have to bear the responsibility for it? How has he committed a crime? Besides, you still have the face to order Lu Lan's execution. I would like to hear your explanation." Lin Feng was speaking extremely loudly so that everybody could clearly hear what he was saying. "Please explain," shouted all of the Qi Xia soldiers who were encircling the death sentence stage. Duan Tianlang's facial expression was utterly hideous. At that moment, if Lin Feng and Duan Xinyi hadn't returned, Lu Lan would have already been executed. The entire situation had changed. Lu Lan is a general. He didn't properly ensure the security of the campsite, giving the MOU troops an opportunity to kidnap the princess. Of course that it is a crime," said Duan Tianlang, trying to pass the blame again, but obviously, his argument couldn't persuade anyone in the crowd any longer. "So that's the reason," said Lin Feng while smiling. "Well, I was there too, and at the moment when I tried to chase the kidnappers, your troops obstructed my path and said that I plotted against the princess. You were the one who always wanted me dead. Immediately after the princess was kidnapped, you were already there to execute me, but did not see the kidnappers. How did you manage to do that?" When Lin Feng said that, everybody looked at Duan Tianlang expecting a prompt answer. Everybody wanted to know what really happened on the battlefield that had led to the death of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Duan Tianlang remained silent. Since Duan Tianlang remained silent, I will say what happened myself. Duan Tianlang, you wanted to make it appear as if I was the culprit and sacrificed the princess in order to settle a personal grudge with me. When Lu Lan saw that you were trying to kill me unjustly, he brought his army to stop you, and then you ordered your soldiers to attack his. Clearly this was the act of a noble war hero. Besides, once disorder had been sown amongst the MOU army attacked and they killed hundreds of thousands from the army. Lin Feng's voice was calm and solemn. While looking at Duan Tianlang, he said, "Duan Tianlang, is what I am saying the truth or not?" The hearts of the people in the crowd were pounding. Surprisingly, Duan Tianlang was the person who caused so many deaths, and Lu Lan was to be executed for Duan Tianlang's crimes. "Nonsense!" furiously shouted Duan Tianlang. Lin Feng was smiling and then continued, "I am not done talking. Duan Tianlang, there is no need for you to try and cover up the truth any longer." After the chaos, and after hundreds of thousands of soldiers had been killed, the Shuiyu army returned to Duanren City. There was evidence that the person who kidnapped the princess was working for MOU. Besides, at the moment when the princess had been kidnapped, it was soldiers under your command that blocked my path and let the kidnappers escape. They were traitors, and yet again they were surprisingly under your command. I can say that there isn't a single person within the army who doesn't know about these acts of treason. What explanation can you provide? So that's how it happened. The person who kidnapped the princess was from MOU, and Duan Tianlang was the one giving the orders. Besides, he was using every opportunity to kill Lin Feng. That news was shocking. After that, Lu Lan and I fought against the enemy, organized an ambush in Duanren City and set it on fire. At that moment, you, Duan Tianlang, had already deserted to the imperial city. Everyone knows what happened after. You changed the entire story and gave Shuiyu a false version of events in which Lu Lan was responsible for your crimes. Then you had done your best to execute Lu Lan. Besides, the princess and I were missing and assumed dead, so we could not testify to your crimes. The problem is that if either of us returned alive, you would have been in trouble, so you ordered several squads of soldiers to kill us on the way. When Lin Feng finished talking, the entire crowd was drowned into silence. The crowd was now having doubts. Maybe Duan Tianlang was really the mastermind behind this entire plot. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 246, The Marquis and His Fief. Lin Feng, you're just trying to ruin my reputation. What you're saying is a pack of lies. I have never dispatched anyone to kill you or the princess. Besides, I suspect that you're the one who kidnapped the princess, and it is only because you have threatened her and she's under pressure that she listens to you," said Duan Tianlang while making a false accusation. "Is that so? How come the high-ranking soldiers who tried to kill me told me that they were only obeying orders and the Blackguard lieutenants confirmed that you were collaborating with MOU? You sowed disorder within our army which resulted in the death of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. If you were not working with MOU, why would you have attacked Lu Xanlan's army? You, Duan Tianlang, are good at secretly plotting against people," said Lin Feng, sounding cold and detached. The crowd was astonished. Duan Tianlang had collaborated with MOU. Lin Feng's words were too powerful. These crimes were enough for Duan Tianlang to be sentenced to death a few times over. Duan Tianlang's heart was also pounding. He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Surprisingly, Lin Feng was also declaring that Duan Tianlang had collaborated with MOU. Lin Feng, I devoted my life to Shuiyu and you dare say that I collaborated with the enemy. How am I supposed to let you live? Said Duan Tianlang while releasing a deadly chi. He really wanted to kill Lin Feng. So that's how it is, you really did commit all of these crimes. I said that you collaborated with MOU and again the only thing you can do is try to silence me. Apart from that crime, you also deserted and created chaos within the troops, which resulted in the death of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. It was a bloodbath. Then, you tried to make Lu Xanlan bear the responsibility for all of these crimes, then you almost killed him. Also, because of you, the officer of the Qi Xia army, Zhou Qi Xia, is now dead. How could the army of Qi Xia forgive you? Lin Feng sounded imposing and domineering. Immediately after, he looked at the soldiers and said, "Tell me, can you forgive Duan Tianlang?" "No. We can't." The tens of thousands of Qi Xia soldiers were shouting loudly and aggressively. Duan Tianlang suddenly had the impression that he was being absorbed by Lin Feng. "All right," shouted Lin Feng. Immediately after, he looked at the second prince and said, "Your Highness, you have seen it too. I only said a few truths and Duan Tianlang tries to kill me. Besides, the soldiers cannot forgive him for what he has done. Now, if Duan Tianlang kills me, I will have no regrets because I have done nothing wrong. However, I would like to ask Your Highness and Officer Meng not to intervene in this fight." Duan Wuya had remained silent, almost the entire time. He looked pensive while looking at Lin Feng. He was also surprised. Lin Feng's words had been sharp, harsh and powerful. Duan Tianlang couldn't reply at all. At that moment, a battle was probably going to break out and if Officer Meng didn't get involved, Lin Feng would have the advantage. At the moment, I cannot clearly distinguish what is right and wrong but there is already a profound hatred between Duan Tianlang and you. If he wants to fight against you, I will not prevent him from doing so. I want to see if he believes he has the required ability to kill you," said Duan Wuya indifferently. Everybody was astonished. Duan Wuya said that he was wondering if Duan Tianlang had the ability to kill Lin Feng but actually, that was covering his tacit consent for Lin Feng to dispose of Duan Tianlang as he wished. But everybody understood what Duan Wuya meant. He had agreed and the crowd was astonished. Duan Tianlang also remained silent. He felt ice-cold chill in his heart. Duan Wuya was not hiding his intentions anymore, he wanted to kill him. "Officer Meng," said Duan Tianlang while glancing at Duan Wuya and then immediately looking at Meng Han. Duan Tianlang has a high status within the imperial family. I, Meng Han, am the officer of the Imperial Guard. I have to protect the entire imperial family. I obviously couldn't accept it if anything happens to Duan Tianlang," said Meng Han sounding calm. He was clearly on Duan Tianlang's side. Duan Xinyi and Duan Wuya were worried about Lin Feng. They would help him even if it meant contradicting Duan Tianlang. Lin Feng was calmly looking at everything that was happening around him. Besides, Meng Han, who was the officer of the Imperial Guards, didn't even care about making Duan Wuya lose face. It seems like the fact that Duan Wuya and Meng Han both came has a profound meaning. It shows that they are both in opposing factions, thought Lin Feng. The things that happened within the imperial family were hard to understand. He. When Duan Wuya heard Meng Han, he laughed but the laugh also contained some coldness. An officer of the Imperial Guard, indeed, thought Duan Wuya. Immediately after, he started walking slowly towards Duan Xinyi and asked, "Xinyi, is what Lin Feng said the truth? Did you really get kidnapped in Duan Tianlang's tent?" "Yes, it is the truth," said Duan Xinyi while nodding and then added, "On that day, Lin Feng and I were chatting in the tent when suddenly, an assassin came and as Lin Feng saved me, I was kidnapped. After that, the kidnapper confirmed that he received orders from the Holy Courtyard and Uncle Duan, who were cooperating with MOU. Duan Tianlang was also plotting against Lin Feng." "I understand," said Duan Wuya while slightly nodding and then immediately said, "Xinyi, you went through many hardships because of me, but..." When he finished talking, Duan Wuya walked back towards Duan Tianlang, who started feeling uncertain. Duan Tianlang didn't fear many people but Duan Wuya was one of those he feared. Duan Wuya's way of working wasn't easy to understand. There were very few people who could guess what he was thinking. Then, Lin Feng and Lu Xanlan managed to encircle the enemy in Duanren City and burnt the city, killing a few 100,000 enemy soldiers. Then they were forced to retreat back to Mou. Duan Tianlang, would you like to say anything about this? Duan Tianlang was fixedly staring at Duan Wuya and said, no. All right, said Duan Wuya while nodding and continued. During the battle, a few 100,000 soldiers were sacrificed, but regardless of that, Lin Feng and the princess have come back to the imperial city alive and the invading army has been repelled. Besides, there was also a huge misunderstanding about Lu Xanlan, right? That's right, said Duan Tianlang, who didn't feel like nodding anymore. Good, said Duan Wuya while nodding. He started walking on the death sentence stage and glanced at the crowd. He then said, the dead are already gone and I am not looking for the guilty party any longer, but my family has falsely accused General Lu Xanlan. General Lu Xanlan, the Divine Arrow, has always been loyal, devoted, and courageous. He has always fought for the country. We can't forget that. I will report all of this to my father. I would like to grant Lu Xanlan with the status of imperial minister, and he will also retain his status as a general. Besides, we will grant Zhou Qixie with a posthumous title for his courage and loyalty. He was conferring an imperial title upon Lu Xanlan and a posthumous title upon Zhou Qixie. For Lu Xanlan, that didn't matter much. In Duanren City, he was already like a king. As far as Zhou Qixie, what was the point in granting him a title? He was already dead. But Duan Wuya's point was more about admitting that the imperial family had made mistakes. They had unjustly accused Lu Xanlan, but they recognized his loyalty and courage. Uncle, do you agree with these things? Said Duan Wuya while looking at Duan Tianlang. Duan Tianlang was surprised and had no choice but to nod. They were rendering justice to Lu Xanlan and at the same time establishing Duan Tianlang's own guilt. Lu Xanlan retained his title as a general. General, what do you think about it? Asked Duan Wuya to Lu Xanlan. Lu Xanlan still had Zhou Qixie's corpse leaning against him. He slowly looked at the Qixie troops. He looked expressionless. I, Lu Xanlan, am grateful to the second prince. Thank you for your kindness. I am willing to accept these titles, said Lu Xanlan, sounding indifferent. General, shouted the thousands of soldiers. How could he accept? Accepting meant letting Duan Tianlang get away with it. Lu Xan looked at the crowd. Many of the soldiers were looking at Lin Feng. Lu Xanlan sighed but also felt gratified. Lin Feng could now lead a whole army without Lu Xanlan's help. Officer Zhou's last wish was to grant Lin Feng the status of officer of the Qixie after his death. From today, Lin Feng, you are the officer of the Qixie army. I will first bring the soldiers back to Duanren City and then hand the army over to you. Forget about what happened today, said Lu Xanlan. Immediately after, he jumped on a horse while carrying Zhou Qixie's corpse in his arms. A wave of sorrow filled the atmosphere. Everybody could feel how desperate and sad Lu Xanlan felt. They had fought loyally for their country and this was how they were repaid. When Lin Feng heard Lu Xanlan, he calmly nodded. He, of course, knew what Lu Xanlan had meant. He was hoping that no more blood of the people he cared about would be spilt, so he wanted Lin Feng to forget about what had happened with Duan Tianlang. If Lin Feng continued his verbal attacks against Duan Tianlang, the blood of the soldiers would inevitably flow. Lu Xanlan didn't want such a thing to happen again. When Lin Feng saw Lu Xanlan leave, he sighed. What a sorrowful hero. Duan Wuya was relieved to see that Lu Xanlan had accepted. Immediately after, he said, Lin Feng, with your strategy, you managed to kill hundreds of thousands of enemy soldiers and repel their army. Then, you traveled into the enemy country to rescue the princess and returned her safely to the imperial city. General Lu Xanlan just granted you the title of officer. I, as a representative of the imperial family, also confer Lin Feng a title, the title of Marquis in your fief is Yangzhou City. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 247, The New Officer. Marquis of Yangzhou City. The crowd was stupefied. Officer of the Qixie troops and Marquis of the fief of Yangzhou. In Shuiyu, those who had the most power after the imperial family were imperial ministers and directly below them was Marquis. Some Marquis reigned over a village while some others reigned over a city. Owning a city was required to be considered as a true Marquis. Even though Yangzhou City wasn't very big, Duan Wuya's move was of the highest significance. He had made Lin Feng into a true Marquis. He had given Lin Feng incredible power. From that moment, Yangzhou City belonged to Lin Feng. Every inhabitant of Yangzhou was under Lin Feng's control and all of their lives belonged to him. At that moment, a realization flashed through Lin Feng's eyes. He realized that Duan Wuya was honoring his promise. He had hoped that Lin Feng would perform meritorious acts during the war so that he could provide him with a social status. Now that Lin Feng was back in the imperial city, Duan Wuya was granting Lin Feng with a social status, and at the same, he was directly implying that Lin Feng was part of his faction. "Thank you, Your Highness," said Lin Feng in a low voice. Of course, he wasn't going to refuse Duan Wuya's offer. There were many strong cultivators in Shuiyu and Lin Feng still wasn't extremely strong. Receiving such an opportunity was a great chance for him. "Don't get too happy yet. My father still has to make the final decision," said Duan Wuya while smiling warmly. Even though he was saying that, the whole crowd knew that everything was already set in stone. The final decision was just part of the process. Once the prince announced it, it was confirmed. If Duan Wuya wasn't sure about what he said, he wouldn't have said it in front of everyone. If the decision was overturned, he would have lost face. Lin Feng slightly nodded and remained silent. Duan Wuya turned towards Duan Xianyi and said, "Xianyi, that guy, Meng Chong, did he really attack you? Was Meng Gufeng really there, on the gate with him?" Duan Xianyi looked at Duan Wuya and nodded. "Yes, everybody saw us outside of the imperial city. Meng Chong gave the troops the orders to kill Lin Feng and me. Besides, Meng Gufeng didn't want to allow me entry into the imperial city." Duan Wuya slightly nodded and said, "Meng Gufeng was an officer and he committed a terrible crime. He illegally granted power to Meng Chong, who then used that power to try and kill my little sister. A soldier of the imperial city, who wants to kill the princess, deserves death." When the crowd heard Duan Wuya, they were surprised. Meng Gufeng and Meng Chong had already died. Why was Duan Wuya still talking about them? But at the moment, when they were asking themselves questions, Duan Wuya looked at Meng Han. The crowd was wondering what was going on. Meng Han's heart also started accelerating. He had the impression that something ominous was going to happen. A moment before, he had made Duan Wuya lose face by supporting Duan Tianlang. Officer Meng Gufeng attempted to assassinate the princess. Even though he is dead already, his brother Meng Han is still the officer of the Imperial Guards. I think that it is necessary to carry out a full investigation. Meng Han, you are already not an appropriate choice to occupy the function of officer of the Imperial Guards. When Duan Wuya finished talking, people's hearts were racing. The second prince was extremely fierce and harsh. Meng Han couldn't refute his argument. Meng Han's heart violently pounded as well. He wanted Duan Wuya to die for finding such an excuse to dismiss him. Meng Han turned around and looked at Duan Tianlang, who remained silent. Duan Tianlang was already in a critical situation himself. Duan Wuya hadn't decided what he wanted to do with him, otherwise, he wouldn't remain so polite. At that moment though, he didn't want to anger the second prince. The second prince was fierce, intrepid, and tough. Meng Han saw that Duan Tianlang remained silent. He then said to Duan Wuya, "Your Highness, Meng Gufeng committed crimes, but what does that have to do with me? Even though he was my brother, I know nothing about that. How can you blame me and dismiss me from my function as an officer of the Imperial Guard?" "Meng Han, I didn't say that it had something to do with you either, but Meng Gufeng was involved in an assassination attempt on the princess of the imperial family. I, as the second prince, must investigate. It is my duty as I don't understand the whole situation. Wait until we have gathered all of the facts with a thorough investigation, and if you are absolutely clean, you will be able to return to your post as an officer of the Imperial Guard." Duan Wuya's arguments sounded quite logical, but everybody knew that Meng Han was being relieved of his position as an officer of the Imperial Guard. It would be extremely difficult for him to hold such a high position again. It was actually almost impossible. "I, Meng Han, am innocent," said Meng Han coldly. He was standing tall and upright and fixedly staring at Duan Wuya. At that moment, he was still in a position of power, with the Imperial Guards obeying his orders. If the second prince wanted to attack him, it wouldn't be that easy. However, as time went on, people would come to assist him. Meng Han, how audacious. How does he even have the courage to talk to the second prince that way? It seems like there are some people from above supporting Meng Han, whispered the people far away in the crowd. Meng Han had immediately contradicted Duan Wuya, in front of everybody. He. Duan Wuya laughed, his smile hadn't disappeared. "Meng Han, what you mean is that I am groundlessly dismissing you from your functions? Do you mean that you will not obey my orders? You, Meng Han, intend to do what? Keep your function as an officer by force? How could I, Meng Han, not obey the second prince's order? It's just that the function of officer of the Imperial Guard is very important. Apart from me, nobody else can do it. Besides, the Imperial Guards also consider me as their brothers. It is not their wish to see anyone replace me. Is that so? Asked Duan Wuya with an evil smile on his face, which made Meng Han's facial expression change. CRRR, CRR. A faint and subtle sound spread in the air. Meng Han was violently shaking and breathing heavily. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Not only was Meng Han's heart pounding, but the crowd were also on edge from watching this. Blood was unceasingly flowing from Meng Han's mouth. He lowered his head and only saw the tip of a silver spear that had pierced through his chest from behind. The Imperial Guards were like his brothers and didn't want to see anyone replace him? His voice was still resonating in people's minds, but the reality was much harsher. Meng Han moved his body. He wanted to turn around, but the spear was not moving. Suddenly, a deadly energy penetrated his body and destroyed his organs. The crowd was astonished. Blood sprayed out from his mouth and his lifeless body slowly collapsed onto the floor. After Meng Han collapsed, the high-ranking soldiers who were behind him were absolutely calm. Their expression hadn't changed whatsoever. They all looked extremely serene and peaceful. There were about 30 guards in this high-ranking group. They were all young, but their coldness was enough to make other people's hearts feel a tinge of fear. Meng Han's brother, Meng Feng, attempted to kill the princess. Meng Han refused to admit it and kept contradicting Your Highness over and over again. Yu Ji, the non-commissioned officer of the Imperial Guards, killed him for his insubordination. Please forgive me for taking action, Your Highness. Yu Ji was kneeling down and bowing in front of Duan Wuya. Behind Yu Ji, the army of Imperial Guards remained motionless. All of them looked calm and serene, as if they were not surprised at all. They almost agreed with how the events had played out. Everybody was astonished by the coldness of that scene. Meng Feng had been plotting against my little sister and wanted to kill her. Meng Han hasn't expressed any regret at all and refused to acknowledge his brother's crime. Besides, he was extremely rude to me. Even though Yu Ji killed Meng Han and that is a crime, it is still a sign of loyalty and devotion to the imperial family. Duan Wuya was speaking slowly and then continued. Today, Meng Han died, but it is required for the guards to have an officer. Yu Ji, you are, for the time being, promoted to the position of officer of the Imperial Guards. Thank you, Your Highness, said Yu Ji while respectfully bowing and kneeling down. Immediately after, he stood up. At the same time, the high-ranking Imperial Guards behind him also bowed respectfully and shouted in unison, His Highness is wise and kind, we thank you for our new officer. All the ordinary Imperial Guards were stupefied and were just realizing what had happened. They then slowly knelt down and shouted in unison, His Highness, thank you for our new officer. These extremely loud voices were resonating through the crowd. People's hearts were violently pounding. They were unable to calm down. How fierce and powerful. Duan Wuya could control the Imperial Guards so easily. His methods were intense. If the crowd didn't know that Yu Ji was one of Duan Wuya's factions, all sorts of rumors would be spread. Lin Feng calmly smiled at Duan Wuya but was still feeling a bit cold in his heart. Duan Wuya was dangerous, extremely dangerous. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 248, You Will Fight. Everybody, stand up, said Duan Wuya while waving his hand. The ones who were still kneeling down slowly stood up, but for a long time, they were unable to calm down. A position as important as officer of the Imperial Guard had been transferred so easily. Duan Wuya's opinion was that there was nothing special or surprising about it. It was as if the Imperial Guard didn't mean that much to him. Yu Ji, now you are the officer of the Imperial Guard, you know what you have to do. Yu Ji nodded and bowed while saying, Your Highness, I will leave with the guards now and patrol the streets to ensure the residents' safety. All right, you can go, said Duan Wuya while waving. Immediately after, several tens of thousands of guards left. Only those from Duanren City, who were surrounding the death sentence stage, were still there. Nobody could threaten them. Duan Tianlang and his son's facial expression was growing more and more hideous. Duan Tianlang had wanted to kill Lu Xanlan, but at the crucial moment, Lin Feng had appeared with Duan Xinyi. They had rushed over and killing Lu Xanlan had become impossible. He was going to stay alive. Besides, Duan Han wanted to marry Lu Fei. Using Lu Xanlan's life as a bargaining tool, he had been blackmailing her. If she wasn't willing to engage in a relationship with him, he would turn his back on Lu Xanlan, who would then die. Lu Fei hated him and didn't want to become his wife. She rejected his offer. What was making them boil with envy was that Lin Feng had become a marquis, the officer of the Qixia army, and had obtained the control of his hometown. Besides, Duan Wuya had also appointed a new person to be the officer of the Imperial Guards. It was a crushing defeat for them. All these things had happened because of one person, Lin Feng. At that moment, Duan Tianlang and his son were looking at Lin Feng with ice-cold glares. Lin Feng turned around and looked at them. His face was filled with killing intent and he made no attempt to hide it. "Lin Feng, we're stopping this for the time being," said Duan Wuya in a low voice when he sensed Lin Feng was ready to kill. Duan Tianlang had a high status, he was a noble from the Duan clan. Duan Tianlang was a member of the imperial family. Killing him isn't as easy as killing Meng Han, it would need a justified reason. Lin Feng had no excuse to kill Duan Tianlang at that moment. "Yes, I understand, Your Highness. What happened today is over, for the time being," said Lin Feng while slightly nodding. The soldiers sighed. Duan Tianlang would stay alive after all he had done, even though the blood of so many people was on his hands. Of course, they weren't blaming Lin Feng. What he had done wasn't easy at all. If Lin Feng hadn't been there, Lu Sanlan would have been executed and they would have been doomed as well, as they would have been considered as a rebel army. But at that moment, Lin Feng turned around and looked at Duan Tianlang and Duan Han. He said, "What happened today is over for now, but last time, Duan Tianlang brought an army to exterminate the Yunhai sect." The Yunhai sect turned into a bloodbath. I, Lin Feng, as a disciple of the Yunhai sect, need to get my revenge because of the hatred left deep within my heart. Therefore, the enmity between Duan Tianlang and me will never end without his death. The crowd was stupefied, it wasn't over. Lin Feng used to be a disciple of the Yunhai sect, therefore, he had an excuse for not letting past grievances be settled. So that's how it is. Duan Tianlang exterminated the Yunhai sect, of which Lin Feng used to be a disciple. His hatred for Duan Tianlang should be endless. How could he forget such a thing? Duan Tianlang is his enemy and the hatred is too deeply engraved in his heart. There is no solution. With such justification, Duan Wuya cannot say anything either. People in the crowd were all trying to understand the situation. Then, they saw Lin Feng turn around. He looked at the troops and at Ren Chengquang in particular. "Officer Ren, sorry for causing you trouble, please take the troops out of the city and wait for me there. I have something to do here, I will come to you when I'm done," said Lin Feng to Ren Chengquang. Immediately, many started shouting from within the army. "We're not leaving, the officer is here, we're staying." "Yes, we will stay with our officer." The Qixie troops were shouting in protest. The crowd was surprised. Lin Feng was so young and his troops were already extremely loyal and devoted to him, these feelings were already deeply engraved into their hearts. Surprisingly, even before Lu Sanlan had assigned Lin Feng as their new officer, they have already regarded him as their leader. "Get the hell out of here, all of you. If you don't hurry, I'll get angry," said Lin Feng sounding ice cold. The troops were all a bit surprised. "Officer Ren, sorry for the inconvenience." Lin Feng coldly looked at the troops and then at Ren Chengquang. If they stayed with him, it would be the same as continuing to talk about the problems that happened on that day. Even though in itself, it was the same, it was no longer about the grievance between Duan Tianlang and the Qixie army. Lin Feng needed to justify his reason for revenge because Duan Wuya was there. Duan Wuya had freed Lu Sanlan, giving him the title of imperial minister. He had given Lin Feng the title of marquis. All these things were supposed to make them stop pursuing issues caused by the war. If Lin Feng continued, Duan Wuya would not tolerate it. Therefore, at that moment, he gave a new reason. The Yunhai sect had been destroyed, the troops thus had to leave as it did not involve them. "All right," said Ren Chengquang. He perfectly understood Lin Feng. Ren Chengquang shouted, "Troops, listen to your orders, leave the imperial city immediately." After saying that, Ren Chengquang turned around and slowly left. The troops, even though they were doing it against their own will, still obeyed Lin Feng's order and galloped away. Immediately after, Ren Chengquang also left with them. A short time later, all the troops had left the imperial city. The area seemed deserted. In the entire area, the only ones left were Lin Feng, Meng Qing, the Celestial Sword Battalion, Duan Wuya, Duan Xanye, Duan Tianlang and his son. At that moment, Duan Tianlang narrowed his eyes and evilly stared at Lin Feng. That boy wasn't going to give up. Duan Wuya hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so stubborn either, but Lin Feng had mentioned the extermination of the Yunhai sect and his status as a disciple of the Yunhai sect. Of course, his heart was filled with hatred. "Lin Feng!" shouted Duan Wuya at that moment. Lin Feng turned around and immediately heard him say, "Lin Feng, Duan Tianlang is an imperial family member. His title of being an imperial family member is higher than that of marquis, more respectable, you cannot attack him." "I know," said Lin Feng while slightly nodding. Duan Wuya was a bit surprised, since Lin Feng knew, what else did he want? "Your Highness, Duan Tianlang is a member of the imperial family and your uncle, his status is respectable and extremely high, I will obviously not attack him," said Lin Feng sounding detached. The crowd didn't understand him at all. But then they heard Lin Feng continue. However, back in the past, Duan Tianlang had brought his son along, Duan Han, who helped him to slaughter the Yunhai sect, my sect. Duan Han is extremely arrogant and thinks he is better than me. He even said that I wouldn't withstand a single attack when we fought. Now, Duan Han, the young noble without an incredible status, is before me. I, Lin Feng, am already a marquis. It should be enough for me to have a battle against him. Right here, right now, I would like him to enlighten me as he said he would in the past. When the crowd heard Lin Feng, they immediately understood who his target was. It wasn't Duan Tianlang but Duan Han. Lin Feng was challenging Duan Han. However, Duan Han, at that moment, would never want to fight. He remembered that day, at the Yunhai sect, he thought that he was extremely strong, but then at that moment, fighting against Lin Feng had become difficult for him. Lin Feng had always been stronger than Duan Han. Duan Han didn't have the courage to fight against Lin Feng anymore. Duan Han felt awkward and was staring Lin Feng. He had a hideous facial expression. How was he supposed to accept Lin Feng's challenge? We refuse. Duan Han and I have things to do, we have no time, said Duan Tianlang sounding cold and detached. Things to do? Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. Duan Tianlang, when you went to destroy the Yunhai sect, did you ask the people of the Yunhai sect if they would accept? Duan Tianlang narrowed his eyes. That was ridiculous, how could they accept? Duan Tianlang, when the princess was taken away, your troops blocked my path and tried to kill me. Did you ask me if I had the time? Lin Feng ignored Duan Tianlang and continued. Besides, Duan Tianlang, when you and your son set a trap in order to kill me which led to the death of hundreds of thousands from the Shuiyu army, then deserted the battlefield in order to rush back and try to have Lu Songlin executed, did you ask everybody else if they accepted? Lin Feng's voice was growing louder and louder. A cold and deadly energy emerged from his body. Lin Feng, who was always calm, was furious. How powerful! What Lin Feng meant is that there was no choice, he was fighting Duan Han regardless of who stood in his way. Lin Feng had an evil smile on his face and was staring at Duan Han. He then said in an ice-cold tone, Duan Han, back in the days, at the Yunhai sect, you considered everyone beneath your attention but our battle was not allowed an end. You have to treat a man as he treated you. Today, we finish our battle. When Lin Feng finished talking, he started walking forward. That battle could happen because of a single justifiable excuse. It wasn't about wanting to battle, it was about finishing their unfinished battle. In the world of cultivation, Lin Feng was always moving closer to his goal of soaring in the clouds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 249, Lin Feng's Army. Try if you dare, shouted Duan Tianlang furiously. He then started walking forward and a deadly qi emerged from his body. Lin Feng surprisingly wanted to kill Duan Han, his son. How could Duan Tianlang accept that? Stop! Shouted a furious Meng Cheng. Ice qi and force invaded the atmosphere. Meng Cheng took a few steps and landed in front of Duan Tianlang. Duan Tianlang also had the strength of the Xian qi layer. If Lin Feng wanted to kill Duan Han, how could he resist to Duan Tianlang? Obviously, Meng Cheng had to get involved. Lin Feng didn't need to say anything, that was obvious. Gotcha! Even more ice appeared in the atmosphere. Duan Tianlang was surprised, his facial expression was hideous. An incredible quantity of sword energy emerged from his body. Duan Tianlang had a blood spirit and had awakened the strength within his blood, but that strength was too weak, therefore, he was also using his sword spirit. Duan Han also had a sword spirit. Dual spirit. A long sword appeared which pointed towards the sky. His sword spirit and the sword in his hand seemed to be in perfect symbiosis, both as sharp as the other. Besides, at that moment, Lin Feng was slowly walking towards Duan Han. Each and every step that Lin Feng took made Duan Han's heartbeat grew faster. Duan Han didn't stop retreating backwards. Back in the past, at the Yunhai sect, you were high-spirited, vigorous and daring. Today, you are as scared a cowardly mutt who keeps on flinching, you don't even dare to fight. Lin Feng said these words jokingly. He wasn't in a hurry to kill Duan Han. He was convinced that Duan Tianlang would also remember Meng Cheng and her strength, allowing him to see his son, Duan Han, get killed without being able to do anything in retaliation. Lin Feng wanted to make Duan Tianlang understand that, back in the days, he had the power to bully Lin Feng, but now, Lin Feng could slowly kill his son right in front of him and he would not be able to lift a finger. He would show him how cruel he could truly be and make his son suffer in his place. When the people saw Lin Feng slowly walking towards Duan Han, their hearts also started beating faster. When Duan Wuya saw that Lin Feng wanted to kill Duan Han, an offspring of the Duan family, he surprisingly didn't try to block him, which meant that he tacitly agreed. Die! Lin Feng was getting nearer and nearer. Duan Tianlang shouted loudly while his sword slashed through the atmosphere. An endless quantity of sword chi appeared and slashed through the world of ice. The sound of sword energy clashing against ice energy filled the air. "Ice diamond," said Meng Qing in a low voice. She waved her hand and an ice crystal appeared and froze Duan Tianlang's sword entirely. Lin Feng was very near to Duan Han. A sharp and deadly energy completely enveloped Duan Han's body. It was filled with deadly qi. Under that deadly energy, Duan Han didn't even have the courage to resist. Lin Feng's aura of a death god sufficed to make him tremble in fear. "Could it be that you are afraid now? When you were at the top of the cliff face, you were cold-bloodedly watching the Yun Hai sect members get slaughtered, you were feeling comfortable and satisfied, right? When you and your father got a few 100,000 soldiers killed, didn't you have the feeling that your plan was a great success?" Lin Feng's voice sounded evil and its coldness invaded Duan Han's heart. "Arf!" Duan Tianlang shouted like an animal, abandoned his sword and jumped towards Duan Han. "Frozen heart," said Meng Qing in a low voice. Duan Tianlang started shaking violently. He had the feeling that his heart was being completely frozen. Blood started flowing from his mouth. But Duan Tianlang didn't pay attention to that, all that mattered to him was his son couldn't die. "Oh, you came?" said Lin Feng with an ice-cold smile on the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, his silhouette disappeared, he was absorbed into the void of darkness. "Die," said a voice coming from the void. The crowd saw, in the middle of that emptiness, a cross appeared. That cross was resplendent and dazzling to the eyes. SHHHH. The cross turned into a sanguinary sword. On Duan Han's neck there was a small cross, a small bloody cross. Duan Tianlang stopped moving. His mouth was wide open. He was just feeling infinitely cold as he was blankly staring at his son, Duan Han, who slightly lifted his head to look at his father. Duan Tianlang could see the cross-shaped mark on his neck and the blood endlessly gushing out from it. "Duan Han!" shouted Duan Tianlang with a husky voice. He was shaking from head to toe. He grabbed his son and hugged him tightly. He sought his son's lips, which were moving, but he couldn't speak a word as he was drowning in his own blood. At that moment, his son collapsed in his arms. Cough, cough. Duan Tianlang coughed and blood was forced out of his mouth. He looked deathly pale. His son was dead, he had been killed by Lin Feng and died in his arms. At the moment, when he had almost reached his son, Lin Feng forced him to watch his son drown in his own blood. Invisible like a shadow, invisible and silent, that was the deadly cross shadow. "It hurts, doesn't it, Duan Tianlang? Back then, at the Yun Hai sect, when you slaughtered all those people, or after when you set a trap for a few 100,000 soldiers, you were not thinking about their friends and their families, you also didn't think about the pain that they would have to go through," said Lin Feng, who was standing behind Duan Tianlang watching the scene. "Lin Feng!" furiously shouted Duan Tianlang while releasing a deadly energy. "You don't need to shout, I know that you wish you could hack me into a million pieces, I understand your hatred because I feel that hatred inside me, and my hatred is much more terrifying than yours," said Lin Feng sounding calm. He then continued, "Now, it is between you and me. If you have an opportunity to kill me, feel free to try. Because if, someday, I have the opportunity to kill you, I will unleash my hatred and show you no mercy." While talking, Lin Feng turned around, his silhouette flickered and he moved back to his original position. Immediately after, he said to Duan Wuya, "Your Highness, I am now taking my leave." Duan Wuya slightly nodded and said, "Lin Feng, I will be waiting for your return in the lovesick forest by the lake." Lin Feng muttered something to himself, but immediately after nodded and said, "All right." Lin Feng then waved. Those who were wearing bronze masks, even though their faces were covered, all had an aura of satisfaction, they looked inspired and enthusiastic. Many of them used to be Yun Hai sect disciples. Duan Tianlang and Duan Han had annihilated the Yun Hai sect, which was why they had the slave marks carved into their faces. Duan Tianlang and Duan Han were their sworn enemies. When they saw Lin Feng kill Duan Han and force Duan Tianlang into such a situation, how could they not feel satisfied? They coldly glanced at Duan Tianlang, then turned around and followed Lin Feng. Then, all together, they galloped away. Duan Tianlang was showing no sign of indignation or anger, he didn't do anything irrational. Meng Qing had already badly injured him. While Meng Qing was there, it was impossible for him to kill Lin Feng. If he attacked Lin Feng, Meng Qing would continue to inflict injuries. Who was that beautiful girl, whose face was covered with a fine veil, and why was she following Lin Feng? She was extremely strong. "Lin Feng, if I, Duan Tianlang, don't kill you, my life will not be worth living." said Duan Tianlang while feeling that his son's skin was growing colder and more lifeless. He uttered a long and mournful cry. A strong wind blew over the area, everybody was feeling cold. They were looking at the silhouettes slowly disappearing. They all understood that Shuiyu had an incredible young genius. He had confined enemy troops in a city, set it on fire, and killed hundreds of thousands of them. He had galloped over an endless distance, saved the princess and brought her back alive. He had killed an officer of the imperial city. He had saved Lu Tsonglan, who was about to get executed by Duan Tianlang. He had become a marquis and possessed a city, and then he killed Duan Han in front of his father's eyes. Lin Feng's name was definitely going to be famous in the entire country. Outside of the imperial city, the army had gathered. At that moment, the city gate was open. A group of armored horses passed through it. Immediately, the crowd looked towards the gate. Lin Feng looked at the whole crowd. He was a bit surprised, he looked startled, and moved forward. Besides, 3 silhouettes rushed out to welcome him. These 3 people were precisely Officer Rin Qingquang, Officer of the Middle Troops, Officer Feng Yuhan, Officer of the Left Troops, and Officer Lei Qingtian, Officer of the Right Troops. Is Uncle Lu in charge of all these troops now? Asked Lin Feng to the 3 officers. At that moment, outside of the city, all the soldiers were wearing red armor, riding Qixia armored horses. They were all Qixia troops. Besides, the other officers were not leading them. Nobody said anything. At that moment, the troops looked towards Lin Feng, and all jumped down from their horses and then all knelt down. "We, the Qixia troops, welcome our new officer," said the troops in unison, extremely loudly, making the ground shake. That drew the attention of many people, even of some who were far away. Lin Feng was astonished as well. "Everyone stand up. What on earth are you doing?" said Lin Feng. "Lin Feng." Ren Shengquang galloped towards Lin Feng and then said, "Lin Feng, the general dismissed these troops." "Dismissed the troops?" asked Lin Feng, a bit surprised. What was Lu Tsonglan doing? But apart from a small minority of them who wanted to follow the general, everybody refused to leave. He only brought those troops who would only follow him back to Duanren City, leaving us behind to wait for you. "Wait for me." "Indeed, wait for you," said Ren Xingquang in a calm and solemn way. He then slowly said, "Lin Feng, the general said there was no point staying in Duanren City because if MOU tried to attack again, there would be no force left to resist them. Therefore, the general told the whole army to stay here. Lin Feng, now, you are a marquis, you are the officer of the Qixia troops, and since you own the fief of Yangzhou City, you can have your own personal army. The general told us to stay with you and pledge our loyalty to you rather than the country of Shuiyu. As your personal army, we can go to Yangzhou City, your fief. From now on, the Qixia army will listen to your orders, as well as ours." Ren Shengquang's words made Lin Feng's heart pound. Lu Tsonglan was giving the elite troops of Shuiyu, the Qixia army, as well as its 3 officers, to him as his own private army? In any case, he was now a marquis. He had the space to accommodate his own personal army in Yangzhou City. Then, the Yunhai sect. Sigh. Lin Feng raised his head to the sky and took a deep breath. He looked at Ren Qingquang and said, "I agree. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 250, The Snow Dragon Guards. In the lovesick forest, it was as usual, misty. There was a thick fog floating above the ground. It looked like heaven on earth. In the pavilion, 2 people were drinking lovesick alcohol. Duan Wuya was one of them. The other one was a smart, elegant, handsome, and spirited man. That man looked natural and unrestrained. At that moment, he was still wearing his armor, the armor of an officer. He looked majestic. It was the officer of the Imperial Guards, Yu. "What do you think?" said Duan Wuya, sounding indifferent while sipping on his glass of lovesick alcohol. "Your Highness, before the battle, I had already secured the situation. All the Imperial Guards are now in our faction. Now, it is only about consolidating and purging. From today, the guards are yours, Your Highness." "Oh," said Duan Wuya while lightly nodding. It was impossible to see if he was happy or worried. He was expressionless and uncommunicative. At that moment, someone wearing black clothes was approaching and arrived at the pavilion. He slightly bowed in front of the second prince and said, "Your Highness." "Nanshan, sit down," said Duan Wuya while waving and smiling softly and warmly. Nanshan slightly nodded and immediately sat down opposite Yu. He said, "Your Highness, Lu Tsonglan went back to Duanren City, but he gave his army to Lin Feng. He wants them to stay with him." "Great news." Duan Wuya paused and then said, while nodding, "Maybe then he'll be able to use them for a good cause. Yu, the Imperial Guards need you, you should go back." said Duan Wuya to Yuji. Yuji slightly nodded and took leave. Immediately after, he left the pavilion. Nanshan, while looking at Yuji's silhouette leave, said, "Your Highness, congratulations on gaining the Imperial Guards." Duan Wuya shook his head and said, "Today's greatest achievement is not the Imperial Guards. Duan Tianlang, Meng Han, and the others didn't care about your Highness and worked against your Highness. Meng Han is already dead, Duan Tianlang is mourning over his son's death, the others should be perfectly aware of the situation as well," said Nanshan. Duan Wuya was usually always so kind and soft. Because of that, many people forgot that he was also extremely powerful. Nanshan had been following Duan Wuya for many years. He perfectly understood that the people who underestimated Duan Wuya would end up in tragic situations. Even the extremely strong, powerful, ruthless and cruel high official, the Crown Prince, didn't dare look down on his brother. "That's not how it is," said Duan Wuya while shaking his head. Nanshan was a bit surprised and immediately said, "Lin Feng." "Indeed, that's Lin Feng." Duan Wuya, while slightly nodding his head, said, "Everybody now knows that Lin Feng is one from my faction. Even though the Imperial Guards protect the city and constitute an important provision of force, in comparison with these troops, they are still too weak. These troops are my goal. Duan Tianlang is too arrogant and looks down on everyone else, he's a moron. Surprisingly, he dared touch Duan Xinyi, he doesn't know, but from that moment, he doomed himself. He still thinks that there is a chance with my brother, but he's nothing but a dead man." Duan Wuya, at that moment, didn't look like a friendly person. His eyes were filled with sharpness, brutality, and coldness. He hadn't been worried about Duan Xinyi being kidnapped by MOU troops. They wouldn't have killed Duan Xinyi, but he hadn't thought that Duan Tianlang would try to kill Lin Feng and Duan Xinyi on the way back. Nanshan could sense Duan Wuya's coldness. He knew that if Duan Tianlang was still alive, but it was only a matter of time. What Duan Tianlang didn't understand was that he wouldn't be able to achieve his aim if the princess died, he would be doomed. No matter the winner, Duan Wu Dao or Duan Wuya, Dan Tianlang would have been killed for murdering Duan Xinyi. Duan Tianlang still thought that Duan Wu Dao would agree with him killing the princess. Maybe if Duan Tianlang had the princess blood on his hands, Duan Wu Dao wouldn't say anything initially, but in the end, he would end up like everyone else who had committed a serious crime. Such things were typical in political affairs. They were doing things behind the curtains, in secret, and things were difficult to understand. It was difficult to see where each piece was placed on the board. "Nanshan, you tell me, how can I get these troops?" said Duan Wuya. Nanshan was surprised, shook his head and said, "I don't know." Nanshan knew what Duan Wuya meant, the most mysterious army of Shuiyu, the Snow Dragon Guards. The Snow Dragon Guard unit was composed of the best cultivators within Shuiyu. "It is absolutely normal for you not to know," said Duan Wuya while smiling. "The old man will, sooner or later, stop reigning over the country, allowing my brother and me to struggle for power and influence. Leading the ministers and so on will not be a problem, but the one who manages to obtain the Snow Dragon troops will be the real emperor." Nanshan remained silent. He didn't know much about the Snow Dragon troops apart from the fact that they were extremely strong. At that moment, Duan Wuya raised his head and gazed into the distance. "Your Highness, I will leave now," said Nanshan while getting up, but Duan Wuya shook his head and said, "No need, stay here." In the distance, Lin Feng had appeared. He was slowly and silently walking towards the pavilion, like a leaf floating on the wind, as if he was in perfect fusion with the earth. The energy which was emerging from his body was mysterious. Duan Wuya was a bit surprised. What is Lin Feng's cultivation level now? Thought Duan Wuya. Duan Wuya couldn't sense Lin Feng's cultivation level, but it seemed like since he had gone to Duanren City, he had changed a lot. "Your Highness," said Lin Feng, who had arrived at the pavilion a moment later. Duan Wuya nodded. "Lin Feng, hurry up and sit down," said Duan Wuya, looking friendly again. He once again looked easy to get along with. He seemed to be a warm and soft person. Lin Feng slightly nodded and sat down opposite Nanshan. This time, when Lin Feng entered into the forest, he didn't feel strange at all. It was obviously thanks to Duan Wuya. "Your Highness, you asked me to personally come to the Lovesick Forest. What do you need to speak to me about?" asked Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you don't need to be so meticulous with me. Above all, I invited you to show you my gratitude for having brought Duan Xinyi back safely." Duan Wuya poured some alcohol into Lin Feng's glass and immediately downed his glass. Lin Feng grabbed the glass of alcohol and brought it to his lips. While drinking, he said in a low voice, "Your Highness, the princess was missing. It was my duty to bring her back." Lin Feng continued drinking the lovesick alcohol and a mysterious feeling invaded his heart. "How's the feeling?" asked Duan Wuya while smiling. Even though I can't appreciate alcohol that much, I know that lovesick alcohol is unique and original," replied Lin Feng while smiling. "What I want to ask you is if Xine appeared in your heart while drinking lovesickness," said Duan Wuya with a smile yet not a smile on his face. "Lin Feng, it seems that you do not have the same feelings as my sister." Lin Feng was a bit shocked and then smiled wryly. That alcohol was supposed to make a person's most loved one appear in one's heart. In Lin Feng's heart, except for the image of a pure and holy silhouette wearing long white clothes, there was also a small part which belonged to the princess. He remembered that day at the Z government, Duan Xine had really moved him to the extent that her silhouette appeared in his mind. Besides, in his heart, there was another girl, wearing red clothes. She was gentle and demure. Lin Feng was a bit perplexed. He believed in true love. "Alright, this also none of my business, Lin Feng. I officially granted you a title, you can now officially claim it. You can also go to Yangzhou City to get your fief." When Duan Wuya saw that Lin Feng remained silent, he also didn't insist, he instead changed the subject. "At the end of the year, soon the annual New Year's holiday will be upon us. I will go back at that moment," replied Lin Feng. He and his father had been expelled out of the Lin clan, so it was better to wait for a complete year to be over before returning. Maybe he would be able to arrive for the Lin clan annual meeting too. "Alright, in a few days I will send people to the Celestial Academy to come and pick you up to officially to receive your title," said Duan Wuya. "Alright," said Lin Feng while slightly nodding. "Your Highness, I would like to ask you for help. I need your connections to help me find someone." "Tell me who," said Duan Wuya while nodding. "My father, Lin Hai," said Lin Feng slowly. Lin Hai said that he was going to the Imperial City, but many things had happened to Lin Feng and he didn't even know where his father was. Lin Feng had no news, so he hoped that Duan Wuya would be able to help him as the city was extremely large. "Your father, Lin Hai?" said Duan Wuya looking pensive, and then immediately nodded and said, "Alright, Lin Feng, leave it to me." "Your Highness, thank you," said Lin Feng while nodding and saluting Duan Wuya with a cupped hand salute. "If you, Your Highness, don't have anything else to add, I will take my leave." "Alright, you can go," said Duan Wuya while nodding and not preventing Lin Feng from leaving. Lin Feng abruptly left the lovesick forest. Outside of the lovesick forest, there was a pure and holy looking silhouette waiting for him. When Lin Feng came out, they left together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.